Bien cerrados pude Tiempo My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another day of the Operation League Season 4 playoffs. I'm Infinity York and I'm joined with the one and only Black and Blue, and we are here to bring you some exciting lower bracket games today.
For sure, man. We got lots of games for you guys in store here for our second day of the group stages. We're going to see our lower bracket quarterfinals to start off the day. It's going to be a best of one, GAUR versus BANO. Very first game of the day, that's the best of one once again, and Team Verv versus No Use Talking. Me and Enfin, we're going to be your casters for that. But right after, we got two full best of threes to see the upper bracket finals and the lower bracket semis right after.
Yeah, absolutely. Those best of threes, give us a very, very good deep look at those teams and really their push for the title. But I think what we are really spicing us up for is this game that we're going to start off, GAUR versus BANO, and it's going to be on Oregon. Now, it being a best of one really makes it an incredible moment. It really adds to the spice and the uncertainty, because this is it. This is do or die. You lose this match, you're out. Done. Goodbye.
Totally, and at this point, typically best of threes, you really get to find out who the better team is, but when it comes to a full best of one like this, or quick best of one, it basically comes down to who has the wider map pool and who can play every single map consistently, because if you're able to take that one map off, you're done. So even underdog teams can make it out of the lower bracket simply because of that, and sometimes not even the better team will get it at the end of the day. So Oregon here being our decider, as everything has been banned offwards. It was a map pick, mind you, of Team BANO last night, our final match of the day, but they lost that versus Renatus, and now they're going to have their shot at redemption on Oregon once more to keep alive in the lower bracket.
Yeah, indeed. And, just touching quickly before the bans complete on best of one, the worse, quote-unquote, worse teams being able to progress just by turning up. Sure. Let me just remind you, Team 1, Mexico Major winners, were one round away from getting eliminated in the group stages because of the best of one format. So it would have been a very different Mexico Major had CAG been able to do that. And I think it's that adds to the excitement. A lot of people point to it as anti-competitive, and maybe it is, but I think it really adds to the excitement and the stress, and really pushes these guys to wake up immediately. Yesterday we were talking about how Verv is very good at the first map, and how they usually wake up better than the other opponents. And in a best of one, you have to be on from round number one. There's no time, no margin for error for you to wake up and everything. But the
For
Vans,
sure, that it just makes the stakes even higher, right? Because as you said, some of the teams who might not necessarily be at the higher level of the other, they can win it, and they can even eliminate higher ranked teams, and that could certainly be the case here. Although I do think GAUR and BANO, they're kind of neck and neck right now. I do think that Oregon is a pretty good map for BANO, but the Tachanka pick at the end, for real, he locks it in. I love to see it.
yeah, you went from a Clash to a Tachanka, and on the attack we had a Buck to the Nomad from Robust. Very interesting choices, but the Buck to Nomad I think makes the a little bit more sense. I don't know about Clash to Tachanka. I think that's a side grade at best. Let's see how it works out. What I've seen in the Operation League so far, I've seen GAUR use this exact same shield. I don't think it's been that successful, especially if you're going to slap on an Aruni gate in front of you. It will dull your ability to send those fire arrows, I think, through, because it will disable your own Aruni gate.
5 seconds to insertion.
We have seen this exact setup. Well, not exact, but there are a bit of differences from what we've initially seen in the earlier group stages. They were doing this last week, wherein they would do pretty much a very similar setup to this. They'd kind of bunker down inside the site itself and give up pillar for free. They don't really fight for bunker either. And we were noticing that teams going up against us on the attacking side are able to clear it out a lot quickly and have much more time for that execute. But speaking of Rossi, he's got some information that there is a player here. Foothole could potentially get him a net and kill. But Rossi, get that information on where Tapper is. So stay safe for the meantime here in the kitchen.
Well, we are going to see Rossi get into a gunfight very, very soon, and Godmo is just going to pick his drone up and send it away. I think it's muted again. I think the jam is on the main stairs, in fact. Tapper's playing a very aggressive position. I'm surprised it's not been disabled just quite yet. But no, they're not going to be the ones getting the first pick. It's going to be Charles. He had a great day yesterday. But Vooz is able to take down Tapper. That aggressive position, as I said, it is punished. It's not a great position for you to be holding early on. Now, Vooz is going to get to in another gunfight with a meeting player, and he's going to back on out of there. There's no one really from BANO to support it. There's one at the freezer stairs as Lunch takes down Charles. So that is a support coming in from the other side.
Well, it is barricaded, so he's not going to be able to peek out of it unless someone from BANO does actually come his way on the freezer hallway. For the meantime, though, there is a very stark difference in what they're doing now as compared to what we saw GAUR's earlier Oregon basement defense. The last time around that we saw this last week, and is, well, basically they'd bunker down inside the site itself. They didn't really have any room extensions, but here, they've kind of learned their lesson. They play two players up above and meeting and in kitchen, have them kind of contest that. Even though they've gotten a kill, yes, even though they've actually lost two players, at the very least now they've wasted a lot more time and found a pick of their own to bring it to a 3v4, and this is a lot more doable and honestly looking a lot better than what we saw from them last weekend when they were playing Oregon, when they didn't have this kind of extended horizontal, rather vertical roam. But still, time is ticking right now. BANO not looking too proficient at the moment and taking this efficiently. That leaves GAUR with 35 seconds left to work with and delay even more.
Droning down attackers with the man count advantage. What can BG will do with the Shumika launches? 25 seconds. This is when they really need to be shining. But I don't think he is looking at the correct angle. He is burning out. Behind YD and Spider-Shell, they're going to make it 3 versus 2 in the defense favor. C4 goes out, Robust doesn't move at all, doesn't react to it being thrown right next to him. Perhaps he thought he went a little bit deep, but he pays the price for it. It's all up to Vooz. He needs to get a 1v3. He doesn't have Diffuser, it doesn't have the time, and it's going to be GAUR getting that first round. And look, I know you're Filipino, black and blue, but I am here. I'm all for this GAUR recovery. You know, I want this GAUR supremacy.
At the end of the day, I'd love to see the better team win, but BANO, I think they got what it takes. They obviously did not have a great game yesterday. I think it was like a 7-1, maybe even a 7-0.
It was close though on the second map. No,
it was a
well, I mean,
it
it was good against Verv, but not against
Verv.
Renatus. Yeah.
Not against Renatus. It was a pretty washed round, but something tells me they kind of seemed tired in that one. Although 1-0, no excuses here. This is their only and final map that either of these teams could potentially play here in Season 4. Loser of this map goes home. BANO are going to have a second shot at tying this game on up. Maybe bring it to 1-1. Second floor to be held here by GAUR. Look at this. They're bringing now the Thunderbird, which we actually have seen to great effect throughout this tournament. And I'm looking to see if that is really going to help him on out. YD on that castle again, who is a very popular pick nowadays, especially here on Oregon and lots of maps actually, because of the fact that he's got 4 barricades now. That really does give them a lot of holding power. And looking at how GAUR have some maybe not super, I guess, usual kind of setups, I do think this castle is exactly what they need, and the Thunderbird as well is a great accompaniment of that.
Thunderbird is a very interesting operator, and just want to get a little bit academic here in this discussion. When she was released, the initial reaction was a little bit underwhelming. Like, people were saying, like, okay, she's like a worse version of Doc. Essentially, you know, she's got unlimited heals and stuff like that, and there was not really much enthusiasm about her. But I think that's what makes her a really good operator, because usually in the past we've had a fair few bad operators like Lion or Blackbeard 800 HP shield releasing, right? Or Ella, and they've been way too overtuned. Thunderbird, I think, came out in just the right spot, and she's been quietly very good. You can see her pick rate has been rising and rising because teams are figuring out, look, if we're going to be playing aggressively, Thunderbird is actually a good utility option for us, because it means we can play aggressively as long as we don't headshot it, which is only 50% of the kills anyway. So we have a 50-50 chance of surviving the engagement and then coming back and getting healed up by those Kona stations. So I really like where Thunderbird is, and I really like the teams are waking up to her potential of just being able to heal you up and give you a lot of HP to trade out those bullets in the final executes, for example.
Not only that, Infian, is also the kit she has around her. The spear is a pretty good weapon on the defensive side, and the nitro cell especially is pretty darn good utility, not to mention she's got a bearing 9 for a secondary. Really actually helps both anchor down and take more aggressive fights on the defensive side. They've been seeing the full effect of that here in the Operation League as well. Her pick rate skyrocketing, as you said. And it's been a very nice thing to see. Very balanced. Not something we always get, but hey, we'll take it at this time. Robust is groaning out towards the attic. Does spot out the Tapper is there. He likes to play this position, so that's something he could have been aware of. Trying to check if there's any ADSs. Concusses on out. Nade will force him just a hair back, as only a sliver of damage has been done. He goes back through the rotation. They've taken control of attic, but it's not secure at all.
Oh, BG Will is going to use that shotgun to full effect, takes down Vu, Spider Gel piles on to lunch, and BANO are getting eaten up right now. They don't really have much map control except for Attic. Even the players are being so careful from GAUR. They are crouch walking past. Oh, the peak is going to come through, and that's a freebie. Charles goes too aggressive on that, and actually too hesitant, slow peeking that hole, and it's 4 versus 3, 30 seconds left to go, but there's still a lot of chances that BG Will might throw it away, actually. Robust gets a freebie on him. 3 versus 3. What can they do? BANO.
He's looking to make a play there, but I think it is really ill-advised. Goes for the push, and Spider Jaw with Tapper will get a double to end the round wide. He will chime on in as well. GAUR, for the most part, pretty clean there. Would have been only a single death if BG Will perhaps didn't try to go party time, but hey, you can't blame him in that situation, I guess. 2-0. GAUR have taken the basement. They've taken the top floor. Now, the first floor sites are all they get. Will they go kitchen dining or will they go kitchen meeting? It seems like they choose and opt for the latter in this case. I don't know, there's lots of debate out here whether kitchen dining or kitchen meeting is the favorite site. I prefer the former for dining, but what do you think about this infeed for them to go as their third site for meeting?
So, Meeting Hall has been slowly gaining acceptance, and for a while I was a little bit confused. Why? Because if you think about it on the base level, right? It's a really weak site because you can make your way into tower very easily, and so you can't, and defenders can't really hold tower, big tower, because it's a death sentence for you. So attackers take tower control very easily, and then they start aggressing onto attic, they start aggressing onto rear stage, and it just becomes really, really difficult for the defenders to hold station. But the good news is, with a good enough castle setup that will mainly be focused on the south side, and you bring a bunch of shields, some smokes, and you also commit heavily to the attic hold, it does mean that you expand the site a lot more. Because if the attackers don't clear you out from the south side, it just means that the defenders can chuck utility after utility, smoke grenades, C4s, or just peek out behind the shields and do a lot of damage to those attackers. There's not much cover for the plant, which is what is, in my opinion, the balancing factor when you're trying to plant inside of meeting.
Oh, he is so lucky. So fortunate that he actually gets that reinforcement at the very nick of time. Only one side was reinforced, but had he been on maybe an opposite wall, he could have been wallbanged there. So very fortunate, and that's the risk you run when reinforcing late and setting up late. But to your point there, Infian, I guess the other counter argument to that is, you know, when you actually do get the plant off, it can be so hard to retake because they can hold you from above. If the attackers have the second floor control, it's really easy to deny plant that way. And that's one of, I guess, the early kind of reasons why some teams kind of went kitchen dining instead of meeting. But yeah, we've been seeing kitchen meeting finding a lot more acceptance and finding a lot more, I guess, well, positivity for a lot of these teams. Nitro does not land. Rossi half HP. Tapper does share the same fate. No one going down just yet, but a few players here and there getting chips on their shoulders. Oh, Spider Jaw too. What a great Nitro from him to actually confirm the kill in Robust.
Excellent stuff from Spiderjaw. He's been having a really, really good time in these early rounds, and GAUR are doing exactly what's needed of them. This is on the defense. They really need to stretch their advantage, and they need to make things happen. They got in a pick as well. They are still holding on to attic. Oh, I don't know whether they've drawn this properly. The Ash is going chasing. Sorry, not the Ash. Yeah, it is the Ash. Roski, he went chasing, but he turned back at the end. Charles is still sitting up here, and we have seen Charles' potential in the late game flank. Woos! He's completely unawares. They're not even looking. Charles knows that there is someone here. He hears the gun shots, and he's just waiting for the call from his team to swing out, and he's gonna get one, maybe even two. His C4 is gone, so he can't net a cheeky double with that. But BG Will hiding in classroom as well. BANO have misthrown this completely.
Yeah, I don't think they have any idea that he's here. Goes for the peek, and Elevate will completely ascend Vooz up to the heavens because he sends him back. But the kill here coming from Lunch. Okay, great trade. Down to a 4v3. Charles has not been spotted out yet, but maybe his opportunity has been given away. He's holding on to the hatch, which will give them lots of value and lots of positioning inside the site on meeting itself, and that will really help them out. The Rossi are trying to fight that kill on the Charles. Charles will get it onto him instead. The return has been thrown on here. Launch finding a triple on the round. He's got 15 seconds left to plant. He does have some time to get this stuck, but they have to know that they can collapse on him right now. Charles was up above. As he dropped down below, the spam, he's actually not going to get it, but he will in the end. A double from Charles, coming in late, waiting and waiting in the attic. They had no idea he was hiding there like a snake in the grass. Very sly, very, very nicely done from Charles. A third round for GAUR, and timeout called by BANO.
Yeah. You know, it's very funny. People say TT as a timeout, and I guess I'm part of that generation now. I'm old because TT is always the crying emoji. It always trips me up.
With an underscore in
yeah, but you know, yeah, this is a tactical timeout and very necessary indeed. GAUR have completed a full site rotation with barely any resistance. That was the closest round, a 2v1 right there. Otherwise, GAUR has been running away with it, and that quote-unquote close round was on the worst site that GAUR are comfortable playing. So it's not a good sign at all for BANO, because usually you'd think, okay, you can go 4-2 and you'd be quite okay. But right now, without, at least before this tactical timeout, BANO have not looked even remotely close to getting even a round based on a little bit of luck. GAUR are playing really disciplined, and BANO are making very critical mistakes, such as just misdroning things completely.
That is true. Looking a lot worse for wear here right now, BANO, than would have expected coming into a map like Oregon. And I don't know, maybe they've checked out, but it does seem like they're simply being outclassed right now by GAUR. It remains to see if that will continue on. If they can get 2 rounds here, I do think that this is certainly doable for them. 4-2, not too bad going to that defensive side here in Oregon. Certainly a doable game, certainly a winnable case. But BANO, they're going to have to step it up at some point. To let this get too out of hand, then this might be their final ticket home, their final train ride to go back and out of the Season 4 of Operational League. Those dreams crushed. BG will, the rest of GAUR playing on the basement once again. They're doing basically their standard setup that we have seen from them time and time again, but now today I really like the fact that they've kind of adjusted and extended here into meeting, placing those mute jammers. As soon as I saw in the early round that they were placing mute jammers up above, I knew there was something different, and this is really what they've been trying to do differently, I guess. While, meaning it's not the soft roof, it's not the soft floor downstairs, you still get some hatch control, and that is certainly going to be a huge plus, and I really like to see it from GAUR. A big, not maybe a big change-up, but at least an evolution of their defensive setup, which we have seen work to no avail last weekend, now making it happen.
Now, we have BANO sinking quite a fair bit. Tactical timeouts have worked pretty well in the past couple of games that we have seen, yesterday as well as the last week, and we saw some of the better teams, I would say, try to use the tactical timeouts a little bit more, because they seem to have a better idea of when to deploy that tactical timeout. But then, as I say that, I realized that Verv actually lost yesterday. So, yeah, Verv was one of the teams using tactical timeouts pretty well. I thought they used it to arrest the momentum of the other team and regain it for themselves. But no, let's see what success they have, because right now I'm seeing very good drones set up, and they're giving so much information. Even with the shadows, you can see BANO has a lot of idea of where these players are. The question is, are they going to be able to capitalize on this? Yesterday they were really good. They had early information and they pushed it and they got kills. But right now they're very tentative. I don't know if they're scared, perhaps.
Well, they have to realize that, the attic is open. Something they can use against them. The problem here is, even though they're finding this information, they're self-droning a lot. Like, Godmode's droning for himself, nobody's droning for him instead, so that information could be a bit delayed. Now here comes a push. Rossi here to back him on up. They're trying to take this meeting side, which for the most part they have given up and conceded by GAUR. Now this gives him a decent amount of time to work on the basement, but they have to get it going. Right now, a minute left on the clock isn't much to work with. That's a lot less than it might initially seem. But this will really help him out. Mute Jammer has been destroyed, but the drone has been stopped. Godmode trying to make his entryway proxy alarm destroyed, but the hold here coming on the Freezer side is going to be deadly. On the peak, he's very lucky he does not lose his life on that one. Fortunately, he is a Finka, but with the LMG, going to make quick work of Tapper. They're not expecting him in the rotation. Great sight lines being used here, and another kill coming from Godmode. That's a double. Completely go nuclear right now. But no, they are in a 5v2, heavily in their favor. This is looking like a gun round. Finally, a round going in the way of BANO. 1v5, and that is it. Godmode with a triple at the end of it, and BANO finally take their first round. We have a game on our hands.
Fantastic. That's exactly what you want to see after a tactical timeout. BANO used it clearly very well, and it doesn't seem like it was a particularly strategic issue that BANO had, because the way that they responded and the way that they've been playing so far in this Operation League, even last season, it has been very, very impressive indeed. So overall, it just seems like they were not woken up. They were missing some of the fundamentals, like, they were not communicating, they were not playing the roam clear as they have practiced. Maybe they're sleepy, maybe they're scared. Whatever the case, it does seem that it was that level of problem, and that's kind of, it's been one round, but it seems to have kind of been solved, which is why I agree with you. We have a game on our hands.
Although,
I don't think GAUR did too much wrong in that round, did they?
I don't think so either. I feel like BANO, honestly, they just hit their shots. They were quite fortunate on some peaks as well. Timing's working out their way. Players on GAUR just not landing it. And it did work out for BANO at the very end, but it's not a super convincing win. Even though it's a 5v1, I will concede that. Yes, it was a 5v1 at the end, but not as necessarily as decisive as one might have assumed for that type of scoreline near the end of it. But if they get another round here, then maybe they're going to start to turn this tune back their way. It's only going to be 2 rounds now of a deficit they have to come back into, and to get another one, bring it down to a single one. So here on the push, second floor, it was successful when GAUR did hold it early on in Vian. Now's BANO's chance to try and dismantle the second floor defense now that they've seen it first time round.
Oh, let's see. Mozzie catching a little bit of a drone somewhere, and iG.INT is going to use it to full advantage. That's not a good sign. Extra information being provided. That's the last thing that BANO need to give to GAUR. Extra information, and iG.INT's adaptation and a switch over to the Mozzie might just be the ticket, because if you look at the bans, which we actually didn't talk about, we kind of slipped on that, but Valkyrie has been banned out, so that limits the information that GAUR can gather, except through Mozzie or, for example, a Pulse. But a Pulse is more situational, he needs to be physically located, whereas a Valkyrie or even a Mozzie with captured drones can be off-site and still give lots of information. But as I say that, God mode, he finally is turning up. He was absolutely insane yesterday against Verv, and he's on 4 kills already, bringing himself back into the positive. Should still detonate and blow the hatch. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh no, it doesn't! It doesn't! Oh, that's a big miss for iG.INT, and that might actually cause him to die. He gets the pistol kill onto Roski, but he is traded out by Vooz. And man count advantage still stays in the favor of the attackers. Kill Charles shuts down and gets traded back.
He's very fortunate to get a kill at the very end of it before going down there, BG but 3v2 now in the favor of BANO. You see Spider Jaw, even though there's only 2 of them, he's trying to go and make a play for himself, maybe find one cheeky kill before falling back into white stairs. That's exactly what almost happens as God mode barely able to escape with his life, pieing the corner, and Spider Jaw is really fortunate to get back safely, but yeah, so is God mode. He's lucky he's a Finka to get himself back up to shape. Nade will not necessarily connect as solid as they might assume or wanted to. Try and nade him down from underneath, but the push is going to come on here. Spider Jaw getting that kill now on the low Finka. God mode has been taken down, and Vooz is going to try and spearhead this attack, but they've got a pretty solid position here. Great crossfire by them. The big window is where the last player will be on Robust, and he's going to vault on in, brings it down to a 1v1 here. He's got 4 seconds left. He has to push this. He does not know where he is. Time is ticking, and that is it. The round will go to GAUR by default as they stay alive, running down the clock. The sands have hollowed, and GAUR go up 4-1.
Oh, that was very, very close at the end over there. Very impressive attempt from BANO, but GAUR, I give credit to them as well. We have to. It was so important for them to hold on and break any potential chances of a comeback train happening, and that's exactly what they did. They were very close, and this is exactly what we expected. Not those the first 3 rounds of blowouts that we had. Close rounds, but GAUR, they took the advantage at the early stages, and now they're just looking to preserve it. And very important in terms of the grand scheme of things. Not quite. I'm not really speaking on in terms of strategy, really. But I like the fact that GAUR made some adaptations. They went up to the second floor for that defense, and they managed to hold on.
Final round here for GAUR and BANO of the half. And if BANO don't get this round, I honestly don't feel too good about their chances otherwise. They're going down here to the basement, which they've won once, they lost once. as BANO have been able to take that second time around that they played this site, round number 4. So GAUR, how are they going to change things up? Nothing too different as of the meantime. I'm expecting to set up once again on meeting, which has been getting them a lot better results than earlier in the season when they were just basically bunkering down on basement, but it doesn't seem to be as heavy of a meeting hold this time. Seemingly wanting to concede it, as the only kind of presence there is Tapper on the big tower stairs.
Roski, he's trying to get a good roam clear set up over here. He has taken a fair bit of control, and that's because GAUR are completely not interested in having an extensive roam this time around on the basement. Last time they tried it, we saw a little bit of a sketchy hold. Didn't quite work out for them. BG Will and the rest of his team, they seem to be turtling up on the site. I don't know if this is the right play. Seems like they're a little bit playing into their heads of wanting to preserve a 3-round advantage rather than taking it, pushing forward and taking it with their own 2 hands. It might work out if BANO are passive enough, but I think after the tactical timeout, that first 3 rounds BANO and the next 3 rounds BANO that we're seeing is going to be very different. You can see it's 1 minute 40 seconds left and they're already aggressing, and Charles is going to get taken out because God Mode has free reign here on the back stairs to send out his frag grenades.
Yeah, they've kind of honestly went back to their old ways here, GAUR, where they pretty much just all bunker down on the basement, and I don't think it's the right decision to do. It gives them so much more time to work with here, BANO on this attacking side, and this is what BANO want, honestly. This is the condition that they wanted to play in, and GAUR have just given up for free. So YD tried to chuck a nitro cell out there on the Vooz, the sledge, but doesn't work out for him. Taking more damage than he can even dish out. Doesn't even actually touch Vooz in terms of HP. Rossi trying to aggress here on this freezer side. Nothing to be given just yet, though. Luckily catches that Frostmat to maybe enable him on the drop, but he realizes that he's going to need Vooz to help him out on this push if they really want to take freezer right now.
Well, BG Will is going to help out his team. Vooz has no help. He gets taken down in a headshot. Spider Shell takes on Godmo. They're still holding down in blue. 30 seconds left, and BANO are pushing up here on site. It is looking a fair bit scary for them. Roski, he has information on where one player is. They can isolate him. But the thing is, Lunch can't go for the plant. He's going to go for the swing, win it out. BG Will gets taken down, and he's right up against the wall. Whitey answers back on the Roski, and that forces Lunch to fall off the plant. But he's going to reposition and stick it anyway. Tapper is going to swing wide. Lunch is getting smoked out, and he gets shut down by Tapper's hip fire. It's all up to Robust, but Spider Jowl swings up big, and it is a dominating 5-1 defensive half from GAUR. And let me remind you folks, this is a best of 1. GAUR are within 2 rounds of dumping BANO out. BANO were a top 4 team last season.
It really helped Tapper there to when he went to that freezer to secure the crossfire in the end. GAUR, even though they bunker down on the basement, even though it's something that we have seen work against them, it works out this time. Time ticking. BANO had good positions, but GAUR had even better ones and even better crossfires. So, great job by them making it work out, and they bring up their score, their lead, 5-1 now over BANO. A single one away from match point, and as he said, top 4 team last season, Season 3, Team BANO, the only representatives left of the Philippines. Well, they might just be going home in 2 rounds, but I have to believe that they're going to bring something into this. This is a map that they have picked against other teams. They did pick this against Renatus last night, although that was very heavily in the favor of Renatus even though so. But BANO,
Yeah.
they've got something up their sleeve, and now is the time to pull it on out, and they're going to the top floor to start things off. Maybe going to work their way down, stacking this ADSs and Wamai magnets. Lots of projectile denial. They got lots of plant denial as well with that smoke. No nitro cell on Malusi, opting for the camera instead, but curious to see how they will play this one out. Nothing too fancy. Pretty standard stuff you'd expect from BANO.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Well, it is going to be tough for GAUR because BANO the last 3 rounds have been close, okay? So even though it's been 2-1 in favor of GAUR, I think BANO can pull things back. They are on the defense. It is a favored side here on Oregon. And if they play their cards right, they have brought very good operators. So the idea is there, so if the execution is right, they can hold off. Lots of denial. They got a C4 on the side of the mute. They got 3 smoke canisters. They got a shield as well as the Malusi Banshees. And then the other 2 operators are bringing projectile denial. So it's a very well-rounded setup, and I think it just might be enough because Spider Giles even brought the Capital. The Wamai might be helping, but oh, it's going to be a rush plant behind the smoke, and the Banshees are going to be screaming Whiteys with the Gon 6 out. But BG Will and Charles are going to pick up the first 2 kills. This has been absolutely violent. Foos finally answers back. Robust answers back onto Whitey. The plant has been stopped in its tracks. Very important. And Charles is going to send out another of his adrenal surges. In 1 minute 45 seconds, we are down to a 3 versus 3. Slight control, crucially, still in the defender's hands.
Oh, this is looking very dangerous from Charles. He's going to simply vault on in. He's made his way into games, but they know where he is, taking some damage on that endeavor. Spider Jaw here can help him out, but Tapper's been taken down and out. Rossi, great frag from him, and now they're getting over eager. Foos will punish him 1v3, and somehow Team BANO bring the round back. The opening 2 kills went in the way of GAUR. BG Will, he was on that Amaru, and they were able to, get things to a 5 versus 3. But in that same chaos, in that conundrum, BANO proposed to them a very different problem because they were able to pretty much breathe and live in all that commotion, getting 2 kills for their way, stopping the plant from happening. It was being stuck a few seconds away from actually getting that plant down, but BANO, great job for them in the scramble to find some sense and some way to bring the round back. And after those initial 2 picks that they gave up, no more kills went in the way of GAUR. And with that diffuser dropped firmly into control there of BANO, it was very difficult for GAUR to kill on back, to get that round back. So 5-2, they've made it. This could potentially be the start of their uphill climb, their comeback here versus GAUR.
Very, very impressive, and I think some people might miss if you're watching and a little bit casual. You might miss the gravity of, I guess, of what they just did. Being able to respond to a rush like that, it's very difficult because there will be a lot of chaos in your comms. There will be a lot of chaos with the straight up utility that's being sent out. There were smoke grenades, there was a line scan, and there were track stingers as well that were deployed. And the fact that they lost 2 members at the start, it's so very hard to pull things back. But no, they held on strong, and they got the crucial 1 kill. Now, I don't know whether that was luck or whether that was accurate target prioritization, but they got the crucial kill on to the diffuser carrier, who was YB. And once that was stopped, they could breathe a little bit easy and then just dial it back, because they still had all of their defensive utility set up. They had the defensive positions that the attackers hadn't cleared out successfully enough. They weren't holding the flanks either. And that comeback was successful in that regard.
Very great response, as you said, from them. That's what you want to do, what you want to bring, and how you want to intercept something like that when the opponent is trying to basically claim supremacy and dominate you, end the round quickly. You gotta make them respect you a bit more, but no, I think that's just what they did. So you can expect a bit more methodical play here from GAUR. They tried it once for their opening round of the attacking half, but seeing that doesn't work, I doubt they're gonna try it anytime soon again. And that's exactly what BANO want them to do. Keep the game at a more, I guess, standard pace, something they can anticipate a bit easier. And now they know that GAUR are gonna actually, try and do something. In this case, opening the hatches is their first idea. Man, those double hard breach charges, now that, operators like Buck has them, that totally brings a very different aspect to how much they can actually do. And for them to have 2 of that, that's huge, honestly.
Yeah, 2 hard breach charges has slightly shifted the needle in terms of the options that you have. It's not a game changer, it's not some big sweeping change, but I think it's really important because it increases the viability of those operators who are just, you know, they were good, but they were just not great, and they might be in the great category now, but at the same time, not too overtuned. We take down to the last minute of this round, though. No kills gone out just yet. Charles preparing that soft wall, sending out his frag grenade. It is way too overcooked, and it's going to be detonating without too much. And the second one as well, even though it gets to the right place, Robust doesn't take too much damage at all.
Rotero drones opening things up here. Not really finding much though. They got a buck for this, but they don't really have much control. Bunker trying to be pushed in, and YD's going to get that opener there with the aforementioned buck. This is going to be a problem for them up front, but they got some flashes of burn making their way in through the bridge, and Godmode's going to find a kill. 4v4, BG Will brings it to a 4v3 in their favor. Here on the pillar, Godmode will swing to equalize a man disadvantage. He might not be able to expect as he gets it down, but not the kill. Spider Drawl getting that trade on him. C4 will not confirm it. Does get the kill on the down player on Charles. 2v2, but in a triple kill, it goes in his way. YD getting the round for GAUR, and they are now at match point 6-2.
Oh, that missed C4 hurts. That missed C4 really hurts. He sent it on the top of the shelving unit. You could see he hesitated because he knew it was not going to be enough. And Spider Jaw he'd essentially, you know, given up in that sense. He knew that he was going to die had the C4 connected. He didn't know exactly where the C4 was. But lucky for him, the C4 went off. He survived and he went right back to getting the diffuser plant. And, oh, just a little bit more forward momentum, and that clears the shelving unit. And this is why your dry runs are so important. It's not something that you really need to practice in a scrim. You just need to be able to do it consistently in a dry run, no matter what scenario. You need to build up that muscle memory, being able to clear the shelving unit. And unfortunately this time, he didn't. That hurts for BANO. And as you said, 4 match points for them to overcome.
They were very, very close of winning that round, but just doesn't go their way. Tried everything that they could on that swing their lunch, God Mode, but as much as God Mode has been performing, 9 kills on this man, 9 and 7 is his score. Second highest kills on the server, aside from Spider Jaw, the opposing side for GAUR on 10. YD close to 8. So, but no. It's a tall hill to climb. A large bill for their order. But they're going to have to do it somehow if they have any hopes of being further down in this lower bracket. Of performing and playing even more. Could be the final round of Rainbow Six Siege. You're going to see from Team BANO in this season. In the official circuit and potentially the year. Now BANO. This will be their final opportunity. Let's see what they're going to do with this. Defensive side from them. Basement once again to be held. Won the last round right prior by GAUR. And they're looking to take this and finally end it here on this round methodically.
It will be tough. It will be very, very, very tough for them to be able to hold on. GAUR have looked the better side even in these close rounds. They just have a little bit of an edge. They're making fewer mistakes, but BANO are slipping a little bit. Their high standards not quite so high today. I don't know whether that Renatus game really shook their confidence, but I was expecting them to come out swinging a little bit harder today, and they haven't. Those early 3 rounds, I think, may have dented that confidence further. They might have needed those early rounds to just prove to themselves that, yeah, you know, the Renatus thing was a one-off. Especially after having given Renatus such a good fight in the group stage. But right now, it just seems like their mental is chopped.
Tapper playing this meeting hatch Infian, and this, as he's deployed all his nades, he doesn't have much to work with aside from hot dropping. Robust will get a kill on YD. That's a huge kill here. And we saw YD, you know, on that buck entry into that blue bunker a while ago, get that opening kill, but now he's the first one to go down in retrospect. Very big contrast as well. Charles playing the door. He's pretty trapped out here, but this Rotero drone should give him some space to work with. He's playing with dangerous waters, and he goes down to Spider Jaw's RCXD. That's an XD, if anything. Negan's, I get the idea. I get the intention. Kind of catch him with the off timing, but bro. when you play with fire, you can expect to get burned. And in that case, it's a bomb. It blows up.
Bomb located by attackers.
Dude, you didn't have to go so close. The Jaeger had to back off anyway. It's a frag grenade radius. You just have to hold the hallway angle.
Attackers have located
He was so
the bomb.
eager for the kill, and unfortunately, that's a freebie given away. And one more goes in the favor of BANO. BANO are surviving. They are going to take this round surely, unless BG Will can do something crazy. No, he only gets one kill. BANO hold on now in the basement. It was a heartbreak round in the previous one for them. And now GAUR, after that slip up, maybe cluttered comms or something, they're going to call for a tactical timeout.
You know, to be fair, if he got that kill a lot quicker, it would have been fine. But the thing is, he committed to the fight, and he was thinking, I have to get this kill now, otherwise it's going to be a waste, otherwise I just throw myself away, and so I just have to commit to the kill, and that's what happens. But if he got that kill a lot earlier, like as soon as he peeked and he got almost instant headshot, then it would have been a lot more viable, and actually would have worked out for him to get that off timing. It would have been a big brain play, but the idea was there, execution was not. Well said, but not well done. So, GAUR 6-3, they call a timeout here, as Charles, you guys have seen. And BANO, they're slowly crawling back into this, but I don't know if it's going to last for too long. Basement, second time around, works out. They're going out towards the kids' dorms, which is the first site they picked a while ago. On their opening defensive round, it did not work out for them. This time, though, pulling out the alibi. Mute, Malusi, Wamai, Jaeger. Really, will they change up? Do have that basic core of Mute, Malusi, Wamai, and Jaeger, but this time, the alibi is really going to help him out. Not Flores, not being banned, so he's going to be coming to play. And BG Will picking the Blackbeard, which I think a very interesting pick, and maybe when Osa comes out in pro play, he might just be taking his spot.
Perhaps, but we've had a little bit of a discussion before, and yeah, there's no way Blackbeard was going to be a serious pick. Osa as well, it doesn't really fill me with much. Okay, wait, what? Really, Bishop? Yeah, he's committing. Okay.
Attackers need to
Nice.
locate
I
and
do
defuse
not
as many
understand at all the decision to go for Blackbeard. They're not gonna be having a rush plant this time around. There's no Capital, there's no Lion, there's no Gridlock. But Blackbeard? Please explain.
Well, second floor, lots of windows. Blackbeard can be good for contesting those. Although, not to the same extent that he might have been. Now that where it takes a lot of times a single bullet just to remove it, where in the past it might take 2 or 3,
seconds to go.
then it does kind of lose its value in that case. But, hey, still,
Seconds left.
one free bullet. How well it really worked, though, remains to be
Attackers are
seen.
moving out to
I'm a
locate
skeptic,
bomb
but
and defuse it.
a cautiously optimistic one. You can play him maybe on games window, hell, even on the big window, and that can certainly be a help to him. But as I was saying, I do think, Osa can have some play to be seen in pro coming into the next season, and I honestly feel like she'll be played a lot similar to how Blackbeard is played in pro. We do see it quite a lot in higher ranked games, but obviously they're not being officially for use in competitive. Remains to be seen for now. And he's got the DMR as well on Blackbeard, so okay.
Deploying my trump card. Throwing the bait. We are protected.
But no, you can see they are in good shape right now. They're holding steady on the second floor. Ready for another rush, of course, which is not coming. So they're going to default back to a more traditional setup. There are side holds from above down to below. Charles has created some more. He's going to send out a second frag grenade. It's not going to hit. It's far off from the yellow ping that he was actually directed to. But I think it's a better decision from him anyway. He has a good line of sight into anyone trying to bandit trick. And the wall is going to get successfully opened up by Whitey. He's got a nice little line of sight. Just about misses that defender crossing over. Could have gone a lot worse for the defense, but no, they're holding on strong. They haven't shipped any picks so far. 1 minute 30 still left in the round, though, for the attackers to do something. A nice Claymore, very smart Claymore. You don't always see it placed out. But when you're playing so aggressive in a region such as Southeast Asia, I think it's a good attempt to ward off any aggression.
Diffuser has been dropped.
6-3. Got some good time to work with here. Infian. Diffuser picked up and they got control of Trophy and Master. Will it be enough for them to actually get this plant off? Normally they try and storm into that games and maybe smoke it off, get the plant off, but knowing that there's so much still online for BANO, they got that nitrous out and knife plant for the meantime.
Flashbangs are gonna sail out, and you can see BG Will is gonna vault inside. He has that deployable shield. So not the deployable shield, that bullet shield. It's only gonna take 1 or 2 shots at the most, depending on what gun it is from. We have someone dropping down into the first floor, preparing for the C4. There's 2 members down below, and this defensive setup from BANO has proved out to be very good. BANO, they get 1 traded out as God mode. Spider responds though, manpower advantage in attacker's favor, but once again is brought back. The flank is coming in from the side of the Trophy. From below, the shotgun is gonna reign supreme. Lunch and Robust, they are not ready to let this go. And beautiful rotations from BANO. They had all the time in the world, they had all the comfort in the world to leave the site at a 3 versus 5 because they had the sight lines, no one had cleared them out from below, and they had C4s as well as options. Had that shotgun angle not worked out. Big misplays from GAUR. Too passive, too tentative.
Great job from BANO and from Lunch there to recognize that. Going down with a shotgun, playing it vertically and playing the game of Rainbow Six how it was meant to. 4-6, GAUR, their lead slowly being cut into, but we're going to see a first floor site to be held here by BANO. And this is a site that we have not seen from them yet in this series, for them to be playing on a first floor site in Oregon. Meaning, kitchen. We saw this held by GAUR, so for the meantime, nobody playing kitchen dining as of the moment yet. Remains to be seen if it'll work out for BANO. They win this, they have another opportunity to bring this into overtime, to either pick the basement or the top 4 sites. But GAUR right now, this could actually be where they end this, because meaning is not always the best side for the defenders. But they're going to have to make it work out somehow, BANO, and then some, even more so, afterwards. Will they extend vertically? It does seem to be the case, but not as much as I would initially honestly hope for. I don't really see much mute jammers being placed up above, which is where, honestly, I would prefer teams to place it, but will they actually bunker and anchor down on the site itself? Remains to be seen. The only roam so far is going to be God mode, and I assume Vooz will kind of flex into that as well.
Six to 4, BANO are slowly bringing this back. Had that 1 round on the basement, for example, maybe shifted the C4 location a little bit, we might be at a 5-5 and heading to definite round 12. Still might get to round 12 and still might get to overtime from there. Because as I said, even when it was 5-1, BANO are on this favored defense. And the second half of the first half, so really the second quarter of this game, they were looking very punchy indeed. But I don't know what it is for GAUR. They get the opening pick, but once again it's a team kill. Spider takes out his own member, BG Will, but a beautiful frag grenade from Charles keeps the advantage in the attackers. It should have been 2-man advantage, but it's only going to be 1. So they're still at risk of losing this out.
Hey, you take what you can. So, I'm sure they're going to be fine with at least getting that consolation 4v3. BG Will, though, maybe not as happy. Robust, in this case. He's going to be holding up top, up above. All he sees from a castle, but once you place down your gadgets, don't necessarily need to be in sight anymore. Trying to roam on here. A very difficult fight for him to win, but he still gets the kill on the Spider Jaw. We should have had that fight up close against the UMP. Let's get the kill here onto Robust finally to bring down 3-2. Still maintain that man advantage as they trade out every single kill that BANO have found. But the minute left on the clock is still a decent amount of time for GAUR to work with, and BANO single kill will equalize things here. So if Vooz or Lunch can go for a small cheeky peek that maybe GAUR are not going to expect, then they can equalize this up and even win the round, extend us into the final round of regulation. But they're going to need to bring it here right now with 40 seconds left remaining.
Very scary prospects right now. This is the tertiary bomb site, and BANO are looking a little bit shaky at this point. They don't have mankind advantage, but GAUR are allowing them to grow into this because it's counting down. It's 20 seconds right now, and Tapper and YD, they are ready to trade each other out. They know that the angles are being held, however, and they're going to go to the right side, which is a little bit more defensible, but Lunch is just hiding behind. YD's getting the plant down. The drop comes in. Oh, unfortunately, Lunch can't control the recoil on the SMG-11. It's all up to Vooz. He's on the flank, but the diffuser is set and ready. Vooz needs to pick his fights very carefully, take the 1v1s, takes down one drone. Doesn't know perfect information. There is a red ping, but he doesn't know where exactly that player on rear stage is. He has vague information, but his pre-fire is just giving away his own angle. And it does seem that GAUR have the idea of where he's approaching from. They hear him. They send out some pre-fires over to his side. Vooz, what can he do? He takes a lot of damage. Child, it's possible. 1 versus 1. He goes for the pistol swing, and he's gonna stick the defuse. He doesn't have much time, and he's lost the round. He goes off. That's a bad decision, and YD's gonna come around the corner and knife him in the face. Unfortunately, didn't quite commit to the swings as quickly as he needed to. That was winnable, but it's gonna be heartbreak for BANO. They are out 7-4.
The last representatives of the Philippines here in the Season 4 of Operation League, a top 4 team, has been eliminated. One of the first here in our playoffs here now, day 2. 12 kills on God Mode, 10 on YD, and 11 on Spider Jaw. In the end, he had to stick the defuse, otherwise it would have been a done game. Cannot get off of the diffuser anymore, and that was it. Game done, sealed, best of 1, and they go home. Very unfortunate for the side of BANO. They almost had a chance there. Maybe if Godmode went to the right side of that banana, he would have been able to split things up, but who knows? It is all in hindsight 2020, as we like to say. But that is map number 1 done. The only map of this series. We're going to be going over to the next elimination match, another best of 1 right after the break. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Infian. We'll see you guys here. We're going to be back.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kind of hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
to me, can't get enough. Come leave it up. Sabbath get better when I turn it up. Come give it to me right. Then fall in love. We're super god, boy, just turn it up. Can't get enough. Can't get enough.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kind of hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why do these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
And welcome back here to the Operation League. I am Black and Blue, and with me is Infinite Ewok once more. Seems to have been paused in time, but he's gonna come back, don't worry about that. We got the games going. We saw BANO versus GAUR a while ago, then they got eliminated in that match. We're gonna have another elimination match. I'm following up on this in just a second. Do not worry, because we're going to get Infinite back on here. But we had one best of one. We're going to have another best of one to continue on between these two teams. Now, Nut and Verv, two of the teams that really were high performers during the group stages, enjoying their own respective qualifiers. And now they are here, both facing eliminations. Their final opportunity. Infinite, are you here with me? I'm not too sure if he is yet. He's stuck in time. Don't worry, guys. He's a Speed Force user. He can run through time and he'll get back here in just in the nick of time. But for the meantime, we will be playing Villa to open up and potentially close this series on out. It's going to be a best of one. Only a single map to be played by both of these teams. Team Verv versus No Use Talking. Opening ban on a map like Villa. Thatcher, not too unexpected.
Hello.
Oh, he is there.
I am here. I'm back. I was having technical difficulties. My computer crashed just as we were about to get back into goddamn technology, huh?
Yeah. Sometimes makes your life easier, at the same time harder.
Well, can Nut make Verv's life harder? Or is Verv going to be dumping the second place team out right here in the lower bracket very early? It's going to be quite a surprise. We already lost BANO, one of the top 4 teams from last season. Verv was top 4 as well. So one of these two are going to be going home. For No Use Talking's benefit, though, they have already qualified for the Southeast Asian Championship. So this season is really for pride and for money, and to get ready for the C Championship. No Use Talking took a tough loss yesterday to Invictus.
Well, No Use Talking. It certainly wasn't the kind of performance we were expecting from them, but at the same time, they were going up against, Invictus. So, hell, I mean, at that point, it kind of makes sense. But No Use Talking, yeah. Final opportunity, Team Verv as well. Both of these teams have gotten decently far. Last time around, we saw them, but they're both potentially facing elimination here in the first round of the lower bracket of the playoffs, and this is not something either team wants to be in, but they're going to try their darndest to get out of this hole. Goyo to be picked by Envid, Enlo on that iG.INT as well. Smoke will mine, nothing too fancy, with the Jaeger being 6th picked in for Nopi. Finka pulled out here on Villa, curiously enough, as Jackal and Thatcher have both been banned. Seems like they want to go for a more aggressive approach. I am curious to see that they switch out the Rotaro drones for a different kind of drone, the Twitch drone instead.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Well, first round, we are going to Villa. I'm very excited for Villa. Very thankful for it, too. We have not seen that much diversity in the map that we have been playing here in the Operation League. That makes me a little bit sad. It's mostly been Oregon, Clubhouse, Cafe, and a bunch of other maps. Maybe a coastline here or there, but really not that much. If you look at the statistics so far, Oregon's number 1, tied with Clubhouse, 12 Oregon picks. Then number 2 is Chalet with 10. Number 3 is Cafe with 7. And then it just drops way off. Villa has 4, Bank has 4, and only 1 coastline. We saw that yesterday.
Well,
They hate Villa here.
yeah, I
Second
mean,
most
it's a
banned.
very execute-heavy, very coordinated map. It has to be, especially on the attacking side. Can be a bit more defender-sided than most maps as well, but hey, I love to see it. It's honestly one of my favorite maps, personally, in ranked play with a decent stack. But here we go on, continuing. Enough about us, more about them. It's the only map we're going to be seeing from these two teams to be playing against each other here, finally, in the playoffs. And it seems like initially the Tramp put some pressure on the study side, and the rest of the push is coming towards that library, rather the master bedroom side. Typically, on those kind of executes, you kind of have a 3-2, 3 towards master, 2 towards study. But why Zera cuts that number down to just 4 players remaining? For the Finken to go down early is not a good sign for Verv.
Yeah, look, Verv are a very good team! Oh, but right now, No Use Talking are expressing themselves really well. Envied with a bit of a foolhardy push, fully exposed down the main hallway on the first floor. They are still trying to find Ysera, I believe. But I think Ysera's gone from that first floor. He's somehow made his way away. Escaped back onto the site. We have half the round left. It's a 3 versus 4. And Mizu, once again, he loves the 417 over here on the Twitch. But I don't know whether, you know, in the closer range engagements you want that 3x scope. Someone's in the basement. That might be Ysera. He's coming up and he's gonna get this kill. It's Enlo, actually. Mizu goes down 2 versus 4. He goes back down just as quickly as he came up.
Vexian, nicely done. At the very least to get that kill, no P. He brings it down to a 2v3. This is doable. With him being on the Sophia, we know he certainly has what it takes to bring the heat here and can potentially melt this defense down. Milkman coming up to support him, being wary of this bedroom side, but little do they know it's, for the most part, clear. Nobody really hanging around here, coming from No Use Talking. They're all within the site. Just want to make sure, but on that peak, coming from the landing, why Sarah getting that kill, going for the aggression, and great anticipation for him to realize the timings on that were not in the favor of Milkman. It's all on the Vexian this time. He's a Sophia. Burns that shield down at the end of the classical hall, but he has a lot to work with here. Enlo will shut him down finally, though at the end. There's No Use Talking. A very clean defensive opening round to start off this map.
Lovely. Good start on the defensive side at Villa, and, you know, it's really interesting to see the way that Verv approached this. They're very one-dimensional of sorts in their approach. They went down to the first floor, and then they're like, okay, we're gonna do a split push. We're gonna push up main stairs. We're gonna push up red stairs, and that's it. You know, there was not really an attempt to clear from the bedroom, from Trophy Stats side. Not really any pressure onto study. It was really easy for No Use Talking to deal with. They didn't really push the defenders much. Verv can do better. We've seen them do better in the past. So I do hope that there will be some changes to how they approach things. Maybe this was like a tester round to kind of feel things out. But now that we're attacking onto Trophy and Stack, where it's a little bit easier to go Route 1 straight up direct from the bedroom onto the site.
Going now to the other second floor site for No Use Talking. This trophy and statuary is something maybe Verv might be a bit more comfortable taking. We did see them kind of have a bedroom-sided push a while ago, while sending Vexian down south underneath toward from that study side and Vexian to follow suit. But we are seeing a bit of an extension here, downwards, coming from the side of No Use Talking. You don't always see this for them to extend in the kitchen on the defensive side, but let's see what they're going to bring about this. We also got some reinforcements here towards that study classical side to let them roam a bit further. And wouldn't be surprised if they're really going to try and hold as much of the map as they can.
Now, pushing in, there's a little bit of droning going on inside of dining. They're gonna find this Kaid roaming. The Kaid is unawares. He fell off the angle, so he didn't see the drone come in and give away his position. Shadows is gonna try and find another one. He sees the hatch open as well, and he's gonna be very wary as he pushes in, but they want this kill onto the Kaid. He is being supported by a Goyo, but Enlo's backed off. So Nopi's alone right now. A C4 is going to detonate from Enlo. It is going to open up a hole, I think, for him to look into the vault in. And nothing more. It's not meant to be a kill. And that is going to put Verv off just enough because they're going to fall off this push. And I think that is an unwise decision because they're losing drones. They're losing time. And the Kaid, that was freebie. He's been bolstered now by that Goyo.
Those Goyo shields are something that will propose a problem early on, but if Verv can melt them quickly enough, then shouldn't propose that big of a problem in the end of it. Still is other shields you have to deal with, like the one on King Base. So they got 3 in total to burn. Should be a lot of utility to be burned here on the side of Verv. They take control of the bedroom side and of the bathroom as well. He's holding that blue stairs down, and Astro stairs shall be confirmed on the kill with Ysera going down. Mizu has to realize there is more here. They can't drone on out, but will he expect a second one? That Nitro Cell is very fortunate for Mizu. It doesn't land, but up close, Keenpy with the shotty up close. They double peek him, and they get the kill. Almost lining up, but they get a trade anyways. Oh, Envy, he gets a kill here. Rainies as well, finding one of his own. He's kind of getting delayed downstairs on towards kitchen. Honestly, at this point in time, I don't think it's out of question, especially as Milkman gets the kill, for him to just give it up, go back up to the top of the site, and, you know, let the defenders retake from outside. It can be working more better, but Nopi's going to get that kill. And now they have control of the diffuser, realizing he has to look towards the back, and that's exactly what he was being pinging there for Keenpy. Vexing gets that kill. Nopi playing this really close, able to get the down. It's a 1v1. He knows the information is there, but Vexian still gets the kill and the round for No Use Talking Nut. Equalize the series, rather the game, the map here, 1-1. Very nicely done. That is the round by No Use Talking to tie things up. Seems like Infian has left for a bit. We'll wait for him to come on back, folks, far and wide. But Verv, yeah, they tie the game on up here, 1-1. They have made it. Vexian, very good clutch from him. Valiant effort, though, coming from Nopi there in the end. You can see he was telling Keenpy, hey, bro, look the other way. We could get swung. It's exactly what happens. Who knows? If Keenpy got the kill on Vexian, then could have been a done round. Could have been a 2-0 in favor of No Use Talking. Hindsight is 2020. For the meantime, that is not, well, we're going to see, nor the year we're going to be. Verv. Playing the sledge again. Lots of soft destruct on their side. No Zofia this time. They're going to be pulling out the sledge. Instead, giving them more frag grenades to use, as they now got 4. Do not have the concuss. And that lifeline launcher with the impacts, it's also something to note. But they got the buck for that long range soft destruct, and they got some nades as well for destroying that bulletproof utility that might be placed scattered throughout the site. We're going back here towards statuary and trophy. The only trophy they're going to want to lift high up above their heads here for either of these teams is the season 4 championship, but this is their final opportunity to even get anywhere close to that. Master bedroom is not fully reinforced from the looks of it, but maybe when we get a different angle, we can see if it was reinforced from the inside, or rather from the outside. Okay, they finally do close it up. Nothing too different here. Standard stuff. We can expect maybe kind of a southern side push from Verv here. Maybe going for a split. Maybe 3 towards bedroom, rather 3 towards the study, and 2 towards bedroom. That's kind of what it's looking like here. Typically on these split pushes, you kind of want to commit, more players to wherever there would be a farther clear. Infian is back with us, ladies and gentlemen.
I am. Yes, I am. And really excited to see a split push come in. Verv did well to get that round previously. And if they can get a second one here, because Nopi is once again on an island here. Enlo supporting him again, but this time he's won the on the Ella. It's not the best operator you want to be playing after her nerves, but that Grismo mine that you just heard detonate, it could help deter Verv just enough. Agoyo maybe not quite having that same close range firepower, especially to fight off this Finka that's pushing in with the LMG. Rainy's gonna prep a frag grenade though, and Nopi might be paying the price. He's gonna get away with it, no damage whatsoever.
Attackers have dropped the
Okay,
bomb.
so
Attackers have
1-1,
recovered
nades not necessarily connecting. He's to 1 minute and a half left remaining. Nade, second follow-up, would tag Enlo up a bit, but not as much damage as they might have otherwise wanted. Vexian, he's gonna face some resistance as he tries to push on in here, because Nopi on that Kaid is going to try and stop them in their tracks and get a kill. Great shot by him. A double coming from Nopi, living up to his name. They wanted to go into the kitchen, and he tells him, nope, I am here. You shall not pass.
Nope, you're not entering the kitchen. Doesn't even take that much damage, just about 25 HP's worth, maybe 30, and just completely doubled this Verv attack. He still has a C4 that he can play with from below if the attackers, as if his teammates can give information on the attackers. Shutters, he's at full health alongside Mizu. Milkman might be able to recover some HP a little bit, but he's going to lose it instead. Trying to push in. The buck is on this second floor when he really should have been on the first, instead helping player out. But I guess if you send 2 members against Nopi and you still lose, what good will sending a buck down there do as well? Shouters, he's going to lose a gunfight. He was going to be blinded anyway. Mizu gets blinded instead. Enlo finishes off Milkman. 1 cleanup kill for Mizu, but Envy is going to wide swing him, and no use talking back in the lead.
Great job by No Use Talking to get that round, and especially there coming from Nopi inside the kitchen. It's like, hey, there's too many cooks in it right now. Get out. The food is raw. I'm gonna take it for me. Nopi telling them, nope, you can't enter. Verv can still tie this on up, and we're going back to Aviator Endgames, which, to be fair, is a site that Verv did win. Rather, is a site that they almost won earlier on in the first round, but you're able to win the second, which was on Statuary and Trophy. This time, though, No Use Talking trying their luck once more. We have yet to see a kitchen and dining site being picked here on Villa from No Use Talking, at least in this opening half. But it might change soon if this site doesn't work out a second time around. Team Verv, once again, they have the sledge, but this time, when they switched out a while ago, the Zofia for a sledge, now this time they swap out the buck for a Zophie back in return. Everything else was standard Vexian Twitch. Milkman on that ace, nothing too fancy, with a Finka on Rainies. Double stack of that projectile utility. Nile from the Nopi and Yasera here, who have been coming in okay, but it's been a pretty spread out game for No Use Talking if you look at their scoreboard for the meantime. Not as top heavy in terms of the kills as Team Verv might be with 5 kills on Vexian, but hey, they'll take the rounds, and they'll take that the fact that they're up 2-1 hurt currently in the map. They got these Goyo shields to further happen the time and have more staying power for the defensive round.
Clean P using the shotgun itself to create those holes. He doesn't really have the time. Can't venture down those stairs to melee it as you usually would. Oh, but that's a nice little spot from Vexian with the Twitch drone now that has unlimited range. Of course, the new Twitch drone can jump as well. It doesn't do damage though. That's the trade-off that's been made, and it's really brought Twitch back into the meta. You see so much more Twitch now, and she's not a fragging force like she was back in the day. I sound very old right now, but it really was one of the best fragging operators with the F2. Now she's more of a support role, and the Twitch drones are a lot more central to her kit than that F2, and I love to see that.
Well, we have to find out for ourselves if that is exactly going to happen. Rainies, as of the moment, clearing his way in the bathroom, but it's going to be Enlo to find that opening pick. As Mizi goes down, Zofia. That's a big gun to take off here to start off the round, and Verv looking a bit shaken from that. You can tell that they've kind of had to slow the pace down because of that. Trying to drone on that. I don't see much droning. I see lots of guns around, but not much droning. Now they finally realize that as well. Using the drones here to just make sure quickly clear everything. Takes a lot less time if you actually take the drones over just dry peeking stuff a lot of the times, so you can just be sure that there's no one around the corner, and less risky too. So no nitro cells underneath, just to make sure exactly. But there is a player there on the main stairs. That's something that Renatus, I think, is going to try and check on out. He might just be facing crossfire here, though, because they've got a pretty good, solid one. Enlo down below. This nade will try and flush Nopi out, but on the swing comes Enlo on that mute. And a great kill from him. Anticipation and realizing and recognizing that opportunity.
Oh, what a smoke. What a smoke. It forces two players out. Milkman's in an awful spot and with no cover whatsoever. And Keenpee's going to swing him and take him down. Nopi gets a second for himself. Vexian's off the board. Make that a third. Flawless round for No Use Talking. And it is No Use Talking. We're up 3-1 and they're looking good value for their lead. And a little bit of a statistical journey here. On Villa, here in Operation League Season 4, it's been only 35% defensive win rate. Okay, so that's pretty dang low. 17 rounds have been played, only 6 of them have been won by the attack.
That's very interesting. I would have expected it to be the other way around, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah, right?
Villa
It's
attacker side
weird.
mapping C confirmed?
I don't know, because if you apply 35.3% to 6 rounds for like a half, right? That means you would only expect on average, the defense to win 2.1 rounds. So basically 2 rounds. So No Use Talking has bettered the average somehow. And they are looking pretty good for actually making it 4. So it's odd, very odd right now.
Part of me honestly kind of feels like, well, they're doing a pretty good job here, to be quite honest. No Use Talking. I don't see too, I guess, comfortability from Verv on playing attack here on Villa. It can be a very daunting task to play attack on Villa. One of the most intimidating maps to be on the attacking side on because of just how, widespread and sprawling it is, and that's why roamers can be such a big problem. And for the fact that Jackal is banned quite often here in Villa, even rings true for that theory even more so. And if they try and go for full map clears here, they're just simply going to run out of time. I think Villa is one of the type of maps where, to be honest, you don't need the entire map control. Kind of like Theme Park, where having a Nomad, having a Gridlock, and just being diligent with watching your anti-flanks as you're moving and progressing throughout your destination is honestly one of the better ways I'd like teams to play this. For you to just, go towards the objective and just be diligent about clearing anything else and making sure your flanks aren't being, basically flanks. So having a Nomad and being diligent and being disciplined as a team does help in that endeavor. But when you're playing against a site here like Kitchen, you kind of need that top floor control because you know that No Use Talking are going to utilize that.
Bomb located by attackers.
A little bit of a burst of a shot, I think. Nearly came his way. Here are the shots from Enlo being fired off. Very close to Vexian, not too sure where that was, but Enlo is going to get found and taken out by Mizu. And they are getting that top front control. I think it's pretty much all theirs. As long as they clear out successfully this pulse and the other defensive side member from No Use Talking that is on the south side.
Well, they might be coming from the south. I don't doubt that they do not want to continue this map going down south for them. They do have that top floor control, so they can play things vertically right now, just making sure Astro isn't being held. They do have a sledge, but
there we go.
A great nitro cell from him from down under. How did he even anticipate that? Did they have information? Oh, he is a pulse, and of course, greatly done from him, or at least has a pulse.
Of course,
with
he
him.
wins this.
He gets the kill as well. 1v3. Milkman has to deliver the package, but he is trapped. The Ela, the Grismot will concuss him, and Keenpee is right there to swing.
Well, Ysera channeling his inner Luna Metal in that round. Luna Metal, of course, his former captain and teammate, and still a good friend. They used to play a lot of Villa, did Aerowolf, and they used to play a lot of Pulse here on Villa. And it's clear that he's picked up some tips because that was straight out of the Aerowolf playbook. excellent use of the information, excellent C4. And on Villa, a lot of times, if you're not expecting a pulse, you will get caught out very easily by a C4 like Ysera sent out. It's so hard for you to constantly keep moving because so much off the floor, it is destructible.
Attackers need to locate and
Certainly
defuse bombs.
so, and he was very, very good on getting that kill as well. That was a huge pickoff. You saw that as soon as he got the kill there, it pretty much just spiraled out of control heavily in the favor of No Use Talking. Now they're going into the final round of this half. 4-1. This is honestly looking like a pretty similar story to what we saw a while ago in Oregon between BANO and GAUR, where they go 4-1 in the half, and then maybe win the second or the final round of this before going to the second half. So if Verv can bring this 4-2, definitely once again, I'm gonna say it's very doable, especially on the defensive side here on a map like Villa. I do think that for teams who aren't as, I guess, comfortable playing on Villa in general, they'd rather play on the defensive side because attack can be very daunting, and you have seen them kind of getting lost time and time again here, Verv on their attacks. So this is a round that they sorely need, but if not, I don't think all hope is gone just yet.
I'm out! Doorway secured!
Shot is 0 kills so far from him. He's not had the impact. Yesterday, he was absolutely on fire, really doing very well so far. Verv's much vaunted early aggression that I've talked about hasn't really come to the fore. Envy gets taken out though. Nopi trades back onto Rainies elsewhere. There is one more member who Mizu is going to get into an engagement with. Nopi is the man to receive 7 kills for him. But yeah, Verv haven't been able to impress in the early game, in the early map. And in fact, this is not only the early map, it is the only map.
Only map here that they will be playing, and Vexian, he gets immediately traded out after getting a kill. Nopi has been the chef of the kitchen time and time again, holding on to that position. They've been struggling to force them out, but it is looking better for them. Bring it down to 3v3, and why Sarah had no idea that Mizu would be there. Why would you even expect someone to be on the far end, on the corner of that? Spots a proxy, gets that destroyed. They now have man advantage. So Verv looking in a good position to potentially secure this round, especially if they can get the kill on Nopi. And that they will do. Nopi, what is he doing? Just checking that without even aiming. And that will be a kill. A triple now for Mizu. Talk about support players. Well, they can frag out to you. And that is what Mizu will do. No use talking. They lose the round, and Verv taking it 2-4. Still in the favor of No Use Talking, but now they're on the defensive side. And they are within reaching distance of this lead.
4-2 half. Normally, we would say this is like, par for the course. This is defensive sided map. And on the defense, of course, you expect and you want to have at least 4. And that's what No Use Talking has gotten. But you would also say, conversely, Verv could do the same and we could push it to OT at least, if not something even better. But again, let's go back to those statistics. 65% attacker win rate on this map in the Operation League Season 4. Out of 17 rounds, 11 went to the attack, only 6 went to the defense. So by that metric, we would have expected No Use Talking to, quote-unquote, only get 2 rounds. But they got 4. So, not too sure whether, it's not really a trend that you can go off of. It's only 17 rounds. But it's a fun little statistic to trot out without taking it too seriously. Because if it's true, if it is representative, then No Use Talking have pretty much already won this.
I'm pretty sure the only number that Verv want to concern themselves with, though, as of the moment, is 2-4. And that is the score up at hand. Not too far out of reach, no matter what numbers might suggest. I'm sure the results would speak for themselves here. No Use Talking, rather do the same as well. Cannot get complacent in this one, and You got the, once again, projectile denial, and even more so because of the Aruni here. I like the pick for Vexian to go on this Mozzie. I really do think is a pretty strong pick, especially when you don't have a Valkyrie on your side. We saw the value of that a while ago on Oregon when Valkyrie was banned, and they had, well, a Mozzie as well to accompany it. So, you like that pick. Rotero drones and this replicator on Ricera. It's also going to be a pretty huge thing.
Well, Envy trying to find an entry kill here. And while we have this lull, I just want to point out, I just went to go have a look. Who was the one playing those 17 rounds? And just want to say, both of those Villa maps were played by Desolate, and they lost that 7-1 and 7-2. So let's not really take those as representative, because Desolate were pretty shocking. They went 0-3. They didn't even get a single point. Their round differential was minus 32 in Group A. So yeah, maybe 4-2. It's more what we should be expecting. So this is the first Villa we're seeing that Desolate did not play.
Well, at least we've got some context to back up those numbers, but thank you for that, Infian. Now we can put some rhyme to this madness. Renatus gets a kill though, letting it pour. Envied here, trying to entry onto it. Skinnp is going to be the one to get the trade, at the very least, on Renatus to shut him down from holding. Still in the hallway. This now allows him to try and push forward towards the landing. They should have control of, but 90 being firmly held here by Team Verv. I think that's going to be Milkman playing that corner. It should be, in this case, that Jaeger to challenge it. Like Sarah. If you're trying to challenge this, nobody playing that 90 window. Envy should be on that typically, if we're going by the book, to be on that 90 window before he even tries to peek out to really secure control and pressure it. But we'll be running out of time if they try and do anything too fancy as of the moment. 35 seconds left on clock and ticking. And they know they have to step on the gas pedal here.
Well, Envy is making his way down 90 now. And he's going to back off a little bit after destroying that. Nearly flicks onto his own teammate after destroying the barbed wire. He's waiting for the push, and it finally came out, but he wasn't exactly ready for it. Milkman's very low, but so is Envy. It's going to be a two-man push down. One coming across 90. Milkman's prone. He gets that kill. 3 versus 3. Enlo's inside of sight, but Shouters with the shotgun blasts his face away. Ysera trades onto Milkman, and it's now all up to him to hold on. 2 members left. He's going to smoke out Keenp. Is Keenp going to be able to survive? He's losing a lot of HP, surely, but he's going to get down. So is Ysera. Not successful, but it doesn't matter. It is a triple kill for Shutters. An important recovery for Verv on their way to bring this closer to a tight scoreline.
He had to stick the plant. There was no more hope for him. Let go of it. You die. You lose the round. You die. In any case, you lose. So, very nicely done there. And that's exactly why you bring a smoke for those moments where he's alive late into the round, clutch opportunity, and the longer you hold on to those smoke canisters, those toxic baits, they are going to get even more influential and powerful as time ticks down. Every second taken off of the clock is a point to make that smoke canister stronger. So very nicely done. Mozzie here in the Vexian. You like what he was showing as well. Rainey's an ample job of extending and holding them back. Even though he was the first one to go down, here's also one of the first things that they did right in that round to really try and, contest and resist here the attack from the side of No Use Talking. Team Verv within a single round, though, of tying things up. And we're going to the other second floor site here now on Trophy and Statuary. So, nothing too fancy. He's looking for the beaten time, but you got lots of soft destruction, I will say, Infian, on No Use Talking side. Look at this. Sophia, Ash. You got the Yana as well. Lots of things to go kaboom.
Well, hopefully we get a game in our hands, and No Use Talking are able to provide one on the attack rather than a little bit of a rollover as we sometimes see. They came close on their AVG attack. Just was, as you said, Black and Blue, a little bit slow. This time around, that's what they have to work on. Gotta be a little bit more decisive in taking engagements. Gotta be faster with your droning. Your entry drones that like Keenp is sending out, they need to be followed up by someone. Can't just send your drones in and then just hope for the best. For example, they spot out this Mozzie. They spotted this Mozzie in the hallway, and Vexion just is not pressured after that. They have the information, but by the time someone gets nearby, it becomes stale, and that is a big inefficiency factor.
That is true, but well, I'm curious, how Vexion will play this Mozzie. When you play that Mozzie, you have basically two generic playstyles you can kind of go between and around. Either you play for the information, which is, you take some drones when you can early on in even the preparation phase, or you play for drone denial, not letting them entry. If they do, they're going to have to burn a drone to do that. And for that to destroy most drones you see at the early stages of the round, and then place them later on to deny a specific area, not let those drones come on in. So he's been kind of flexing between both. I think he does have a drone captured, at the very least, to use in the round, but the line scan doesn't get them much. No use talking. They're at the hump here. They're at the hurdle. Try and get over.
Sarah is going to get rid of some utility on the window, but he's not going to find any picks. Instead, it's going to be Envy who finds the first one onto Mizu. And Mizu is absolutely shell-shocked at the way he's died. Must have been crazy shot. I wish we get to see it maybe from Envy's perspective later on his Twitter, perhaps. But Mizu being off the ball, not a good sign for Team Verv. And they are getting pressured a little bit. Enlo gets one more onto Rainies. That's a big one. The one might have been spotted out a fair while ago. Nope, pounds onto Milkman. Shadows gets taken now. It's all exploded. It's all up to Vexion. He's still holding here on the red stairs. He might get one. Yes, he will. But now his position is given away, and he's going to be frozen in place. No use talking, needs to get the diffuser down, and that's exactly what Team P will try. A lot of members are going to be pressuring Vexion and chasing him away. Diffuser's down, Ysera takes the final kill. No use talking, back with a 2-round cushion, 5-3, and they're 2 rounds away from continuing their journey in the Operation League.
They are within reaching distance of it. No use talking. Single one will bring him to match point, but Verv have been looking a bit better now on the defensive side than they did their attack. They lose that one, but they did a good job of bringing the time down. Once the minute was remaining, though, no use talking, turned it up a gear, and it seems like Verv could not keep up. So Vexion now switching from the Mozzie to a Vigil. I like it. No Jackal here to hunt him out. Lion directly countered by that Vigil. And with that, he's looking to make a play. Anytime you see a Vigil pick, you're basically seeing someone go, all right, I'm going to put some weight on my shoulders. I'm going to make a play. I'm going to waste some time and potentially get some kills by doing that as well. So, Vigil mains everywhere rejoice. I know I am. The Lion, iG.INT, Ysera. Same exact thing that we saw a while ago. Same exact composition for no use talking. And same exact site they're going to be taking.
Well, I think this site is a little bit weak for Verv, specifically. Not a weak site, but weak for Verv, particularly because of the fact that they can't really exert too much map control in the way that they hold it. They put a lot of members on site, and as you said, that Vigil pick is probably to try and eke out some of the control, but a Vigil is good as a roamer, but he can't influence happenings on site. So for example, if those site players get pushed, they will still be in trouble because the Vigil has to come up the stairs, and that's a problem that Verv faced. They couldn't hold on to site. When No Use Talking had all the information and all the setup done, they just swung the members.
For sure, but sometimes those late round rotations back in the site when, the team might least expect it is what exactly you need to do as a Vigil to get it done in the late round. And his mere presence, the unknowingty, the knowledge, the denial of that knowledge, uncertainty is going to be something that they're going to be having to look over their shoulder once and over. As Envy gets taken down here by Reigns, it's very big. I'm not too sure they have really any notion of where Vexion is playing as of the moment. Reigns is taking some damage, but he does get eventually killed here. Bit too eager on that peak, and Enlo will punish him.
Nopi pushing in. He has some information, but Vexion, oh, as you said, he is putting the responsibility on his own shoulders. That's kill number 8 for him and puts the man-cut advantage back in Verv. No trades, no one cutting him off from the rotate as well. So poor form from No Use Talking, and really something that I would expect a lot better from someone, from a team that has someone like Ysera on board. They really need to be he really needs to be impressing upon his teammates that, look, you know, you have to push this 2-man, you have to play for the trade, you have to cut him off at the very least, because they're going to try and fall off. And if he doesn't fall off, that means you need to apply the double push, or etc, etc. None of that's happening here, and Vexion gets away with a free kill.
Could be easier said than done. That's what the visual brings you, you know. He can be anywhere at any moment, and that's something that a lot of teams do see a lot of value in, as Mizu gets the kill here. Insane from him to get Enlo down to a 4v2. Great shot by Keen on the flick to get the peeking head of Mizu, and Milkman follows suit. Ysera to bring it down to a 2v2. Vexine and Ciara is still alive. Last Toxic Caster, last Toxic Bathe here is still online for Team Verv on Ciara is to use. So you can still deny and delay the plant if it ever does come. 3 flashes on Keenpy.
Don't tell me
try and
Keenpy's
brute force his
disconnected.
way into this. Oh no, he DC'd. Oh
I
no,
think he
it's
has
down to a
DC'd.
1v2. He has DC'd. He brings it down to a 1v1 to win the nade. He gets a kill. Ysera, even though his teammate was out of the server, he gets the round. And No Use Talking take match point.
Oh, they're gonna call for a pause, but oh, what have we just seen? Ysera doesn't care the moment he gets the call, and I'm sure Keen P told him immediately, I have frozen. No panic, no fear, and Ysera's like, that's alright, I'll just pretend you lost your gunfight, and you died, and I've been in this situation so many times before. You know, and he just pushes in, perfectly plays Fragrant to start it off, and the information on the other player in Astro as well just peaks on at the correct moment, and I don't understand what that player was doing, why he wasn't running away, why he wasn't hiding inside of the bathroom and trying to make life difficult for Ysera. But the man has too much experience to lose that.
I'm not sure why Vexion on that visual was still there as well, but man, oh man, maybe he thought he was, you know, he chucked that nade from master door and then might be going around towards bathroom, trying to play the halfway thing, but he's certainly done a better job at that. Unfortunately, he gets the kill in the round, Vexion, but it's not going to be enough. Did have one more Toxic Bathe as well, I believe, to use for CREs on that smoke, but alas, it does not come to fruition. Even a 2v1, No Use Talking. Especially Ysera just stepping up, man. What a play. I thought it might have been done. 2v1, player DC'd, and it could have been done there. But no, Verv, that opportunity, letting that slip, Infian, that's a big loss and a big heartbreaker of a round to have taken from you.
Frustrating, but at least for No Use Talking, it's a scary moment to, in that final execute, in the final few seconds, to lose a teammate. They hold on. 3 match points to play with. Keen P seems to be having some of the similar issues like I am. Oh, his power died. We're gonna have a full rehost, and I believe you're gonna see faces in just a little bit, and we can talk a little bit about where this match is poised. And it's effectively giving Verv a little bit of a tactical timeout, isn't it, Black and Blue? Because they are now facing 3 match points. They don't have to call for attack timeout themselves, kind of get it for free, and they can talk things out how it's going to be working out.
For sure, you're gonna use that timeout to kind of reset themselves as well. But guys, we're gonna take a timeout as well because it's a very, very hot series, a very hot map that we got here in the lower bracket. 1 single loss, and that's all gonna be it. That's gonna be all she wrote for Team Verv. We're gonna come back after this break. We'll see you guys in a bit.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know! But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
But, women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just send
seems to me can't get enough. Come leave it up. Sabbath get blessed out when I turn it up. Come give it to me rough. Don't fall in love. No sweet back up. Oh boy, just turn it up. Can't get enough. Can't get enough.
Hey, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the continuation of this game. If you're looking at the No Use Talking lineup and wondering what happened, well, let's fill you in. It was round number 9, and it was a 2v2 situation. Keen P disconnected Ysera Crush out of 1v2, and the reason why Keen P disconnected and why Nos Noel is here is a pretty bad one. Keen P's computer PSU is blown up. He doesn't have a computer pretty much to use at this point until he replaces that PSU. And obviously he couldn't replace it mid-match, couldn't reconnect, and couldn't switch it on. That's why Noxnell is filling in. And he might only be here for one round. The last time he filled in was between maps, and he absolutely just came in, switched on for the map 3, and just shredded his way through the opposition.
Little did he know his power supply was a nitro cell.
Visualize going up.
Oh dear.
Even he was very intense in his game, trying to play some Rainbow Six Siege. Probably thought there was a soft destruct wall, and well, his power supply had a different idea. Great cam, look at that cam. Not actually too uncommon. That's a cam that some teams use, players know in ranked, but Vexian doesn't spy it out that time. I would have assumed he would, especially being a Vigil, but okay. Goes down all the way towards the wine cellar, and he's gonna chill there for a moment. Let No Use Talking take some map control, maybe filter himself back up. But yes, be careful because there's a bunch of drones watching about.
Well, we have a quite nice little music background for this right now. Hyping this potential last round up. Verv might be going out of this, and just as Enlo leaps in, we lose that. Enlo has information on Vexion, and that's a big, big kill. Vexion was the man making all of this happen. And off the board, the Vigil pick, Black and Blue, you talked about it, how it's important for the Vigil to impress on the roam. But you can see he was so isolated, found out on a drone, ironically, and finished off.
Very nicely done. For them to flush that Vigil out. He's never someone you want to have taken off the board or early on, right? Maybe a Castle, maybe a Frost, yeah, sure, but a Vigil, nah. The longer he's in there, if he's able to make a play late into the round, that's why you bring him in, and you really want him to waste time at the very least, and that's not something he was able to accomplish because of that, so very nicely done from No Use Talking. They got one round to play at the very least, and it could be Nos Noel literally just playing one round here and then they're being done with it. So it's a very real possibility, but I'm sure they're going to take that over nothing else. So No Use Talking,
Just
45. Yeah?
I just want to point out, though, that iG.INT was a big fragging outlet for No Use Talking before he disconnected. So while Nos Noel may be able to fill the utility role, maybe the fragging one, he needs a couple of rounds to get up to speed, which he doesn't really have.
Yeah, and he doesn't have much time to warm up into right either. Like, straight into the game. But, never mind, Nos Noel. Speaking of kills, well, it might not be as mechanically gifted as we might have assumed, but, well, at the very least, he's got the luck going his side. Who needs the strength stat, the dexterity stat, when you've got your luck fully maxed out anyways? Great kill by him, and this is all crumbling down for Verv. Although they're going to be filtering themselves into one single entrance, Renatus could potentially find more than a single kill here. Not even able to get the kill, Renatus! What are you doing? You're whipping so much, Nos Noel! And that's it! A triple kill for Nos! He gets into the game, a single round played, a triple kill for him, fresh legs! What is he even doing there? And that is a game round! Team Verv, they go home, Infian! What
the heck? What the heck? Nos Noel, this is like the Chad meme, you know? Nos Noel walks in, gets 3 kills, doesn't elaborate, leaves, and sends Verv home. What an absolute Chad. Coming in, and iG.INT was doing really well. Just comes in, bashes through this Verv defense. It's a flawless round. And Renatus, man, he was so slow on the uptake when the Lion rushed past him, and when the Lion got below, his backpack was the one that was visible at the end. He just firing over his head. Really unfortunate. Verv are out of the Operation League right now, while No Use Talking, they are going to continue. 7-4 win
pretty
on
much
Villa.
not landing anything there, but man oh man, fresh legs is perfectly what you want, and not only does he have the luck, he's got the magic too, and he, well, basically that's all they needed. 6-man, perfect for the role. Might not have been opening, he might have been on the bench for that, but well, he gets into the 4th quarter and he sinks the game winner. So very nicely done here, coming from Nos Noel and from the entire team of No Use Talking. They're moving forward in the lower bracket as Team Verv are finally eliminated here. But guys, we've got 2 more best of 3s to be played out today here, an upper bracket and the lower bracket final. But for that, you guys, rather semi-final for the lower bracket, you guys are gonna have to see that after the break. I am Black and Blue, with me is Infian. We're gonna see you guys tomorrow for a grand final, but for now, it's gonna be Land and Cthulhu to catch up here with you guys for these next 2 best of 3s. We'll see you guys after the break.
my work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime. My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. what's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the yet another day at Operation League. We are in the playoffs, and joining me is Lan. My name is obviously Cthulhu. How you doing, Lan?
Man, we are ready. I am ready for these games. We are, of course, going into our first best of 3. Yeah, so we've had our best of 1 elimination games in the bottom bracket. We are gonna see which one of these giants will leave this victorious. But you know they faced up before.
Exactly. Look, yeah, it is the upper bracket final. Whoever does win this moves up into the grand final. Whoever loses this goes into the lower bracket final. So there's still a few movement ground, and the repercussions are not as huge here for losing. But yes, it is Invictus Gaming International versus Renatus battling it out. Last time we did see them in a best of 3 setting. It was a 2-1 victory to Renatus, but that was in a regular season. This one has a little bit more higher stakes, and obviously I would imagine that IG would want to show a little bit more performance, albeit they're just about a few, maybe days or even weeks away from traveling off to Sweden as well for the Sweden Major. So there's a few points here for Invictus that they would probably prefer to keep away of, but as you can see on your screens, we do have Cafe, Clubhouse, and Oregon as our decider. And honestly, any kind of thoughts about all these picks so far, Ian?
The first game is going to be pretty straightforward for Invictus. They already, I've said it multiple times over the last few days. This is where they really are at home, if anything. Oregon's going to be pretty straightforward for them as well, quite easy. I think easily leaning towards them. But Renatus, their best bet is Clubhouse, and even then, that's still very skewed. But if anyone can do it, it's this Indonesian team here.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, Clubhouse back in the regular season, it was a 7-3 win for Renatus, but we are not yet on Clubhouse. It is going to be Cafe Dostoevsky, the map that historically has been IG's pick, and a very dominant map, to say the very least. They already showcased Cafe back in the upper quarterfinals, where they played against GAUR, which was a very dominant 7-1 victory, and against Renatus, I would imagine a similar thing could be done. Funnily enough, well, the Cafe did not come out from IG against Renatus previously during the regular season, so I do want to say that by Renatus, this is maybe a little bit of an oversight. And looking at the bans, nothing really pops up, really. Nothing too unusual. Majority of those operators picks are relatively expected, aren't they?
Yeah, quite common here in Southeast Asia, especially for Operation League. Generally, if you're looking at pretty much the entire board here, no one likes to deal with like air jabs halfway through a round, or even in the last few seconds of a round, really sets you back. And all the intel that you can get from both Mira and Valkyrie, of course, easier off the board than having to deal with it.
Absolutely. Well, going into round number 1, it is going to be IG to kickstart things off on the defense. Reading Room and Fireplace is going to be the first one to go off, which is not usually looking a little bit too it doesn't get picked as frequently as a first site, say, as something like Bar and Cocktail or even Kitchen and Prep. But yeah, IG looking to throw off the initial momentum straight off the bat here against their opponents. And with the introduction of the operators that we do see from them. Ian, are we expecting to see something across the lines of a roam game from IG, or is it going to be relatively set in stone, kind of defense around Cocktail and kind of flow around there?
Well, always with IG, you have to expect the multi-layered strategies and the way they think and how they can deal with not only the actual site defense, but how they can police the entire building. And that's usually what they go for. But here, I think what they're trying to do with going to this site is to get the hardest yards out of the way first. This is definitely one of the more challenging sites to defend on somewhere like Cafe, and they're gonna have to do stuff like this in order to actually level the playing field. But no one actually peeking through that angle this time. But they do notice a broken barricade and will be moving and rotating on for that. Oh my gosh! Oh, actually, he actually rotates off that. They won't be able to peek him as he rotates and rappels up. Perhaps maybe even as he enters the site as well. But Lonely wasting no time at all. Yesterday, we saw Lonely go down first before all his team members, time and time again. He was not having a great time on that first map, but he definitely did end up helping the rest of his teammates clear up the game. The star of the day, of course, was Tolji with some pretty nasty scorelines.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, already we do see a few of the advancements from RTS. They are trying their best to find some openings. Speakeasy actually opens up the scoreline against Hoven, and with Twitch now out of the equation, this is going to be a much more difficult job here for Renatus to try to get some of that electronic utility out of the way, and maybe just will try to brute force it right onto the side, which is relatively workable, but the way how IG are playing, highly unlikely.
X-Kairos will go off. Doesn't look like there's much resistance there. And as they drone through Cigar Lounge, they will notice that there are no enemies over in the bathroom. So it should be easy for them to take that area quite quickly. But as we say that, Speakeasy takes quick work of Lonely, leveling the playing field as he loses his life for a refrag by Tolji. The man himself, maybe the last hope this roster has on round 1. 1 minute left on the clock, and they are already pushing all the way through mining. They have to get on site. They're one room away. The rest of the teammates aren't nearby yet. They need a little bit more support on site as they try to push through, but not yet close enough. One member hiding by white. Ooh, hasn't been spotted. Dinipa realizing that oh my gosh, the diffuser, it's dropped. No one's even got it.
Uh-oh.
That's not good.
Not the best case scenario indeed. Yeah, Renatus look starting to slowly run out of time. Very much disconnected. Rix, if he goes down here, that's yet another operator now dropping the diffuser and unable to get it back up. But actually, funnily enough, pardon me, it's Adenepa who actually retrieved the diffuser. But still, 30 seconds to go, and we are still yet to see the actual proper push by our RTS straight onto site.
Well, they're chipping away at their defense. They've lost another member on that defensive roster, along with Lunar now. So all the way down to Joe and Hysterics, but it's still in their hands. 10 seconds left on the clock to get the plant down. It is successful, actually. They will be able to defend this, and I can't believe it! In the last few seconds, they just mow down Hysterics and Joe. What a tight... That was way too close for Comfort Cthulhu. They almost lost that.
Yeah, a bit of an oversight though from IG with the fact that they had the initial momentum of the round in their hands, but unfortunately couldn't really do much after that, getting pretty much picked off one by one. Meant that, yeah, pretty much Renatus were allowed a very nice, very quick and cheeky plant right directly onto site. So overall, well done by Renatus, but yeah, look, a little bit sloppy on a few occurrences, but at the end still managed to recover quite nicely, quite smoothly. So. Nothing to really yet complain about, really, for them. Starting things off quite well, especially on their enemies' safe ground, you could call it. Renatus are certainly doing pretty well starting off their round 1.
They've got to keep this up if they want to really stand a chance at taking this one away. Of course, in this best-of-3 upper bracket match, they still have quite a leg in front of them, but if they take this one away, they go into the grand finals tomorrow. So IG don't want to hand that over to them. They got to take this as practice for Sweden. Of course, I don't say that condescending in any way. It really is just they got to get warmed up, right? They have to give it all. They're all from now all the way to the onto game day over in the Netherlands, or it's going to get harder.
Camera ready to activate.
Yeah. We'll see how it'll really work out here. At the moment, IG is still trying to kind of bait Renatus into just slowing down and try to check for all those spawn peaks, but at the moment none really actually came to fruition just yet. And IG will get to play a little bit more withdrawn game at the moment, though hatches opened up pretty quickly. Shout out to Adenepa on the buck. And from here on out, it is going to be a very peculiar situation because you have a mute that is playing really up close, that is Jordan, and already being spotted on multiple angles. So it's confirmed that he's going to be sticking around there. So theoretically, the best case scenario here really is to just try to overwhelm his position as much as possible with the utility, get him flashed, and then go in for the push.
Oh, as
okay,
he
never
keeps
mind.
the angle keep easy, takes him away. Just as you say that, ooh, you jinxed it. You did. Any chance he's put
did,
out
yeah.
the window. Lonely as well, getting nailed in this corner here. This is not a good angle. Defender drops down the hatch. Speakeasy will get picked up by his teammates, and it does look like he will live another day. But the fact that Lonely had to pop the drill surge in order to sustain himself at that health, not good. Especially without a dinner, but that buck was going to be instrumental in opening up a lot of that flooring to make it easy to push it on site. But here we are.
Here we are indeed, look, already with some positions being lost out. Rix decided to just full-on send it through the Syria gate, which might actually find him the early momentum opening, but yet again we are seeing that initial few trades in favor of Invictus, but losing out Lunar is not the best case scenario, not the worst, but that pressure from Tolji could be absolutely deadly.
I'm not sure if you saw it yesterday, Cthulhu, but yesterday from Renatus we saw the double LMG spray down, and it was gross. It was probably one of the more painful things seeing LMGs layer on one after another, but with Finka and Tolji here, we might just see that happen. Yet again, they're pushing through it. No one in the bathroom this time. Hoven trying to peek through, does get nailed and dropped as they take unfavorable angles back to back. This is not their day. Not their round.
Not their round, not their time really. Maybe they're not those guys really either. Rix to go in for a swing, trying to maybe find something really in a 4v2 with 9 seconds to go. Look, chances are quite minuscule, I'll have to say that.
Oh man, he managed to get that kill. He's gonna get the plant down, and it is all down to him. They're all gonna try to push him, and it's all over. Unfortunately, without backup, it is pretty much waiting on one.
Jordan just walks up.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just walks up execution style to the back.
Oh no. But a level playing field now, 1-to-1 between IG and Renatus. Both sides are having bad rounds, one after another. So, who's gonna have the better bad round? That's the question.
Look, I have to say that, at least for the matches that I got to cast, first few rounds kind of felt more like just the rounds kind of settled down on the jitters for a few games, because obviously first round you always get to, you know, experiment, kind of frick around and try some different ways of essentially playing out the round, playing out your hold. And maybe for IG that was the case, because we switch over straight away to Kitchen. We're already seeing some changes, Jordan being introduced onto the Echo as well. So I'm assuming partially it is just because kind of IG trying to gauge their opponents, see what kind of shenanigans can we bring, because it was actually, funnily enough, a very similar turnout back in the very first match of the playoffs where Invictus played against GAUR. Very first round, with GAUR being on the defense, did go into the hands of GAUR, and they were able to win over Invictus. But after that, it was just a complete clean sweep. So my assumption here is kind of similar in similar vein. Invictus are just looking to figure out what's kind of the play, what kind of pace are Renatus looking to bring in, and from there on just send it.
Could very well be the case. They gotta just, I suppose, tally up all the options as they push on through. Hoven with the Jackal this time. One of the more banned operators finally making his way onto the scene. And we spoke about this yesterday, actually. Jackal, albeit the fact that we don't see him really get banned these days, but like we see more common bans, but he still has a high ban rate. They are going to be moving in on one member here, and Hoven, tracking the footprints, is on the hunt. Where is this member? They tally him all the way down to the white stairs, but he's already retreated below. A couple of more pings going out for vanilla cameras, and I'm surprised that they haven't been taken out already. No cameras, no footprints being detected anymore, but he's got one scan left in the pocket, so maybe find a useful pickup on anyone roaming. Doesn't look like everyone's sort of retreated down into the bottom floor though. Soji's gonna get his claymore down, and I suppose 1 minute 40 seconds left on the clock, and it's still stale.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I mean, those pings that Hoven did onto Speakeasy just essentially forced him out of that position. It was just another kind of, I suppose, a way to just ensure that the defender will fall back at the very you collapse that free space even further. And now those swings could actually be quite deadly, because now that Renatus know exactly where they got their defenders, they could go in for the swing. That push by Hoven could actually be absolutely deadly, because so far the mute of Joe is absolutely preoccupied. And again, that swing and Speakeasy's position has been revealed. A lot of information, a lot of flow, and no repercussions here.
Hoven's not actually willing to commit to that position anymore, because now that he's been exposed, he's no longer able to get in there. So Speakeasy does go down, and there's your Melusi off the board already. Hoven's now inside the building. He has one more smoke left in the pocket. We'll be tossing that out by the rotation. And oh no, he gets taken down on the flank. Oh, he gets picked up, but okay, wait, he eliminated again. And Tolji comes in. Two members are down on each side, and with 26 seconds left in the clock, they need to breach that wall and make it in there. They gotta get the plant down from above. Lonely with a frag grenade, might be able to cook it just as they drop in, but no, not willing to commit just yet. 14 seconds, he's gonna drop, gotta push, but he's got a member right on his backside, waiting prone as he might just vault. They saw the barrel. They know that as soon as it goes down, it's over, but what? The plant is already going down. Rix is committed. It looks like Luna might be able to get one more kill, and no! IG saved the round on that defense as they are not able to get the plant secured. Yokai denying it.
Well done by IG. Pretty much had the plan B the moment the two roamers went down. We're still able to keep up that pressure, keep up the heat, and pretty much shut down on each and every swing, leaving Renatus kind of questioning as to where the rest of the defense was. And the fact that Renatus didn't really allow themselves enough time to really clear out some of the positions, clear out some of the further positions of the defense, allowed IG to pretty much sit pretty and really not care much about their opposition. So very well done by IG. They just essentially need to keep up their play and keep up the go. And apart from that, look, we're going into round number 4 and looking to, once again, IG looking to give the reading and dining another try.
It could be worth it. Of course, they need to really just lock down that white stairs. I feel like that was their weakness in the first round that we saw. Not just because they got picked off. Last few seconds of that round, they weren't present on that second floor. A lot of them rotated out of there. And they managed to get through, Renatus managed to get through Fireplace quite quickly in order to take that spot. Overall, though, they put up a good fight. They just, like you said in the first time around, got a little sloppy in the last few seconds.
So, given the fact that they already looking much more kind of warmed up. IG, that is. Definitely looking forward to seeing what they could be bringing here to this very round, because look at the lineup, it hasn't really changed. It's the same one that they've brought in for round number 1. They definitely look like they've tried at least a few times this kind of role setup, because Infian did allude to it before as well, that a fair few players of IG actually played on some of the more unconventional role setups compared to their usual major and pro league performance. So wouldn't put it past that that's kind of a similar setup, albeit with a little bit more of a serious note to it.
You notice that there's no rotation in between the pillars and that corridor there. A couple of flashbangs go out, a little bit of smoke, some explosives get used, but no lethals and no deaths just yet. Rix waiting for the right time to perhaps open up this window here, but Hoven noted will lose the Gemini but gain enough information to perhaps make this move all the way up. The Dinaba holding down the White Hall, doesn't notice anyone rotating up just yet, as we have the Melusi down at the bottom of the White Stairs, paired up with a couple more members upstairs as well, just doing a fantastic job of holding them off from pushing in. But now that we notice that Adinapa's all the way in the freezer, doesn't peek the angle just yet. Speakeasy gets a nice kill using the Vector. Oh, from below, Jordan with the pulse. C4 picks one up through freezer, and now they take that territory back. Peek the angle, and Jordan will punish you yet again. Rix goes down, and there's your diffuser, lying cold, all alone in the freezer with the rest of the dead meat.
A much cleaner play here by IG. Already borderline a flawless game, and being able to defend this position upstairs really convincingly. Lonely trying to find any kind of position, but the shotgun from below just keeps on just denying so much ground. That pulse is not pulse, pardon me, that SAS shotgun is just an absolute menace, and already there goes Lonely. And well, technically now Toji is lonely.
Here you go. He might just peek this angle here, and Toji loses his life. Flawless round for IG. Very clean round overall. And like you said, that shotgun was an absolute menace. You just noticed that all the flooring started to go out. He's like, wait a second, where's this guy? Where is he? Unfortunately, not able to win that duel either. And yes, I also realized that that was not pulse. That was actually, in fact, mute. So that was my bad. I assumed that pretty much from below. Plus C4. My bad on the assumption. But Renatus, no momentum since that first round. They just came to a complete stop. It's like IG just decided, you know what, we're warmed up now, and things are going to be different for you. Renatus, no longer the heroes we saw yesterday, coming in so hot and so aggressively, just having probably the worst time I've seen them have here in Operation League.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past that. This is, yeah, by far one of the more upsetting turnouts for Renatus ones. But look, it's not over yet. This is just the beginning and only the first map that we are seeing from these two rosters. So I wouldn't put it past the fact that we might be seeing Renatus or Renatus completely get themselves warmed up and get ready and get keen. So not over yet, far from it, as a matter of fact. So have to wait and learn if that is going to be the continuation. I would imagine that Gig and the rest of the supporting staff at IG will be quite confident in the chances of IG winning against the Renatus here, because if that would have been a loss in a BO3 in the playoffs, something would be definitely up, and maybe some concerns leading into the Sweden Major would have also been there, but that's not the case just yet.
Well, you know what? Despite the confidence that IG might have, Twitch chat says otherwise, looking at the predictions going down 55% to Renatus. You guys really expect them to win this one on Cafe. I'm not sure if you guys know what the odds are, but right now it's not really good. Toji opens it up like hero, of course. Headshot with the buck. And now that they gain a little bit more information, maybe they'll yeet themselves through this laser cannon. Oh, the feet! Doesn't pick up the kill, but Adinaba takes out Jordan. The Speakeasy goes down along with him as the first kill, of course. Now that they have man advantage, they might be able to make their way through red, but with a couple of more runouts, they might get a little distracted.
A bomb has been located.
Destruction is certainly going to be the IG. Not particularly having the best time in their life. Oh, I'm a little bit having a lag here.
Yep, well, I'll tell you what, everyone's dying, one after the other. They just decided that, oh man, you took a speakeasy and our other player? That's it, we're putting out the guns. They just eliminated everyone on Renatus. Gunfight after gunfight. One after one, they fall like flies, and they do not stand any semblance of a chance. They didn't even play strats there. They just took the fight, and they won.
Absolutely. Look, IG, the moment we thought that might be it, this might be the kind of the streak-ending run. No, they just decide to come back. Once again, proving to us that they always come into this kind of matchup with a plan B for themselves, and certainly paying just the right dividends here, which is a very good thing to see, especially given the previous history back in the previous matchup that IG had against Renatus. So good effort. Still more things to come here, I would still imagine, and wouldn't put it past that IG are ready to just blast off their competition to the absolute maximum. Apart from that, look, 4-1 scoreline is already a really solid one, and pretty much above average, well, not above, sorry, above minimal requirement has been already achieved for them on the defense, albeit I would imagine that they will be looking for acquiring a nice solid 5-1 scoreline, and then wrapping it up in a similar vein of how their game against GAUR went. So we'll see how it'll go. Really not much of a change. Once again, on Kitchen, we do see the introduction of Echo into the fray as well, so IG sticking to their roots here.
You know what I just noticed? I just noticed Coastline was only picked one time this entire league.
Yeah.
And I'm sure, yeah, you want to ban Coastline against Invictus, but man, is it really that much worse than playing them on Cafe? So far, it doesn't seem like it really matters, because honestly, they just they're wasting Renatus at this point. They have to not just win their gunfights, but I think they need to be very assertive on how they take a lot of these floors. At the moment, it's kind of one-dimensional and real linear and how they're pushing these points. And they always seem to struggle right there on that white hall. And maybe it's not a struggle, maybe just Invictus is just that good at controlling white stairs. They lose to Gemini, Adinipla now has a little bit more information. And as they try to push through Cigar Cocktail Lounge, does look like the members have retreated. They are no longer there, and they're going to waste a little bit more time. 1:55, 1 minute 50 seconds left on the clock, and they still have an opportunity.
Absolutely. Still quite a fair bit of time there left, but yeah, precious time that IG are wasting here against Renatus is absolutely phenomenally done. Once again, taking quite some time to just make sure to clear out, full well knowing how slippery can IG be on their roam and on their game. And they want to ensure that they know exactly for a fact where each and one of those players are. Jordan, meanwhile, introducing his own yokai drone, has both of them set up for denial in case things do go south. And yeah, look, they already have plan all the way to Z prepared and ready as Joe opens up yet another crossfire line, and frag grenade is there to eat up that ballistic shield, but won't be able to find a frag.
No ADS to save you this time. Lonely now has control of the White Hall, and perhaps that angle there through both gates. One member flying and oh, there we go. Adrenal Surge gets popped. They might have two members double peek this angle here, but no! Shotgun wins that first duel. Will it win the second? No! Lonely cleans that one up. And now manages to push on through. Perhaps pick up a second kill down the hall as well. A great cleanup and a great follow-up from Lonely himself, but with this wall open, he might be able to make something happen. Still has a lifeline available. One shot left in the pocket. And the Claymore to keep himself safe as they move through, but Rix is down, and it is up to him, and told you, of course, should be able to make something happen. But they're pushing through Closet here. It looks like one member pried up on the top left here will be able to win that fight quite easily. Hysterics makes quick work of it, and defenders win yet again. Renatus pushed into a corner and unable to make a real move there.
Oh man. RTS not really having the best performance really at all. It's just all not particularly looking like the brightest performance from them, just given the fact that they looked so good. They were able to contest IG back in regular season. Now is just a complete and utter flop from them, being just nowhere near even getting close to just shutting things down. It's a mess. It's a mess, and really no certain way of kind of being able to find any kind of solution for themselves, which is probably the most frustrating part of this whole experience for them, given just how close they got quite a fair few times.
Being defused by attackers.
Invictus pop out both CBNR operators here for the offense. Not only do they want to boost on in, but they want to keep the enemy locked up while they do that. Great to see the Lion being brought out yet again for another round. Of course, always going to be a strong operator, but now that Renatus are on that defense and they've got the swap happening, will they be able to make a difference? No stop, of course, with bringing in the Maestro, but it's not the LMG that we see come through. In fact, it's the shotgun.
Yeah, look, I gotta say, after the buff that the ACS-12 did receive, it is very much still a viable weapon, and as a matter of fact, one of the best now guns for any kind of soft destruction, even on range, so I wouldn't put it past that. Rix might just be able to dish out quite some punishment, but with the ammo count getting slightly low, not a whole lot of opportunities are going to be in there. But you look at the lineup, IG are bringing in a very similar lineup that they've been bringing in before, with Hysterics as well busting out the bug day. He absolutely went ballistic on back on Cafe yesterday.
They want to play the most efficient round as possible. They need to tie this up. Two rounds straight, close this map out and take them on the next. Maybe a better chance for Renatus on the next map, but right now they'll need a miracle or just some real effort in order to bring this back. They would have to win at least 5 rounds straight to bring in some kind of overtime. Or maybe even go all the way 6 rounds and just take the win from here on out. On attack, on a defense, a little bit more likely than not. Speakeasy triggers this proximity alarms. Does get notified there. Unable to connect any of those shots, of course, but knows exactly where the enemy is for now. Will drop down the hard way and perhaps contest anyone on these angles. They've already left that side, of course. They are no longer there, but with a low angle for reading, might be able to connect some of that. No! Double peeps and Hoban on. Frieza will be able to take that out. Lonely with the P4. Yeah, straight up back by Joe. And it does look like an even scoreline in terms of man count. 1 minute left on the clock, and they need to get a little bit more aggressive here for IG.
Well, it's still in a 3v3. Oh, jeez Louise. Joe nearly nailing one of the opponents here. Oh no, Hysterics does see the enemy. Actually, Hoven gets downed as well off that skeleton key. And all of a sudden, IG do manage to turn things around. With 45 seconds, though, there's still plenty of time for the rotations. Oh no, that's a bit of a misplay there.
It was like right next to him the entire time. A little bit of oversight coming in, but Hysterics with a triple kill does make it much easier. Rix will have to put that ACS-12 to the test. Cthulhu, you tell me it's better at range now, but will it be good enough at this range here? Perhaps, but oh, he actually takes one down, but it's not going to be enough as he gets swept by all 3 members at the same time. And he will be eliminated long range here. Nice clean shot by Hysterics, pushing on through. Round 8 now, and they are on match point.
Well, IG looking to repeat their performance from the previous playday, which is absolutely admirable and can't really complain at all. Doing a solid job overall and making sure that they look clean whilst at it as well. Honestly, not much to be said apart from the fact that this is pure domination. It's again showcasing that IG are... There's a reason why IG are considered one of the best teams on Cafe in APAC and extremely deadly. And going into what possibly could be in just a brief moment, the next map, look, I wouldn't put it past that we may be seeing a very clean play from that roster yet again on map number 2.
So if they move on to the next map, we will be going on into Clubhouse. Now, Renatus do okay on Clubhouse. They're still the same, like, it's similar to Cafe in the sense that it has a lot of soft flooring,
10 seconds remaining.
and it has a lot of vertical play. Of course, basement is pretty much a fortress down there, but with Invictus and their understanding on how to play a 3-story building and how to play from the outside as well, they can make easy work out of it. But it provides Renatus the opportunity of playing in closer, tighter corners. A lot of those rooms are smaller and easier to control or even navigate. Maybe the struggle here for them is not that it's a 3-story building, it's very large and there's a lot of outside play, but maybe because the angles are very long and they have a general favoritism towards close range weaponry.
Could be.
I say that as Lonely picks up the DMR.
Look, I've been definitely. I can tell you for a fact I've been actually vibing with DMR with one-time sites on Aruni, and not Lonely obviously because he's just been promoted back to a spectator screen, and with Speakeasy already right in the faces, he's already claiming a double just like that. With IG, look, they want to speedrun this.
I don't know what is up with IG and throwing nades right next to an ADS, but Speakeasy literally just lost that duel because he wasted time on a well, not wasted time on a nade, but he definitely got caught out there and didn't play that to the best of abilities. If he took that out, the nade flashbang would have been the grenade would have probably helped him, you know, probably flushed the enemy out, saved his life maybe, perhaps. But with 2 members on that attack, they gotta do a little bit more droning. They have time. They have 1 minute 30 seconds left on the clock, and a very low health alibi could possibly make something work. But especially with an opening like that, Sterix will find an opportunity. Flashbang goes down, and oh, Hoven picks him up on the backside there, manages to catch him on that rotation, and now it's all down to Jordan. At least he has the diffuser in his hands.
That is true. At the very least, he can still go for a little bit of a waffle there. Don't tell me he's okay, right? Yeah, fair enough. Fair dinkum. Decides to save up the flashbangs. Has the ability to actually frag out that Type 89. Can be still a deadly weapon, but about to be in that crossfire. Could have died there very quickly, but being pinged up, look, there's not many opportunities here, really. Oh, man. Oh, Jordan.
What's happening here?
Oh,
One member
Jordan.
behind the shield. It does look like he was get caught out there. Unable to actually make something happen. Flustered, if anything. Unable to really push through. Sururi Gates really coming in clutch to burn pretty much almost all his utility. And you see there, of course, he didn't get to use the X-Kairos on that wall to provide more sightline or be able to, you know, flush him out of that position. Was down on time, down on options, and just seen from all angles. Big Brother was watching. So, but Renatus saved themselves another round, 6-2 now. I wouldn't say that this is their comeback or their second win, second wind. Sorry, but it really was just a really weird round from Invictus. I did not expect it to end up the way it did, and 3 members dropping pretty much immediately was shocking, to say the least.
Bomb located by
Yeah, look, there may have been a few question marks about what was the general kind of idea about all of that. Because, look, yeah, Renatus had a good general play and they pretty much locked it down, but yeah, I think IG maybe got a little bit too keen for that kind of execute and for that kind of play style. So we possibly could be seeing them just change things around from here on and just completely decimate their opposition. But Hook, yeah, only a mild setback for the time being, and I would imagine that now they're gonna get a little bit more serious. Interestingly enough, Speakeasy does bring in the Dokkaebi rather than Iana, on which he was very successful again back at the beginning of the playoffs. So, interesting decision to change things about, but it doubles down on that whole roam clear kind of ability in kind of lieu with the pick of the Lion.
Yeah, I suppose maybe the focus here is less about finding the hard information, but more of just flushing people out of their positions and forcing them to rotate. If that is the case, it might actually work out better for them on IG, as Renatus are quite stubborn with their positioning so far. E1D gets popped. Not sure what they gained out of that, but I'm sure one of the members actually called for it, and they might be able to get some use out of that. A couple of holograms do get spotted there, and as they gain a little bit more information over by the freezer, they will realize not many members up on that top floor, and Lonely able to just chill here by the corner of bar.
Absolutely, yeah. Lonely being able to just keep it calm for now. No, doesn't really need to go in for any kind of swings unless he gets pressured from that pillar's door. Only then he really needs to start moving away. But here comes the E1D scan, and maybe off the back of that, IG are looking to make an emphasis. I say that though.
Yeah, well, you know what? Maybe you jinxed it, because as he pops it, it does not provide him any security whatsoever. Speakeasy now notices the ringing and has pinpointed the gun and the alibi. They will go down quite swiftly. That DMR is ruthless up close like that. So, eye for an eye. They've lost two soft roamers. Alibi, Malusi off the board. Dinipa on point this time around. A position you don't expect to see the Jaeger recently, or in general. But, regardless, he's still alive. Fairly healthy. And with 47 seconds left on the clock, IG got to make a move in now. And they're going to be able to get some work on the hatches. A little bit more progress, and will allow them a drop into freezer. No work on that white wall though.
No, yeah, not yet, at least. 27 seconds, the push needs to already happen. 3v4, it's still very much workable for RTS, and time is in their favor. No approach has been done. IG might just lose their momentum here.
Oh! My gosh! Speakeasy takes his head. Lonely gets eliminated there. Absolutely decapitated, and all members inside that freezer melted. Adinipa on a roll right here. Will he be able to pick up the 3K? Yes, but not the 4. IG win on numbers and pretty much quad peeking the sad member by himself. Oh, master key off the corner, just off the cusp of it. A very convincing win from Invictus Gaming as they just flood the site in the last few seconds of that round.
There we go. Nice and quick. GH, go a good half from between the two teams. 7-2 scoreline, slightly sloppier performance by the conclusion of Cafe Dostoevsky, but apart from that, really, 7-2 is still a phenomenally dominant scoreline from IG, allowing only a single round on each one of the sides to Renatus is a very strong sign. But now going into Clubhouse, it is looking to be now essentially IG now taking Renatus on their safe ground and, well, comfortable ground, really.
They're gonna have to get in the heads of the enemy team here, and Renatus will definitely have a lot of work to do as they go through, but they have a little bit of a break. Surely they'll come back stronger, and so will we. Check out these highlights, and we'll be back soon. Don't go anywhere.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kind of hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Soñé con los ojos bien cerrados, pude ver el misterio que me acerca. Para ti una luz se enciende un poco más. Para mí una cruz colgada tiempo atrás. Para ti una luz se enciende un poco más. Para mí una cruz. That seems to me can't get enough. Come live it up. Sabes qué pasa when I turn it up. Come give it to me, love. Won't fall in love. No es un pecado, boy, just turn it up. Te griten con los labios bien cerrados y busqué el momento que can't get enough. Come live it up. Sabes qué pasa when I turn it up. Come give it to me, love. Don't fall in love. No es un pecado, boy, just turn it up. Para ti una luz. Para mí una cruz. Para ti una.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
We're back after the break, and Cthulhu is still with us. We're going into Clubhouse this time. Is Renatus going to do any better? We'll have to find out. Cthulhu, how are you feeling after that match and having simmered on it a little bit?
Look, I do want to say that Renatus unfortunately looked a little bit sloppy on their performance. It's not the best one that they've shown us, and, well, maybe not yet the worst, but IG definitely looked extremely dominant, and I think that going into Clubhouse, we'll probably see IG continue their domination unless something absolutely mind-blowing would happen. But again, even so, I still think that it's IG going to come out with a dub there.
Not gonna lie, I have to completely agree with you there. Renatus did look like they were asleep. Really just didn't do their preparation, and moving into this round, it's just the Clubhouse is going to be challenging. They have to actually be so much on point there. There's so many more factors when you're defending a site like Cache and CCTV. You got to worry about the garage along with the wall. Are you going to bandit trick that? Are you going to Kai trick that? Do you have your back that's covered as well over by the balcony and the veranda, by the bedrooms as well? Like, so many angles to cover, so many more factors to deal with. They have to be on point here, but they're not out of this just yet, and they have had a very strong track record of actually taking some maps from IG. So,
Absolutely.
we'll have to see.
Look, I'll definitely say Clubhouse is going to be one of the best maps for Renatus, and I definitely think that going on this map is going to give RTS the best chance here out of all of them, against especially team like Invictus. So this map will depend on how well will Invictus be able to play their cards, because this time going into the Clubhouse, RTS already know what kind of things to ban. They know how flexible can plays like Lunametal be on operators like Monty, so that's completely gone out of the equation. Target bans galore, and Wamai to boot as well. Again, another one of the operators that's been pretty frequently been picked by IG's defense back on Cafe, so that's another one to counter out, leaving only up to Aruni and Jaeger to dispose of the projectiles.
Yeah, Monty, I don't know if they had to ban that, just because, yeah, sure, it's Luna Metal, and on a map like this with really narrow corridors, smaller rooms, he can be very scary. But yeah, I mean, it's good to see some variation in these bans. Oryx getting banned out as well is a little rare to see, but more options available for the defending team, including that Valkyrie. Whether they're going to 6-pick that in or not is a question to see. But pretty standard attack for roster so far. Thermite and the Hibana coming in. Surprised we're not going to see a Maverick this time around. But regardless, these two of the more original hard breachers coming through will surely do the job.
Yeah, look, Thermite and Hibana are probably one of the few operators that really rarely seen a whole lot of changes to the kind of do the balancing of themselves. They came out from the box quite still solid, apart from maybe the tweaks onto Bearing 9. That was pretty much about it for Hibana, and obviously the rework of her gadget to allow her to be a little bit more flexible. But Thermite, honestly, still an extremely powerful operator, can still do a very solid job, and this is going to be down to essentially how RTS will play their cards, because they have all the needed utilities, just how they really play it out. Because as soon as they start losing, say, the soft breaches or any of the hard breaches, this is where kind of the snowball effect could really kick in and absolutely stall them out beyond kind of point of recovery.
Locate and defuse a bomb.
Some basic setup so far coming in from that basement defense. We can't see what else they have cooked up, but we do know they have a defense up in Cash and CC as well, which is pretty standard, to be honest. They're going to need to be able to hold that top floor, but Hoven might just come across one of the defenders now. A couple of pings go down, and he has an inkling. They definitely know he's peeking the corner. He sees the arm, and they're not going to commit to that. They're going to leave, and we know now, of course, upstairs as well, that wall by CC has been opened. Defenders are in a corner, and Lunar is deciding to bail.
Yeah, look, it's definitely going to be a little bit of a difficult one to still work around and play, but RTS managing to do quite a fair few openings that do push back IG to a substantial point, but you see that she's like 4 people who are on the main stairs ready and prepared to go to war. My goodness. But look, yeah, again, you look at that, RTS still are thinking that there's presence upstairs, and this could actually bite back at them once the time will come for the actual push.
I love that so much. They had this one call, and it was like, yep, we're bailing right now. Get out of here. And you see, like you said, all members going down the central stairs. Unfortunately, we do have an audio bug, but it is what it is, and we're going to continue on anyway. But Adinaba will be opening up that main front porch door and get a little bit more information with the drone. So perfectly perched over that bar, of course. This will allow them to get control over that first floor quite confidently. But now that we see a lot of that flooring starting to open up as well, maybe some of those angles might become more favorable for them.
At the moment, it's a bit of a calm before the storm. Minutes ago, impact tricks are not really feasible given that there's no impacts really, so IG are playing for the post-breach scenario, which still would work quite well for them because there's no presence at the blue stairs just yet, there's no presence at the main stairs, so in 45 seconds, Renatus needs to cover either the oil pit or the main stairs, or even try to maybe push through the dirt tunnel. Something needs to be done here because they are risking of running out of time, and in a 5v5 bloodbath, I don't really have a whole lot of faith in them.
Look at the amount of like investment there is on blue tunnels. So rightly so, they need to make sure that this is all down to a T. But with that mirror, it's going to become an impenetrable fortress. Flashbangs go out, and despite that, they will be able to push right through and take free real estate. Double kill going down to Hoven. They push and they force their way onto site. Only 1 member left, and they eliminate every single member on basement. RTS make an absolute bull show of this game, and they take this round in such style. They do not care. Sheesh. Like, did you see them just like walk through the Surya gates and drop the hatch? How did they let him get past and so close to the Jaeger? Where was he looking?
Not too sure. I'm not too sure here. Ian is just IG once again kind of having a bit of a sloppy one at the beginning. But this kind of opens up a window of opportunity for Renatus with the way how things could go for them. Because again, to cast our eyes back at the regular season, Clubhouse did actually, at least the first half of it, conclude with RTS winning 3-3. So 3 attack wins and 3 attack losses. So I'm assuming going into this one, they would also be quite prepared. So I'm expecting relatively similar scoreline, but maybe once we see IG on the attack, something could really come off it. But yeah.
Could be the case this time around. And what I will say is that everyone in chat betting their Twitch points on Renatus. Good on ya. Everyone who switched over to IG after that last game, now it's 30 to 70. Y'all ain't loyal. I swear, there is no loyalty for any of these teams right now. What happened to supporting your favorite team? No, it's all about points up in here, but they're all about the money, and they've gone to Kasha and CC. Lunar doing a little bit of work, and I expect him to be bandit tricking it quite actively. So obviously he's got those shock wires ready, and we can see that he's primed and waiting for the opportune moment. They, of course, don't have a Thatcher, but he's not banned either. So, oh no, they do have a Thatcher. They do have a Thatcher. So this might be actually easy for, they might be doable, but if Lunar's on his game, it doesn't matter if they do have him or not. He will be able to outplay them.
Yeah, Thatcher, it kind of was shown in quite a fair few leagues that teams have gone to the point where they've practiced without Thatcher so far that they really, for the majority of it, ignore or still have the ability to play about it. But with Renatus, look, Thatcher being in play is going to be a good idea, but Lunar being the absolute bandit tricking genius that he is, could have done some work, but because of the pressure from down below, obviously the stakes were a little bit too high, and instead it's just a gift for Hysterics to find a frag onto Lonely.
The key point here is that they didn't go down. Surely they gave up that wall, but they're still alive and they're still counting. Of course, they have a couple of pings up on the rafters and garage, and a very nice drone to provide a lot of clean information. This will actually net them a strong control over that point, and whoever is in the garage speakeasy, he's going to have a lot of work to do. He needs a little bit more backup. But we see a member down, told you. Unfortunately, it does look like he dropped from the ceiling, unfortunately, and C4s go out, not connecting to anyone just yet, but Lonely is already off the board.
And it's a bit of a unfortunate turnout here for RTS right now. Speakeasy trying to Cade trick, but I think, yeah, it doesn't come in at the right time. But you look at the health amount for Toji, health amount for Rix, not looking too good. Adenepa and Hoven would have to do majority of the groundwork here, but Speakeasy just somehow still manages to do it. That's a double for him. Can he line up a triple though? That's another question. Yes! That's a triple! Speakeasy! Absolutely a madman going for the quad. He does nail a quad. It's a flawless one for IG. Oh my god!
You're making it too easy. You're making it too easy. Did you see them line up for him? It's like they wanted to hand it over. The last member that gave him that triple kill, I don't even remember his name at this point, but it's like the diffuser dropped right in front of them, and they were like, "You have to pick it up." The peer pressure of dropping that diffuser in garage in the most awkward position possible. That's why they put him there. They know exactly that if anyone can hold themselves against the entire world on that rafter, it's Speakeasy, and he goes to show that not only can he manage and defend himself there, but he can take out 4 members of your team easily. We all, of course, like 2 weeks ago, saw this guy do a 1v5 ace reverse sweep. He can do anything possible. This Speakeasy is arguably the best player in this entire league, hands down.
Certainly. I have to agree, that's quite a play that Speakeasy pulled off, and honestly, one of the big highlight players that IG has to this date. Obviously, the rest of the team can still perform quite well, but the moment 1-1 scoreline, round 3 is upon us. We still unfortunately have a bit of a mute bug there for ourselves, but doesn't really prevent us from still enjoying this performance from both of the rosters. RTS, as a reminder for anyone who just tuned in, this is map number 2. They have, unfortunately for themselves, lost map 1. That was Cafe Dostoevsky, which was a 7-2 victory in favor of Invictus Gaming. And currently on map 2, Renatus trying to slow down this whole onslaught that IG present, but it seems like so far it's a good start with Hoven eliminating Lunar. That's a great start, but given the fact that Lunar technically usually doesn't play any very impactful roles, it's not as bad of a loss. But Hysterics finding Adenepa, now that is an impactful one.
Lonely, everything else Speakeasy there. That's your ace off the board. But it's not over just yet. They have the Black Eyes, they have information, and they, of course, still have Joe and Jordan along with the Starks on that roster to keep it still alive and pumping. But they're a mile away from that point there, and some of the deep roamers here have an edge over the attackers with surprise. Not Joe anymore, of course. He gets droned out, and they know exactly where he is. He's going to take this front on, of course. Try to duel it. Frag grenade does go off. Doesn't connect to anything. Rather goes out. He's going to let them waste their utility as they try to push him, and Sledge will have to take a rotation all the way out, but that site is free and clear as Joe is the last member standing all the way upstairs. Rix will get that diffuser up quite easily, and as he duels the member over in Bar, it might be a bit of a challenge as they play Peekaboo, but they don't even have to take this duel, and it's going to be too easy for Tolji here. RTS win a round on round 3. Managed to save this one for themselves and keep themselves going in this game.
Well, Renatus able to keep up this pressure after the colossal shutdown that IG pulled off back in round number 2. They were able to make a really solid recovery. It seems like at the moment, whoever does get the opening frag is able to keep up the pace and control the overall run within a round. So far, it's working out quite well. Gym and Bedroom is going to be the next choice, though, for IG. They're looking to switch things around a little bit. Jordan introducing back onto Valkyrie. Lunar on Mirror will be pretty much spelling that the man will get to sit on site whilst all the action is happening around it, given that so far roam game just hasn't really worked out for him. Maybe he hasn't fully woken up yet. Who knows? But look, can't blame the gamer. So far, IG still able to pose quite a solid threat to Renatus, and Renatus know that exactly well. So curious if this whole change around will bring IG the dub and keep them afloat, or whether Renatus will be able to extend their point advantage here by 2 points.
If they do manage to extend it and keep this game running in their favor, it is going to become more likely, and especially if they rotate over onto that defense, right? Once they hit defense, it's going to be so much more viable for them. But this wall here, by construction and logistics, I can see Lunar doing some real terror and bringing some real problems for Renatus if they try to push that. Of course, they can bypass that, but it's so hard to take over Bedroom and Gym without controlling construction.
Absolutely.
Ooh,
Well,
not like
already we do
this.
see some early damage. Not like this, indeed. Jordan able to just claim Lonely's life just like that without any repercussions. No HP lost at all. And this is a big momentum swing right now in favor of IG. Being able to claim that frag very early on into the round does mean that RTS now are down one man, obviously. They down one of the soft breaches, and in saying that, well, that's a fair bit of utility as well, taking out 2 of the impact grenades, 2 of the concussion grenades that could allow that momentum play, as well on top of that, some breaching charges. And a run out to boot as well from Speakeasy, just like that, add an Epa out of the equation.
What is happening? These are free kills going down, not just because Renatus are being outdueled, but because they're being caught out in the worst possible places. Speakeasy making it so simple for the rest of his team as he just sends it out there. And now that they have information on the outside of the map as well, they can be like, hey, is that a Habana pushing through the garage? I mean, albeit the fact that she is a mile away from the actual site, she will be able to take that out, and I'm surprised a camera there in that position wasn't already dealt with earlier. A lot of valuable information being given away there, and Hoven with this free frag grenade on the Speakeasy will bring the odds a little bit closer to their favor. Hoven now trying to push up that central stairs as well. Might just run into Valkyrie. Jordan hanging around, has a crossfire with Tolji if he tries to leave that spot, and a nice push onto the mirror as well might make it a little bit better. And there we go, Jordan eliminated already.
Yeah, with Jordan now eliminated, this could be absolutely devastating here because IG are starting to lose out on some of that big utility. Luna is the only one with the C4 as well. So on top of that, 3v3 in a matter of 40 seconds with now pressure on the main stairs. I wonder if Hysterics will be able to nail his shots because this gunfight is going to be one of the most impactful ones, and so he will. That Mark 14 EBR absolutely doing work. Absolutely disgusting with that headshot as well.
Oh, the shotgun! Not like this, Lunar! How often do you ever see that shotgun get a kill? Never.
I do.
Never.
What do you mean, gamer? I'm the one swinging with that shotgun. I'm the one who knocks on the doors of those kind of gamers who try to swing me.
You are the danger. You are the shotgun.
I am the danger, and so is Lunar Metal. He's now an absolute menace. I nearly said the naughty word, but look, IG fired up.
Call him Heisenberg as he knocks on the doors and brings in death itself. He is the danger, and if you are in rank, stay clear of Cthulhu. You do not want to play against Amira with that shotgun swinging like that. The ITA 12 is just scary. Look, I'm just taken back that he even made that happen. But hey, you know what? It goes to show that that shotgun still viable weapon. Of course, it's long range, 12 gauge counterpart. On the Jackal. Feels like it's a little unloved, eh? Barely ever get to see it, of course, but that's probably because, you know what? Jackal has two other guns that are pretty bomb. Pretty amazing.
Yeah. Jackal certainly has quite a good loadout, but unfortunately won't be picked for this round by Renatus. To appease those scoreline, Ian, IG now being contested on a pretty strong ground by Renatus, and it's quite evident that Renatus definitely prepared Clubhouse Ahoa more than Cafe Dostoevsky. Do we reckon that Renatus will be able to push this to map number 2 off the back of what we've seen so far in the past 4 rounds, or is it just a little bit too little of a sample size?
They've shown that they make some mistakes, and when they make mistakes, they really make mistakes. But I think when they're on point, and if they can keep this pace up, they should be able to at least take one more round here. 2 more rounds here for the defense. So Renatus could definitely leave with a 2 to 4 score line in their favor.
We'll have to see about that. Already some breaches are starting to come about. I told you he's the one to just very clinically get the breach done, but no, this time Lunar gets his timing quite well, and he's sitting quite pretty. And once again, oh no, okay, this time there's a Capital Bolt.
Yeah, it works this time around. They tried it the first time, but I think the Capital Bolt just didn't transfer over and didn't make the range. But second time lucky, they make that happen, and Tolji now, despite being down on all of his exothermics, will get his job done for the rest of his team. And Hoban, of course, still has quite a few smokes available for him. So, can they make it happen? They've got one more EMP left on Adinipa as well. Perhaps a deep EMP onto some of the walls, or perhaps onto some of the gadgetry might do a little bit of work. Hopefully not get taken up by any ADS, of course. But Joe and the rest of the team waiting toasty. And as Speakeasy waits to replicate that 4K we saw over in the garage, we see that Hoban takes him out and denies him that almost immediately, and then gets refragged by Joe as his feet get exposed on the stairwell down. So good turnout so far for both sides, but a little bit of a stalemate considering there's 50 seconds left on the clock. They need to really pump this one out.
Yeah, look, a bit of time wastage been there, but in a 4v4, we've seen similar kind of turnout before, and already the control over the rafters could really be absolutely deadly here. IG would be shut down if the plan does go right, but with Hysterics' run out, this is huge.
He's going to get one. He might be able to pick up a second, but Tolji now over in garage has a good position, picks up a nice kill. Maybe a second as they walk up the stairs as well, but he's got a lot of work up ahead of him, and unfortunately, Adinipa vaulting through the window, definitely not the right call. Drops the diffuser right in the middle as well, and they call for the pings. They know exactly what's happening, and Hysterics with a triple kill, maybe a quad itself to match his teammates. might be able to stop this one here, but as they push through, Tolji has him up against the wall and dies, just replicating a vault his teammate made a couple of seconds prior, and oh my gosh, it is not where you want to be. Look at the double peak, man. That was and this is why you don't want to waste exothermics. If he could have opened that wall, it would have been a very different round. He could have definitely got that plant down easier, but unfortunately the first Capital asphyxiating bolt did not do the job.
Not at all, yeah, that was not particularly the best kind of turnout that RTS would have wanted. First time in a while that IG, well, at least on this map, are in the lead, points-wise, and certainly looking quite confident and quite dominant in that regard. I am curious what would come out at the conclusion of Clubhouse, because obviously if Invictus will be able to make this a 4-2 scoreline on their end, that is going to be an extremely good situation for them. But last time we did see Church and Arsenal room, it was, for the lack of a better wording, and so it was an absolute bloodbath, and Renatus were able to thrive in that kind of situation, also thrive off the chaos. Very much similarly how a few of the teams, a few of the teams in Oceanic Challenger League do also enjoy playing about. But honestly, look, Renatus is definitely already putting up a much better play comparative to Cafe.
Yeah, they're definitely showing that they have warmed up a little bit and are going to be able to put up a better fight here. Round 6 and last before they swap over. Renatus need to bring this to a 3-3 scoreline in order to stand a fair chance. Even if they lose this and take it 4-2 on the swap onto defense, it's not the end of the world, considering that defense is so much more winnable here on Clubhouse, especially with the roster and the operators that are not banned this time around. I can attribute a lot of success that Invictus are having on these runouts and a lot of these bigger brain plays because Hysterics is on that Valkyrie, and not only does he bring in the consistency of the MPX, but also the information the Black Eyes provide. Lunar Metal, of course, now instead of playing the Jaeger, instead of playing all these hard fraggers, has swapped over to the Rooney, and you know, the P10 Rooney does work. There we go, Hysterics opening up the game with a kill onto their ace Tolji, and 3 kills from Invictus onto Renatus. Level the playing field. Not only were they headshots, but that was a C4 kill to boot as well, down to just Lonely and Adinipa. It looks very thin for them here on this last attacking round.
Yeah, a bit of a dire situation, 2v4, albeit we've seen a few comebacks right here. Really a matter of 2 frags to really even out the playing field, and with a half round still to go, Renatus might just be able to overturn this, but given the fact that both of the players up until now have been quite disconnected, it could have been a dangerous position. But if they do end up pushing together and at least trying to go for a refrag, it will still be a quote-unquote workable position for them to go off here. So for IG, look, they don't have to really extend anywhere. They just playing, sitting pretty, just not really trying to get cheeky in any shape or form, and full well knowing that if they do get cheeky, Renatus still can very much punish them. And I think that's kind of going to be the play of the game here for them.
Going to open up a little bit of territory there. Adinipa's going to have to take the hard push through, and yet again on another Volt will be punished and exploited, as he is extremely vulnerable within that position and in that animation as well. 3 members might just take the peek here, one after the other, as we have seen Invictus do time and time again. The diffuser is on the other side of that wall. He will not be able to pick that up safely, and they all have sights on that, especially with the Black Mirror on up. And Aruni goes down, but he turns his back, and he will be taken out by Joe, as the last few Invictus members all take the opportunity to take him out and win the final defending round for Invictus. Swapping over now to round 7, RTS stand the best and only chances left in order to take this into a full best-of-3 series all the way to Oregon. But can they do it? They are looking better than they were on Cafe Cthulhu, but it's still not looking good, as Invictus are not only just as warmed up as they are, but also far more confident on Clubhouse.
And confidence is something that, yeah, we haven't really touched up a whole lot on about, purely for the fact that Renatus kind of seemed to be a little bit hesitant on a few of those swings, and as noted by quite a fair few players worldwide, confidence is a huge, huge factor in how you approach your gunfights in Rainbow Six Siege. And without kind of that confidence, without the mental game set right, chances are really you can end up quote-unquote throwing your own gunfight. So here for Renatus, it certainly seems like maybe that is the case. Kind of they still doubting themselves because of how things went down in Cafe, because how things are currently going down on Clubhouse on their own map pick nonetheless as well. Whereas for Invictus, they kind of found their stride, they ready, they keen. Even with the fact that, look, going into Sweden Major, as alluded to before by Infian yesterday, things may be looking a little bit grim given that Hysterics may not attend the Major. So for Invictus, look, this is kind of the time to enjoy themselves together as kind of a 5-core stack, and see if they can get themselves some solid practice as well prior to flying out to Sweden.
It's not just practice, it's a test, you know, for not just for them either, it's for Renatus. You know, these guys are the apex of Southeast Asia, the apex of all of Asia Pacific, and do they even hold a candle to them? So far they can win some rounds, and they have won a match, but was that really the real test as they move on into this round here in the upper brackets? Being able to send them into the lower brackets for the losers to be eliminated, that is a huge play, and that really does, I suppose, solidify any kind of sense of win, a triumph they may have already. But Speakeasy will drone out the bedroom. We'll notice no one's there. Neither will there be anyone in construction. And as they clear out this floor, Jordan picks up the first kill of the Tolji. And yet again, Tolji, along with the Dinipa as well. 2 kills going down to Invictus. But I just want to say, Tolji is generally one of their better fraggers, and he is just not having it.
Yeah, not really having it all. Dinipa, unfortunately, having a very quiet game. He was one of the big performers previously as well, and even players like Rix as well just can't seem to be able to get the play right already on 1-5 scoreline, getting himself tagged up on the rotation. It's just too many things are just not really working out for Renatus here, and we are possibly even looking at something across the lines of a 7-2, 7-3 scoreline on Clubhouse, which will conclude this best of 3 in a very orderly fashion, I would have to say.
The attacker already getting work on those hatches, and they're doing some soft work on the flooring as well. EMPs go out, and there goes your motor room hatch. Slowly and surely, they deconstruct and they dismantle all obstacles in their way. Invictus Gaming are looking to open up this site and make their way in, but they still have quite a length to go. 3 members of Renatus surely might be able to turn things around for them. It might look slim for them, but they still have the advantage of being on site and having control over all the entrances. It's whether or not they'll be able to really maintain this. Speakeasy takes a little bit of damage. Frag grenade goes out, might connect to one member there, gets popped, and no, there we go. Lonely eliminated quite swiftly right behind the lockers of the armory, and Joe, dueling all members, will be eliminated as he takes a refrag. Speakeasy will probably get that planted out quite clearly, and Rix has to rotate, able to actually get that through and go through 2 walls there. And drops one. Speakeasy's low. Diffuser on the ground and ticking off. They give away a lot of sound cues, but pops the Toxic Babe instead. He has 2 more. He might be able to flush them out, but with that shotgun and the SMG-11, don't peek it without reloading first. Throws 1 more out, forces him into a different position, but it's not going to be enough as Speakeasy rotates, catches him on the flank, and unfortunately is flustered with the pressure and the ticking of that diffuser itself. I feel like if he slowed down a little bit, he might have made it work.
Yeah, I think it's more so the nerves kind of setting in there and just not really helping Rix at all in that kind of situation. Plus, I would imagine that he didn't really have a good knowledge whether the Capital was down, but again, maybe he knew, maybe he didn't. Unless we would talk to the gamer himself, we wouldn't know for a fact. But apart from that, look, well done by Speakeasy. His positioning was also quite crucial as well, because Rix's throws off the gas grenades were actually able to cut off quite a fair bit of the position. So keeping that thermite mobile was a really good idea. It's just I don't think that Rix was expecting a kind of behind the table white swing from thermite, and rather maybe he thought of a play behind the bar. So look, yeah, far too many factors to consider in a short amount of time, and maybe it's just the brain overheat. But with that being said, we are being left with a 5-2 scoreline, with IG leading by 3 points, and at this point, I don't think there is any stopping to the IG train.
There really isn't.
10 seconds left.
2 rounds away from a win.
5
IG
seconds
want to
left.
close this one out, and doing so on attack is no doubt the most fashionable way to do any of it. Lonely on the Kaid, of course, I question it. Not because he's bad at it, but because I think it really does waste his talents. We're looking at a lot of the players here on the roster for Renatus, and generally, I would say they're playing suboptimal picks. Like, they could be doing better on different operators. But who am I to judge? I'm simply the caster. But, you know, it's different when you are the player, when you're in that roster as well. The dynamics of the team and balancing up everyone's strengths and weaknesses is something that only they know. And if we ever get the chance to interview them, that will definitely be one of the questions I bring up.
Yeah, good point, really. I was curious to get all those insights going. Funnily enough, now to cast our eyes back to the actual match at hand, IG do spot that RTS are looking to bring in that impact play, albeit it's only on Rix, who could do the impact tricking here. A double C4 from Hoven and Lonely could actually deal quite some damage if IG end up getting stalled out on the kitchen breach. And if that's the case, that could be an absolutely huge misplay, but I would imagine that IG already kind of realized that and are looking to go for a counterplay. Not immediately opening up the hatch either, to generate maybe some form of momentum is there, but IG are not yet too keen on going on for the breach. And oh no, Speakeasy actually getting tight tricked. Not the best case scenario here, but we are
I like how
looking
they're
to
like kind of like debating
deny this.
which hard breacher to use for that hatch. They're like, maybe you should do it. No, I should do it. No, you should do it. Both hard breachers looking at that angle there, and they will notice that, you know what, it's time to actually get a push onto this side here. But it's good that they have made the choice to go for this. Hysterics will lose those pyros to an electrified wall, and this time around,
A bomb has been located.
have to rotate yet again, as that mirror is posing to be quite the threat and quite the obstacle to overcome.
There is already another gunfight does erupt. It's Lunar to actually get the better of Toji. That's a huge one. That's the Warden and the 1.5 times MPX as well out of the equation. Quite an unfortunate turnout, but still plenty of ground to be covered. Lunar as well on half HP. This gunfight in the dirt tunnel was absolutely crucial and opens up yet another avenue for IG to go in for the push. Is this the time that IG once again collapses on their opponents? Take it. There we go. Jordan going in for the swing. Lunar is going in for the plan. No, Hysterics actually gets down, but absolutely gets swarmed, and RTS completely full. IG absolutely getting rolled over. Riggs already getting the tilt, and no, yeah, not over yet. Not done yet. Not yet, bro. Not yet.
It's not yet, guys. It's Speakeasy calling out the awkward. Feels a little bad, but at least they're in good spirits one way or the other. 6-2 now. IG are on match point. The Renatus are looking like they're already calling it a day. Never a good sign, but of course this is an experience they will have to work through and learn as a roster. IG have been in this for years now, half a decade of Rainbow Six Siege, and don't forget, it has been even longer for them to be able to make their way back to a world stage. They've only had so many appearances on that platform, and you know, considering the youth in this region and the the difference in investment from the competitive esports side. It's no surprise here that IG are definitely held to some very fair and high standards, especially when being faced off against more local teams like Renatus.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, Renatus.
10 seconds left.
Gotta say, they still managed to give us a really overall solid run, no matter what. But with the match point at hand here,
Locate and defuse the bomb.
quite difficult, quite a tall order on Renatus to try to make anything work, and yeah, far too many opportunities been missed out. It honestly does look like this may be it for this very best of one between Renatus and IG, and IG certainly looking to try to make it a quick, swift one, especially given the fact that already a bit of tilt been settling in, and Renatus are a little bit old tired from what's been transpiring against them.
Lights out.
Yeah, Speakeasy waiting for this wall to be opened up and defused here. Does look like the exothermic might be going on just real soon, but frag grenades going through just to distract them as well, and might be a fair and clear open for them to pop that, and there we go. CCTV wall now exposed and breached. Joe will get a little bit more drone work done, and does look like as they clear out some of those basic obstacles, they might even find a couple more openings onto other points, considering that he has one exothermic still available. Maybe a push onto the construction wall might, you know, make it a little bit easier for them to apply pressure on the cache.
I certainly wouldn't put it past that idea, but at the moment,
Attackers have located
early damage been dealt about, namely to Hoven. Speakeasy just took a smidge of damage, but right now, CCTV and Garage are going to be the two very volatile positions, as Speakeasy is going to try to open up yet another peak point. Lonely tries to find a gunfire, but it's actually a trade between Hysterics and Rix, and Lonely doubles up on that one. That is a good start for the run for RTS in this very round. Compounding losses for IG means, well, they have to make some sacrifices on where they swing.
Man, Lonely is just not having a great time right now. Joe finds a kill onto Tolji, and it's all the way down to the last three members of that team, and they are not in good shape. Joe trying to find a kill, trying to force an opening, and Lonely gets eliminated through an asphyxiating bolt. Unfortunately, Jordan picks that up and clears out the spot behind the drawers. Managed to get an opening there. Couple more shots does leave Adinapa quite low and has to force to rotate. Hoven might be able to find the sledge here. No! Sorry, not the sledge, the Capital, but it is the LMG to find the kill. Yet again, proving to be the superior archetype, and yet again, another one as well. GG going down to Invictus Gaming, taking this 2-0 over Renatus here on Clubhouse and Cafe Dostoevsky.
There we go, yeah. Nice clean win, 2-7-2s. In favor of IG. Clean deal will be pushing them into the grand final, where they are going to be awaiting now for the victor of, for the time being, the lower bracket semifinals and lower bracket finals as well. Albeit we do get to cover the lower bracket finals a bit at a later date. For the time being, though, with IG now getting to chill and Renatus is still a little bit sweating as to what's going to be their fate here. GAUR versus No Use Talking or Not could provide us with some interesting content.
Yeah, well, the Bulls versus the Squirrels will be coming in after this short break. Don't go anywhere, guys. We are coming back for the last match of the day. Yet again, an interesting turnout as we look to close it off here on our second day of the playoffs. So, we'll be back after the break. Don't touch that browser.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know! But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why do these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist? You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Tiempo
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know! But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why do these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for the continuation, finally, of the match. We had, unfortunately, a bit of a hold-up, as you probably would have noticed. That was due to a bit of a competitive ruling, because due to one of the players from the previous matchup of No Use Talking against Verv ended up DCing and was unable to play, so we had to redo the match. So, in that said, though, it's still going to be No Use Talking versus GAUR, sorry, my bad. Cthulhu and Lan still on the microphones. And Ian, we already have Invictus locked in for grand finals. In your opinion, who out of the two, between GAUR and No Use Talking, will be able to progress into the lower bracket final to battle against Renatus?
I would really like to say No Use Talking. GAUR have had some good moments. They are messy. At their best, they are still messy. But No Use Talking have been a little bit on and off for the last few matches. So whether or not that is going to carry on, I don't know what it looked like offline just now, off broadcast, but definitely still the favored team in terms of competitive level, but GAUR might just win on maybe a technicality, or perhaps even just having a better day. So we'll have to see how that goes along as they, I suppose you could say they warmed up after their match from BANO, but you know, it's still a bit hard for them overall. But we are going to go to Clubhouse first as the starting map.
Yeah, Clubhouse first, Chalet as our second map, and the decider is Villa between the two teams. Honestly, Clubhouse could be an interesting one. Actually checking some of the previous performances, looking at No Use Talking. They actually battled against GAUR before, but that was Oregon Bank, and both of those games were won 7-3, 7-1, so No Use Talking already had quite a nutty advantage over them. Pun unintended, I just realized after saying that. Funnily enough, later on, Nut did play versus Verv, and that was on Clubhouse as well, which they won in overtime. 8-6 was the final scoreline, which does allude us to a very peculiar setup. And the final one was obviously as well Chalet. Clubhouse still continues throughout the regular season to be kind of nuts winning map, but again only just because 8-7 was against Team Coming and Chalet 7-4 was against them as well. So not in general looking like the favorites and going into this matchup, but GAUR has the chance to really prove themselves given just how unfortunate their whole run in the regular season was with only a single win.
Come on, Spider Child. I know you got it in you, man. You just gotta dig deep and really pull through. You know what I'm saying? But having said that, we are gonna be entering our game as soon as possible, of course. But GAUR, as an underdog Malaysian team, put it this way. Let's look at the prize pool for a second, because let's not forget what is actually on the line. So the first place team will be the Southeast Asian champion for 2021. And they will earn 8,000 USD. 8,000 USD in ringgit is phenomenally huge. In Singaporean dollars, still pretty big, right? That's like I think like 10,000 Singaporean. And then if you look at second place, you look at 4,000, yeah, something like that. And then 4,000, third place 2,000, and then fourth place 1,000. So whoever wins this going into the next game still stands a chance at winning third or fourth place. So this is really the money match for them. Are they going to leave with something, or are they going to leave with nothing?
Absolutely. Yeah, look, gotta say, there's still quite a fair few chances, as well as that, the beauty of it as well. If somehow No Use Talking or GAUR manage to make it through to the grand finals and, say, somehow beat Invictus, they get a chance at the SEA Champions, or rather, SEA Championship, which is going to be deciding who's the ultimate winner, because from there on, it's the big leagues, because we have already Elevate there, we have Q-Confirm, Direwolves coming in, Velocity. No Use Talking, funnily enough, already are qualified, thanks to Season 3, and Renatus from Season 2 coming in. So there's one last spot now remaining. So theoretically, for No Use Talking, this should be just mainly just run for the money and for the clout.
Yeah, they will definitely be going all out for this one. It is all stakes on the line here, and this is the last chance of last chances to make something out of this game. And the on the last opportunity, or the odd chance that they make it all the way to grand finals, that's crazy. Now, if you look at upper bracket as well, going into tomorrow's game, Invictus or Renatus still stand a chance in going to the Renatus still stands a chance at going to grand final. But it is even then a slim possibility they will that they might take that grand final. They are, of course, guaranteed prize money at this point. So congratulations to our Indonesian brothers over there.
Absolutely. Yeah, look, I definitely have to say that from here on, it's kind of the battle for the money, and money being quite a big incentive here for the teams. But honestly,
sometimes I like money.
Just occasionally, you know. Those dollary dues on the bank account do look pretty shiny. But let's jump into the game straight away, because look, Clubhouse is calling, and already we do have a ban of Maverick by GAUR. No Use Talking could really bring in a few target bans, but I won't be surprised if we are going to be going through quite fairly meta picks, something across the lines of a Thatcher, maybe another Heart Breacher, and from there on a Mirror and a Valkyrie to boot. Okay.
Oh, it's Finka. So the booster herself will not be playing this time around. A very valid ban, of course. If you guys haven't seen, you can go check out Jess Goat's video on why Finka is very popular with a lot of pro tier players, and of course a real big pick for Charles himself. These are all close bans, and Valkyrie, no surprise there. And I would expect on a map like Clubhouse we see a Mirror ban though.
Yeah, Mirror definitely shown by Invictus, by the way, how impactful she could be. Could be taken out here, but instead it's going to be Pulse, another operator that somewhat rarely gets actually banned out, but it is one of those ops that can definitely throw in a spanner in the works, especially when you defend the Church and Arsenal room, especially when you play for some vertical plays and denying maybe even the pushes into CCTV from below. But all of that is not going to be obviously possible anymore due to Pulse being taken away. Straight off the bat, I'm calling this a bait by BG Will. That Caveira pick, if he locks it in, I will be extremely surprised.
I would be living for it. You had to call it, man. You had to call it. It was a pick for the ages. It would have made this entire game. Would have made up for all the delays. It would have been so good. But here we are, Mira now getting locked in for that defense. It's too easy to pass up, and it's too valuable to let it slip. In saying that, yet again, another game here today where we see Thatcher get picked up again. So the oldest operator in lore and also in theory, considering he's one of the first that got launched, will be here with us on our first round in the last game of the final series of this playoff state before we move into the finals tomorrow. Cthulhu, I'm excited to see how this concludes for everyone here in Southeast Asia. It's been a long time coming for the community.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, quite keen to see all of that action unveil close to the grand finals and see what's the dealio, what's the go. And honestly, yeah, look, quite a few promising rosters really coming through and coming about. Fingers crossed that he'll be seeing everything on time and without any kind of technical issues. Knowing Siege, it does happen sometimes without any reasoning, but look, yeah, I have to see already the mirror window is being put down by BG Will, reading up, and well, there he goes, now being placed on a CCTV wall. Pretty much first to hold off the push, and secondly, the moment it gets popped, it can be used for some impact tricking or C4 tricking in this case, given the fact that only 3 C4s are in play, and well, maybe this is going to be kind of the idea behind all of this setup. But honestly, yeah, at the moment it's a calm before the storm, and Spider Jowl might be forced off his position, even though he's still continuing to keep on bandit tricking it, and maybe Ysera will be able to nuke him out of that position.
It's too easy to get this bandit trick off, and you're gonna... Oh, grenade kill! Ysera from below! What a play! Fantastic manipulation of both the wires and also the timing. They not only get him, but they also get the shock wires off the wall. So great use of that, but now the Surya gates are up and they still have one more obstacle to play around with. Remember, on the other side down the hall by Red is waiting for Noel to pull in. Unsure of whether he heard the camera pull up or not. A couple of shots through the wall will not connect to the mirror. Barely doing any damage.
Yeah, it's a bit of a head scratcher, honestly, here. I know he's trying to find where do they want to go in for the swing, whether they want to go for the push, and obviously already finding Tapper as well. Making it a 3v5 is going to be a good start. BG Will, though, that Vector is absolutely deadly. Doesn't get the better of Null. Already all this action is just going in, but 3v2 is upon us.
Oh no, the peak here, despite the late reload animation, he survives a little bit longer than I expected, but Envy eventually gets the kill. Regardless, LMG is too strong and too good. And there we go, Ysera cleaning up the last kill on to Charles as he breaks on through the wall, the sledgehammer. So, good start for No Use Talking.
Absolutely. Solid execution, solid entries, solid breach. Everything was well and nicely coordinated. Now they just essentially need to repeat this, 6 more times to get themselves sorted with the map 1, but obviously easier said than done. And Church and Arsenal room is being introduced to yet again, a bait from BG Will here. No, never mind. Locked in. Curious.
No, you see, I think he's gonna keep picking Caveira to fake them out and thinking that he's not gonna play Caveira, you know? So they're like, he's probably picked Mira again. Psych! But he just has to do what he has to do now. He just has to hide. He just cannot be seen by those drones, or the jig is up.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, that's the thing though. If the moment he gets spotted, that's pretty much it. That's GG, and like the whole plan could be folded because they already revealed that there's a castle. So it is going to be an expansion on towards the bar.
Ooh.
So for BG Will to play upstairs, this is pretty much a given now, because otherwise he's borderline useless on this map. Otherwise, either upstairs or in strip club. And from there on out, look, if he gets eliminated, that's a huge misplay. If he able to get an interrogation, there we go. There's pretty much Kavira pays herself off. So we'll have to see what is actually going to happen. The idea behind opening this very hatch now has put me at a bit of a head-scratching position as well, because usually you would still want that reinforced to delay the push, but now the attack can just literally just send it directly onto site.
But are they going to, though? Charles has an answer for any on-comers and rotates out of there through the bathroom in great safety. Proximity alarms pick him up, but a little bit too late on that. He has fantastic presence, and the sledge yeeting himself on site. Walking right through the Tsurugi gates. Will get caught by a member, but he'll still collect the kill. He gets traded off, but not before he does a little bit of damage to the enemy team. And now the attackers have free entry on the site, albeit the fact they are down to their last two members. Maybe this was the big brain play. Maybe they just wanted them to come over and send themselves to their own deaths. But that exothermic is going to go off, and Enlo is going to try and back it up with a couple of flashbangs.
Absolutely, already a bit of a spanner in the works, but at the very least, No Snow is able to go in for the plan. So as long as Enlo is able to cover on the site, he might just be able to get the plan down, but a little bit of a missed time. Charles gets the better. It's not really looking too well. 1v3 situation, but still a minute and a half. But look, BG Will claims that frag finally.
This is the most confusing round in the entire league. I did not expect it to turn out like this, but GAUR, what we would assume was like a 69 IQ play ended up being exactly what they needed to confuse No Use Talking into making the wrong play. You know? Isera yeeting himself into that point, giving, like, voluntary taking a little bit of damage was maybe the start of the end for them, perhaps? Because they just went down one member they needed. I don't know. It's too simple to analyze. I don't know how else to describe it.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Yeah,
bombs.
look, far too many question marks really have been put out on that very round. But okay, I suppose that did manage to break that kind of initial momentum that Not was able to gain. And for GAUR, this means, well, pretty much they stay on the same ground as their opponents, keeping them on their toes. Obviously, no more is that Kavira pick. This was more so like a pocket pick until the bait was finally taken. And really, we're back to normality. Charles still kind of fiending about with the Aruni DMR. And I'm curious if there's going to be any time that he will be shut down or not, because honestly, his work has been just absolutely phenomenal for GAUR in general.
It's a confusing time for us here on this final lower bracket game. Of course,
Bomb has been located.
don't forget everyone that's watching, this game here that you see is a best of 3 lower bracket game. So unlike the first 2 games that we saw earlier today, we will be going for those full 3 maps. And after this, we will be visiting Chalet for a nice holiday in the Alps.
Absolutely. Look, Chalet could be
Attackers
a
have located a
absolute
bomb.
banger, but so far Clubhouse is providing some very peculiar plays itself as well.
Eh?
Sarah
What?
having some
Okay, there we go.
struggles with opening up their wall, but again, quite a few positions completely left unchecked. That construction wall could provide a nice footing for the team, but I think the main reason why No Use Talking may be getting caught off guard here is just purely because they are just being absolutely stumped and just confused about some of the setups that GAUR are making that are usually, well, logically speaking, they make no sense and put you at a disadvantage. But in GAUR's case here, it actually puts them at an advantage because you're just confusing at this point your opponent so much that is just room temperature IQ stuff.
Again,
once again,
another
same stuff.
frag grenade. Another frag grenade kill. Ysera doesn't need the pulse to get kills from below. It doesn't matter who you play. The guy knows where you are. He knows what the play is, and he knows how to defend it. Spider Jal, unfortunately, falling in the line of duty. What else was he supposed to do, right? He has no choice but to try to trick it, and he has to sacrifice himself there.
Yeah, really, the main thing here is having maybe some form of like a Jaeger device as well by the window to save him from at least the initial frag grenade, because that just keeps on happening on and on. With Enlo getting the better as well, off Tapper as well, yet again, the Jaeger goes down. Back to a 3v5. We've seen them to be in this position before on this very site, and No Use Talking were able to just absolutely overpower their opponent. So in saying that, we might be seeing the same case, but with Charles from below, that could change.
Oh, man, he gets caught as he rotates to Surya Gates. YD absolutely on the skin of his teeth will be taken out there. That's the final kill on that defense, unfortunately. But a good execution by No Use Talking to take GAUR over in that last map, that last round. Some okay moments for GAUR, but definitely overwhelmed by the sheer coordination from Nut. Clean.
Yeah, Nut were able to quite cleanly take that round despite some of the cheeky positionings that were made by a few of the players of GAUR. And instead we are going to be going into round number 4 with the single point advantage for No Use Talking. We are going to be seeing what they can do on any other side outside of CCTV, because so far that's been the only side that they were able to actually win out. And a retry, oddly enough, from GAUR. Third time maybe is the charm, but I'm curious if Tapper will be able to help his teammate in any shape or form, because if Spidergel dies to the very same frag grenade from Ysera, I'm gonna blow a gasket here. I'm not gonna lie. It's just like at this point, how like
just give it up.
If
like
you see YD's like name, that's my question to Spidergel as to why are you still there? Why is the Jaeger not covering you? Why is there no ADSs? We do finally have the ADSs here. Are they enough though? That is a whole different question.
I mean, they've also taken off. And you're not playing with the Kaid, where they could be, right? Right, they could use Kaid instead. Like, it's a little bit safer, play it from a distance, deny that, or maybe just put a new jammer down and forget about it, you know? They had a Kaid last round.
Yeah, they had Kaid both of those defenses on CCTV. I'm not too sure. Well, the Kaid was used for the wall in the garage, but that was completely overturned and completely ignored. So I have to say that should have been already ignored by the beginning, or rather the decision of the second try of the CCTV. But look, better late than never. Doubling down on denying those frag grenades should be the case here. Unless something just goes absolutely wild, we may be seeing something different, but Ysera finding that frag, that is a huge, or rather, Ysera being found as a frag by Charles, because that is, well, that's your big early flank, completely denied.
In addition to that, Ysera, by the way, don't forget, has been doing so much work on remodeling gym and bedroom construction. He's been doing this renovation all by himself with that sledgehammer, going to work back to back, and taking him off the board just means that the rest of the building stays intact for a little bit longer, and maybe you get to play that to your advantage just for another minute there, GAUR. But No Use Talking, with a minute left on the clock, are not even close to the site. They are below it, they are outside it, but they have not executed on this just yet. Waiting for a couple of frag grenades, I think, and EMP does go out there. A couple of shots through the floor, but unsuccessfully. The wall will open this time around. Yes, it has been every single round so far. But Nas Noel now waiting for the Jaeger to pop his head out and perhaps expose another weakness in this team's defense. A couple of shots onto some of that proximity and some of the utility, but nothing to divvy up just yet.
Well, speaking of, Charles is able to get the better of No Snow. So far, first time in a while, we are seeing a very deconstructed play here, really. No Use Talking, pretty much blinded Tapper. Somehow still gets to survive, but the push is there. He's still able to bite back. 3v2. Look, Nopi and Envy still have the utility to get the breach and get into the site, but with the fact that so many positions, so little time, it's definitely going to be a tall order.
Ooh!
Okay, Envy.
Nice
Envy
frisbee
didn't.
throw there,
Envy
and
didn't.
Envy, and gonna run right through with the
Envy,
LMG.
no.
Spray it down, buddy.
Oh, that was so close. There was 3 different times where he should have connected those shots on the head, but those bags of cocaine just pretty much shut it all down. Oh no. The one time
you don't buy
cocaine
saved
saved his life.
buy. Yep, absolutely. Just don't buy it, guys. It takes your life and it saves other people. It doesn't make sense, okay? It's a conundrum. Just don't do drugs, kids. You know? Look, if we can learn anything today, it's that GAUR have won that round. I'm afraid to say it. They played the right card and just running. They played the Goyo just gapping it was the right card.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
I'm a little bit lost with so far what's been transpiring, because from No Use Talking you have kind of a decent idea about how they approach Clubhouse. All of a sudden they're playing against GAUR, who in a very positive, as much of a positive way as it can be, playing in a very unpredictable, very unusual and unconventional way, borderline kind of taking this more like a casual meta rather than a competitive play. And some of those swings, look, their setup's still looking good. It's just the way how they take some of those gunfights, the way how it's just they just bait in No Use Talking into those engagements is what kind of seeming to be a very problematic thing for not to really deal with.
Looks like we have a little bit of a roam going down here. Tapper, oh no, actually he went back upstairs, but we'll be putting some barbed wire down. Isera getting a nice flank onto those stairs early with the rappel. Now prone upside down, pulling back up onto the rooftop to get those hatches open, get some work onto logistics as soon as possible. It's like he knows how to play the meta. Nos Noel taking a little bit of shock damage will get that exothermic on the jacuzzi wall, but will it last? It does seem so. No one to contest it just yet. And nice dodge of that C4 as they rappel into safety.
Phenomenal play, phenomenal opening, and barely any HP lost really in No Snow. Gets to keep his position quite nicely. Another pressure from the CCTV window is there, but right now Yuseri is risking to essentially copping a bullet to the head from that window. Good idea to just absolutely fall off that position and instead find an opening onto the rafters. Big question is how quickly can he make his way over to that position, because right now the rest of the team is kind of a little bit stalled out and can't really find any opening, can't really find any reason to push up, which is concerning. Oh, come on,
They
you
see the feet of one of the
shots.
members,
There
and
it is.
how? Spider getting shot in the ankles, broke him off. He got outstepped on the court, and here we go. Tapper now has to hold it in construction using the metal bars and the metal wall in order to defend gym and bedroom. He's got to give up that site, and they're going to take that incrementally. But 1 minute and 10 seconds left in the clock. Can they make something of this defense while BG will leaves the mirror in the safety of the bathroom and now transcends to go down below into pool? I'm not sure if he's going to go for a bottom-up C4 play as he still has one in the pocket, but Charles picks up a nice headshot into Enlo with the DMR, and Isera has to follow up with a nade or some kind of play. The pings are down for behind the desk. Will it go off? Yes, but not connect. And YD, there we go, finally gets eliminated there. So a number advantage for the attackers, but still not close enough to site to execute with that many seconds left in the clock. 30, and honestly, it's getting pretty close, Cthulhu.
Yeah, C4 from BG Will from below could actually dish out a hefty punishment there on the attackers. Carlos as well is still alive. He's been the main fiend and the main issue really to deal with. And right now, with 15 seconds remaining, barely any time. No use talking. Got no time remaining. And right now, this is all about to fall apart.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, well, there's no use playing around here as Charles gets a double kill for himself and the rest of GAUR clean up. How? Don't ask me, but they stalled them up for long enough and they actually stopped them from getting on site. A fantastic hold coming in from GAUR that's somehow caused an upset in the scoreline. 3-2 over No Use Talking, a team that we assumed to have been, and we still do assume to be, at that top seed for this roster and for this the league.
Not too sure what is exactly really happening there for No Use Talking. Having two-man advantage, having the positional advantage, they just seemingly wasting so much time and not being able to find any kind of return is,
Locate and defuse bombs.
once again, a head scratcher, honestly, because on paper they're the ones who should be the ones winning out. GAUR, obviously, well done to them for being able to just keep on draining the time, keep on finding the frags, but yeah, look, the time economy from Nut is just atrocious.
If this keeps up, like, the 4% of people that voted for GAUR on the predictions are going to be so Twitch rich and have so many Twitch points. That's actually crazy. 10 seconds left from this prep phase, and it looks like they've this time they have set up and put down the reinforcements for the hatches instead of actually opening them up this time. So a more standard play, perhaps No Use Talking can actually read into this a little bit better and might be able to handle the nonsensical and really, I suppose, mind-boggling plays of GAUR.
Mind-boggling is definitely one of the ways to really describe this, because so far I'm not too sure if No Use Talking will be able to find any kind of response on all of the setup, and going into the defense might have the advantage, but right now GAUR has a very strong chance of making it a 4-2 scoreline without really any sweating or any problems. It's just been quite a clinical performance from them. And the moment, as long as they're able to keep on draining the time, they can win pretty much borderline by default.
No, they're doing a decent job at actually doing that. You know, that is the name of the game for defense, and this is the best opportunity they have for that. This is the last round before the swap, and GAUR need to pull this 4-2 in order to make the best out of this situation. The EMP does not fall through. Does not drop. Not bad, but not great either.
Overall, yeah, look, EMP should still be able to afford the at least some sort of breaching, but you look at that already, half a round already drained. How is No Snow not being able to time this is just beyond me. And once again, I believe, yeah, the breach is not even complete once it got shut down yet another time, and just, yeah, look,
I think it's
I think it's just chalked.
I think the best thing we can say, Cthulhu, is that we can't lie to the public, and obviously we have to be real honest and plain with what we're looking at. That was so bad. I don't know where they get off on thinking they can play it like that, or what their communication is, but that was really bad. I expect better, albeit the fact that this is a tier 3 tournament, right? This is Southeast Asia's chance at elevating the skill cap in this region, and that kind of play belongs in silver. I am sorry. Players in this league should be so much better than that, and maybe I sound entitled in saying this, but as we push through, it does look like, I don't know how they hip fire that and still get away with it, but Nopi makes his way into side, brute forces his way in, and still takes a round like that on a push so chaotic. And round 7 with the swap, GAUR leave on a 3-3 scoreline. Not bad, not horrible, but it's definitely still an uphill battle for somehow both teams.
Yeah, look, I definitely have to say that unless Use Talking getting themselves back into the play right here, right now, I'm very doubtful in their ability to perform later on in the matches and later on in this best of 3 as well that we'll be wrapping up tonight. Church and Arsenal room is coming out this time as quite a heavy change, really. From Mira to a castle, we're looking to expand very similarly to how GAUR did it, but without the Kavira, obviously, with the introduction of Ella into play, as well as that Enlo on the Alibi. Very heavily aggressive duo that could be seen playing here. This time, though, not looking to reinforce the hatch, unlike their opponents. And honestly, look, I gotta say, I rate the attacking pick of GAUR because they're still covering all their bases. They still have both the factory and the floors in case things do go south. And that is a very peculiar expansion, because usually when one is used to seeing all those Casper barricades being allocated to the ground floor, that's not the case. There is even further expansion into the gym as well.
I love how Castle does enable a player or team to expand their territory with those barricades. Yes, sure, they're still soft in the sense that you can use breaches, soft breaches to demolish it, but the fact that it blocks line of sight, it blocks bullets, makes all the difference. And in a lot of cases, with the bar hold that we're seeing more and more often, it provides a lot of defender heavy and defender favored sightlines that make it extremely unfair to deal with unless you are able to eliminate that barricade before you peek it. This does, of course, make it quite challenging for No Use Talking, but as soon as Tapper and the rest of the team, as they push on in, notice what kind of setup they have, you're going to have to start dismantling it in order to safely attack the bottom level in basement.
Absolutely. Well, we already have a number of openings here being made by GAUR, having a few positions, and as it seems like they've just opted into completely denying any kind of roam and just completely ignoring it, but still having the ability to swing here and there. Maybe the pressure from the blue stairs will provide plentiful of a harvest, but apart from that, I'm not really seeing a whole lot of push potential here right now from GAUR, sorry.
Yeah, look, I'm not even sure what Charles is trying to achieve here, because he's essentially wasted his time running around the same site, and the hologram was used very far away from entry. So he could have gone down to Oil Pit and actually pushed all the way through the blue tunnel to get a lot of information, but he's wasted a Gemini, and now it's on a cooldown for... Oh, no, there we go. He's got it back again. He's going to push in through garage storage. Going to go right through the barbed wire. Does expose the clone, but gains a lot of information. That blue is vacant, and he might just be able to push on in quite aggressively all alone. Sees the yokai? No, that is the drone. Sorry. I thought it was a yokai for a second. But smokes are being used now, and they are trying to delay as much time. 2 toxic babes get popped, and now 1 more EMP gets tossed in as well. Flash going out. Charles unable to see anything, but loses a teammate. He also gets down and taken up by Isera, now on a double kill. And all members of GAUR are being eliminated, as BG Will is nowhere near the rest of his team on that execute. It seems that everything they wanted was thrown out the window, and he as well loses on an angle he cannot take. A flawless round for the defense, and No Use Talking when it closes out in the next few rounds to end this torture.
Yeah, you could say you said that the whole plan was tossed out into the window, into the garbage. You could say the same thing about the teammates of GAUR as well, all dumpstered by No Use Talking on the defense, and yeah, look, did it with quite some finesse, gotta say. And with that said, look, going into 3-4 scoreline in favor of No Use Talking is now looking like the pace that they are definitely looking to enforce here. CCTV Room and Cash will be seeing a change, funnily enough, from Bandit to a Mirror. I'm assuming that Womai here is going to try to do something as well, but the Mirror pick still somewhat baffles me because, well, not baffles me, but confuses me because you are essentially forcing whoever's going to be on rafters to play close by to the window, because the moment that mirror window gets popped, you have to play with the impact trick. But because there's that impact trick, you also add a quite heavy danger of, in case somebody swings in the entrance to the garage, you're dead meat. And so it's very much of a risky play. Very much relies on the fact that you have at least some sort of extra support from the rafters as well, so that means double stacking the garage again, and so on and so forth. It's a bit of a tenuous task, I feel, sometimes, and micromanaging it all, it's questionable, to say the very least.
See, we see this mirror window here used quite often. I agree on all the points that you've made so far, but advantages like this do make it pretty hard. Like, look at how cautious they are in approaching this window now, because all attackers have to play so much smarter. We see a couple of explosives go off there to no avail. All the impacts are now used. The wall is being opened up systematically. And we see BG will make some
reason though behind this, the reason partially to it is because No Use Talking know full well that because GAUR are relying on some of those length strats, the moment they see a popped mirror window, they're expecting a spawn peak. That will slow them down. So in context of this very matchup, it makes sense to just play for mental. And if that's the case, then yeah, they're managing to work it out quite well. The fact that they had an ace there as well definitely helps as well, because we just seen that breach to be done. But already, GAUR losing Tapper that early on, that should not be happening in any shape or form, and Spiderjal finally at the very least finds some return on investment with Enlo now being out of the equation.
He takes a little bit of damage, but the Ash player is not done just yet. Now, they have some pretty interesting positions here. One member over by Garage getting pinged, and Charles is going to try to even it up for his teammates and refrag, but he's getting shot from Lord knows where, probably above. And now that they are 3-3 on this roster for both sides, they have very little options available. Mira Nopi getting hit with, I believe, a grenade. Didn't get taken out, but not out of it just yet. Has to use that C4 to make it very valuable for them. But given his position, it's really a pretty big gamble. One member from below now going to throw in something to burn the ADS. YD getting taken out there, leaves two attackers to try to push in, and BG will. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Gets the kill. Look, Charles gets the kill on the rotate up in Rafters, but now rotates. With 39 seconds left on the clock, I don't know if they're going to be able to make this play, but it does look like they're pushing hard for the Garage. 30 seconds left on the clock, and you do not have time to be droning, Charles. You have to get up there. BG will has to make a move onto Raptors to support you, but no, Nos Noel still has one Toxic Bait. He's going to throw that out and pop it. It's going to go near the window by the Garage, and BG will now is creeping his way onto site. A triple kill for Charles might make that easier for them, but Nos Noel is on site. He's in the cash room, and he's going to have to duel them with the SMG-11. Picks up one, dodges a second, reloads, and he's got 2 seconds to pick up this kill, and he gets it! How? Defenders win. He manages to make it work. He delays them for as long as he can, and the attackers just throw away the opportunity. They had that in the bag, but they throw... man.
Yeah, look, I would imagine that this is the same amount of frustration that GAUR currently have. So much opportunities, so many opportunities. Yeah, look, I definitely can relate, because if you watch the Team Verv versus BANO, that was kind of a similar kind of case where so many rounds presented that should have been won by one of the sides, but got absolutely yoinked away and kind of given borderline on a silver plate to the other team. So I definitely gotta say, GAUR,
Attackers need to
they
locate
started
and
off their
defuse
defense
bombs.
game quite well, but their shenanigans can only last so long. So, in saying that, pretty much they weren't able rather to get anywhere as far on the attack as probably they would have done on the defense. And well, in saying that, 5 threes upon us, kind of no use talking, just decimating their opposition at the moment.
Home improvement time.
10 seconds remaining.
One more round to bring it into a match point.
5 seconds remaining.
No use talking. Not bothering with the drama. They are getting the work done here. GAUR not fully out of the running just yet. Have an opportunity to bring this in, but they have to tighten it up here. Isera, of course, going to be rotating over and trying to find some opening, but he's playing down below this time. Has a C4 in hand and might be able to make something work. Music is off, and they are starting to get a little bit of work done on those walls. Exothermic is on the wall as well. Mute Jammer still live. Not worrying about it too much. They're just taking the drones out one by one. Pretty simple and chilled start for the defense so far, Cthulhu, and a lot of real worry.
Worrying indeed, yeah, look, that's probably the best way to describe it all. It's just been a very almost confusing match, really. Between the two rosters, it's been just all over the place, and quite frankly, it is just, yeah, bit all over. Charles does manage to get the find onto Nosnul.nut. Oh, sorry, Nosnul.nut. So that's the mute out of the equation. The main thing here really is the fact that, well, Nitro has been prepped and ready. Could have been the big swing potential, but unfortunately not the case. So in 5v4, look, still workable for no use talking, but with times with people now dropping down like, oh, I don't know what, it's difficult. 2v5 looking like GAUR might just be able to finally score themselves yet another point.
2 members left. No use talking. Might just lose this round here, but as they over peak that rotation, Spider collects a nice kill for himself, and Nopi here will lose his life as he leaves ADS, giving a flawless round to GAUR, dropping into a 4-5 scoreline. Enlo asking for a timeout. No use talking. Need to just reset here before things get out of hand, as the rounds are starting to get a little bit too close for their liking, coming into the end of Clubhouse.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, it's definitely been a very odd game, to say at the very least, in general. So I'm not surprised at the fact that we are looking at to just slow things down a little bit. No use talking. Definitely need to make sure that they iron out their plays, because whatever was happening with them back in that round, something was definitely up and not very particularly good.
And Ella coming in, it's pretty peculiar. We've seen Ella a couple of times with a shotgun. On a site like Church and Arsenal, she could come to some great success playing over in Armory, in the Arsenal there. Just by the lockers, just underneath the kitchen, trying to play vertical. That could work out very well for them in to their advantage. Castle, of course, coming in, always a good pickup these days. But I'm interested to see how they pan this out. Calling out that they have an AFK is not a great sign, but the timeout is live and they just have to keep going. Nope, it's paused. There we go.
Serious. No, well, we are going to be still returning to the regular programming here,
Locate and defuse bombs.
seeing as GAUR have managed to gain their momentum back in somehow. We still, neither of us are too sure as to what is or how are those rounds getting that close, and then all of a sudden the next moment is just a complete wrong. But Search and Arsenal is being the repick yet again. No use talking. Want to showcase that, look, they still want to get themselves that match point. They're only 2 points away from closing up the clubhouse and might just be able to do so, given the fact that, yeah, look, their last few performances were not particularly too convincing. Even their last game against Verv resulted in a 7-4, albeit it was on Villa.
Locate and defuse a bomb.
And all the previous clubhouse iterations were just reaching towards the overtime side, so wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be a very similar case here.
We can only assume they're going to put their best foot forward. They're going to make some great effort here. Charles now helping his team get in on the business. BG will rotating through strip already. No footprints being scanned just yet, but a little bit of drone work for himself will entail that, you know what, this route I'm gonna take. It's open for me. Tapper as well, along with the rest of the team, trying to make their way onto the building. 2 minutes on the clock. They spent a minute now droning it out and trying to find an entry in, but still no work on any of the construction and the hatches or any of the hard breached walls, hard reinforced walls. YG and Spider have a lot of work ahead of them, but they have 1:55 left and they have a lot of opportunities. Charles eventually gets that sledgehammer open though.
Absolutely. BG will has the Jackal, knows exactly that there is going to be at least some form of a roam, given that the castle barricades are all the way there. Gonna try to maybe catch somebody on rotation. That is going to be still quite a fair bit of weight if he wants to stick around there. Otherwise, needs to join his team in the push, and even that could be.
Oh!
What? How do you do that, Spider Jaw?
Did you even hear?
What
like, did you hear Habana just go like, "Oh shit"?
Yep.
I heard it too, and Spider, he wanted to give them a handicap.
Bomb has been located.
This is too easy for him. So, Charles will open up and pick up a nice kill at the end though. Might make it a little bit easier for them. EMP goes out. Gonna get work on the barbed wire as well, and now sees control over blue. They now have control over that traffic, and they might be able to make sure that any movement through there or any rotations will be theirs for the taking. Charles will get to work on some of this flooring, but below him, a member of the enemy team waiting for the opportunity that they have been so patient with. Nopi, of course, has that shotgun that we're expecting and is primed and ready for any soft floor work that might come his way. NB takes it open onto Elevate. Big Will. And the Jackal is no longer with us. SMG out. Nopi picks up on the kill for himself, and now the numbers are in their favor yet again.
15 seconds to go.
Yeah, 15 seconds are ready to go. All of a sudden, the timer is now running low yet again. GAUR running into the very same issue. Envy is about to go in for the swing. Gets the better of one. Can he find another one going for the swing? No, Charles is the last man standing. Barely any HP. Goes in for the swing. What? There we go. It's Nopi from below that just finishes him off through the wall.
Oh,
through the
man. Oh, okay. Well, if it's like that, sure. A couple of shots around the hatch do lead to a simple kill. And match point, going to No Use Talking, will indicate the final nail in the coffin here for the first of a best-of-3 series between GAUR and No Use Talking.
Yeah, No Use Talking get the match point for themselves, which is a great start overall to get themselves running in this competition yet again, but apart from that, really, GAUR still has a chance to push this to 6-5 and then maybe 6-6, but all will very much depend on this very CCTV and cash, because GAUR no longer has that element of having just that one more round to try. No more. Look, this is their map pick. This is where they should really perform, and if they fail to do so, Chalet may be a complete washout.
Chalet is a map where I feel like it can get really one-sided really quick. Clubhouse a little bit more even, of course, and we already know that Chalet is one of the more picked maps, right? It's also a fairly banned map, so it's like really a 50-50 split between what people can actually do on that. But I honestly think that when it becomes home territory for one team, it gets very hard to
Attacker's
contest
objective is to
for a
locate
lot of
bomb
people.
and
But
defuse it.
here we go for the 6th match point on the first map in between these two teams in the lower bracket of the Operation League Southeast Asian playoffs.
Reloading! Cover me!
Could possibly be seeing a very quick turnaround here on this final map. Genuinely a few question marks being posed here. If not, we'll be able to close this out right here, right now. They will gain quite a solid momentum for themselves going into their own map pick, that is Chalet. But that will need to be shut down right here, right now, because giving any more ground to GAUR will pretty much result in a borderline forfeit, really, of that momentum, of that advantage that was gained. BG will might just be able to shut down this whole play, but both, as a matter of fact, of the
Located a bomb.
fire arrows completely get denied. Even more getting denied. The whole utility just to block off a single sideline.
And was it worth it? I don't think so. But you know what? It happened. It happened. The utility has been spent. BG Will has no more arrows left in the pockets, in his backpack, and in his quiver. YD now taking that posterior position in order to check his flank. Don't think that's his responsibility, considering he is thermite, but he is also out of exothermics. So they've got to find a more raw approach to this, as they lose drones one by one. They only have 4 drones left. Gone 6 gets used. Everything gets thrown at the spot, and they are waiting for a slim chance on this rotation. Gas gets popped off, and BG will have to pull back as well. That defense coming in from No Use Talking is looking to be more and more formidable as time rolls by. But like X-Kairos might come in clutch. Spider Jowl might have something to say about it, but so will Enlo and his C4. Nopi picks up a nice kill on the BG Will, and there goes a Capital that had no more quivers, no more arrows in his quiver. Regardless, 45 seconds left on the clock, and it does look like that last Toxic Babe may come in clutch. All the flashbangs are down. 2 left on Spider Jowl. 1 more, and they throw that in. All utilities been dropped, and YD along with Spider and Charles get destroyed on a simultaneous execute. First half is done. No Use Talking wins 7-4 here on the Clubhouse.
There we go. Nice and clean, quick and clean up at the end. No Use Talking get themselves the map point to be only 1 more point away from pushing themselves into the lower bracket finals, which is looking very, very soon and very close. But honestly, yeah, GAUR, yeah, not a whole lot of things to really say about the fact just how things went for them up outside of the defense.
Unfortunate. So we will have to see if they can tighten things up on their next match for Chalet after we go to a very quick break. We got to get everyone's got to get a little glass of water, but don't touch that dial. We'll see you guys soon. Thank you.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know! But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime. My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kind of hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why do these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
We are here now for the second map in this Best of 3 series between GAUR and No Use Talking. The Bulls and the Squirrels are going head-to-head in Chalet. Neither of them are suited for the winter, Cthulhu, but we are going in, and we are going in hot. After the last match on Clubhouse, GAUR put up a good fight in the start, but slowly fell apart at the seams as time ticked by.
Yeah, look, GAUR definitely, they shown themselves quite well on the defense, but the moment things came down to them going on offense, just it looked all extremely bleak. Apart from a few very unconventional rounds, really, GAUR seemingly, unfortunately, doesn't really have much to really show, especially, at least against No Use Talking, a team that so far shown us that they can still thrive in the chaos, they still can perform, but it's their coordination that so far was able to win out over the chaotic and unpredictable nature that GAUR showed on the defense.
In the off chance that we do go into a best of 3 full series, we will be going to Villa, but having said that, one of these teams will be in the as well as the final half, going either for 3rd or 4th place. Perhaps even, playing against the bottom seed team to see whether they can go all the way to the finals, for the grand finals. And generally, they're all playing for money. So this is high stakes for GAUR and No Use Talking. Thatcher getting banned off. He's had his time in the spotlight today, Cthulhu. They're finally taking him off the board.
Yeah, Thatcher was able to show us that he is quite a proficient, ready to get rid of quite a fair bit of utility, so with him out of the equation as well as Finko, things are certainly looking quite promising, albeit, yeah, look, No Use Talking was still able to perform quite well even without Thatcher, I would have to say.
Kayit getting taken off on a map like Chalet. I mean, that's okay. We see him used quite a bit and in certain circumstances, he is very effective. I hope to see a Maverick come through. Every time we do see Chalet come around, a Maverick is almost staple in taking down second floor office wall. Round 1 now, moving in. We are surely to see some interesting picks that we have seen many rounds over, and BG will still again baiting the Kavira. There we go. He's locked in Malusi instead. So.
Yeah, BG will shown us a few times that he is able to flex Kavira quite well, so not surprised that he's able to show it here too. But we'll have to see if the Kavira pick will actually pay off, because look, the Kavira bait will pay off in a later day, because it was able to catch No Use Talking off guard once, but I'm not too sure if it will catch them off guard twice, given the fact that this is not map pick.
Bomb located by
Yeah. It is it's good to see that they brought the Flores as well, by the way. Flores, of course, is picked almost all the time on Chalet. His utility and the ability he has to deconstruct shields, to gain information while he's doing that as well, is so strong, especially when this map usually has lots of deployable shields to control corners, to control angles. It is extremely common for any attacking team.
Absolutely. Yeah, look, in saying that, we shall see. Flores will be able to make that big difference right here, right now, because back even in tournaments like OCL, Flores, generally speaking, while still being able to dislodge a few positions, did not really show a whole lot of consistency in the success of the attack. So, No Use Talking still will need to make sure that they nail their shots, nail their pushes, because if they run into Charles, if they run into Spider Jowl or BG Will, this will be a colossal failure for them, because Charles so far been absolutely ballistic. I mean, if you looked at the scoreline back on Clubhouse, he was still able to put out the numbers, and that is very unfortunate. Envied crashing.
Yeah. Envy crashing mid-round does mean that they are not able to get the pause or to allow him to join in, as the round is already commenced, but they can request that in between. So I suppose Flores and his success really comes down to pre-droning and gathering a lot of information first, and making sure that whenever you do pull out the RCXD, that it has a very set objective and is very clear on where it's going.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to really not expect the Renatus drone to come in, but look, we are already seeing the play, we are already seeing the turnout here, and some breaches already been done, whilst also still providing quite a nice ground for not to play about. But with already losing out the one of the players, it is certainly going to be a bit of a problem, to say the very least.
Hologram gets shot up from below, not going to be able to get a clean entry there. Enlo is going to have to find another way to get on point. Charles dropping quite low on health does suffer at the end of Anlo as he finally finds that kill, and may just have an easier time pushing in, but has one more member down below on that rotation. BG will picks it up with the MX Storm, and Nopi gets eliminated quite quick. So
3v4, not really the best case scenario, given the fact that it's also 30 seconds to go. No Use Talking running into the very same issue like they did back in Clubhouse, and that is the time management. Not really helping a whole lot. The series is about to walk into a two-way crossfire. If he's able to make a play off that, that could be huge, but being spotted early on does not help at all. Another swing could pretty much be the end of him. Spider Jowl gets the better of No Snow. It is looking like it is going to be just about a GG.
Yeah, there we go, just on numbers. Tapper closing it out there. GAUR win round 1. And just generally, not a smooth start for No Use Talking, as of course losing a member that early is never great, but should be coming back sometime soon and see an even playing field yet again. You know, if anything, No Use Talking can still win without him, but it really will be a handicap that they don't want to have to deal with. Envy, of course, is a very good player. He's one of the better players on that roster.
Yeah, look, we already had behind the scenes the situation where a team had to play it out in a 4v5. I doubt that this is going to be the similar case, and I don't think that it's anything big, unless for some reason the players PSU got fried or whatever. Master Bedroom Office, though, is already being locked in by GAUR. Gives us time to really think about what would be in the case, so what could be the play here. YDF bringing in a Castle, I'm assuming it's still going to be locked in, because Castle actually on Master Bedroom and Office could do a great deal of delaying, especially in a windows like that double into the Master Bedroom, shutting off a few of the rotations, the window into the piano. There's a whole lot of use for the Castle barricades on this very site, so curious what is the decision for the Castle player of GAUR. On the side of No Use Talking, look, they've shown that they are able to almost make it a play and make it a win for themselves with their 4-man setup, but then they need that extra person, they need that big fragger, and they need to get him back. Simple as that.
They need to make it happen. There's literally no way around it. But let's hope that is the case, and that we do get him back by the at the latest time possible. Better than not, but you can only hope so, guys. Saying that, we obviously do apologize for these technical difficulties. It is out of our hands, and it is not a great experience for anyone behind or in front of the scenes. But we thank you for your support. Thank you for your patience and your continued your continued patronage of Rainbow Six Siege in Southeast Asia. Of course, me and Cthulhu will try to keep you as entertained as possible for the rest of the night, but it is not great. Flora is here, waiting quite long. Sorry, not Flores, but the rest of GAUR. But
yeah, look, GAUR again has the opportunity here to gain that early advantage like they did back in Clubhouse, but main question being is how will they be able to perform during the attacking side. But look, yeah, defense so far from them has been actually pretty good, despite some of the issues, despite some of the early frags. Losing Charles early on into the gunfight, the rest of the team was able to actually pull up quite well. So I actually would want to say that maybe, despite the fact that this is not map pick, I actually still think that GAUR has the chance here to really overturn whatever the advantage that was in the hands of No Use Talking and bring it back all the way into map number 3, which, look, could happen, but if No Use Talking will be able to perform at the very least on the defense like they did before, we could see a complete turnaround and just complete shut it down at 2-0, call it a day, go to sleep, and yeah.
it is unfortunate. This is not how I would want the lower brackets played out. Of course, it should always be a fight to the end and tooth and nail at every single turn. The most competitive opportunity possible. But let us see.
Yeah, I think at this point a rehost should be pretty much a no-brainer, given the fact that the player can't really join in. So hopefully we shall be seeing that result pretty soon. But look, apart from that, not much really to be dissected from what we've seen a 4v5. And yeah, and hello, you get to see us once again whilst we are getting the rehost underway. Okay, so far, a solid start, and at the very least, we can say for a fact No Use Talking still has the confidence in swinging without one of their big soft breaches as well.
No Use Talking with the Sarah's captainage. I can only assume that they are just gonna learn as it goes by. A lot of them are new to me. Surely they've played quite a bit, and they have all shown they are very skilled individual players. But it's just sometimes reacting to some of the strategies or even some of the setups can be a bit of a challenge for anyone going through, especially if you're not used to being together. Isera, from what I collect, is still technically a free agent, and he's supporting and being a part of that roster as they are competing. So hopefully that he continues to be a supportive member of that roster for No Use Talking, of course, with Coach Eugene and, of course, believe Coach Harper. And even if he leaves, I just hope that he actually, that the rest of the team learn from everything that he imparts onto them as he searches for the opportunities that he deserves.
Yeah, look, really keen and really hoping that all those players will be able to find finally their home in either the work or for, say, like Sophie Sarah, to find the more stable roster to play on, given that the man is an absolute gift and an absolute legend, really, to any roster. But apart from that, look, I'm essentially, at least the way how I see it, really, this whole matchup is essentially the unpredictability of GAUR and kind of playing the game of endurance against No Use Talking, who seem that they have nailed down pat their whole coordination, their play, their strats. At the very least, it shows that they have practiced all together quite well. Whereas GAUR, they borderline coming into this with a bit of a kind of, cheeky peek here and there, cheeky play and there, but yeah, apart from that, not much can be said, really.
We'll be going to an ad break while we get this rehost going. Thank you guys for being patient with us. We will see you after.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
And we're back from the ad break.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We finally have all of the players in. We have all of the gamers running for the dub. Finally, No Use Talking finally got their player back into the play. They fabled Zafia Gamer, and on the side of GAUR, Master Bedroom and Office is being the choice here with the introduction of Clash as a 6th pick.
Defenders, protect your bombs
Ian,
from being defused by attackers.
we seen so far a very peculiar defense. Do you reckon GAUR will be able to run away with a few more rounds?
Man, you know what? I can tell you one thing. Spider Gel is actually an okay smoke. He's actually not bad. Charles on that Aruni, also not bad. Now, they're pretty decent at delaying time. If we remember them being on the roster, in the last game of Clubhouse in the very start, they did a fantastic job at just delaying and buying time. And
5 seconds
as we
left.
saw in the last round, for this map, no use talking,
Attackers are moving out to locate a
they
bomb.
delayed the entry a little bit and they couldn't find clean points of execution. So they couldn't get their plans off right. They couldn't really get it taken off, and GAUR know how to capitalize on that. So I think, yeah, maybe not the most interesting, but considering they brought a clash, it's definitely going to be pretty peculiar. The last time I saw a clash, someone was doing the nasty spawn peaks with it.
Yeah, look. Definitely curious about that clash. Curious if it will be able to make work. Also, apologies as well on the talking over you at the very beginning. Some issues with the VMix, but no issues at all with the Yseri though to claim the frag onto Charles.
Yep, quite a free kill there, and that's massive considering Charles had the DMR, and that is a big gun to take off the board immediately. So, albeit the fact that his gadgets are already set up,
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
the Surya gates are already ready to go. He is he's no longer able to contribute, and he is.
Attackers
We'd
recovered
expect the DMR to do quite a lot of work for this defense here, but with a minute 30 seconds left on the clock, Enlo is going to make his way through bar and hopefully to the kitchen area. So trying to bring a little bit more of an impact around dining. The rest of his teammates are nowhere near the site, of course, and still doing a lot of drone work. 1 minute left on the clock, 1 minute 15 seconds to be precise, and they still debating what's going to happen.
A bomb has been located.
Absolutely, yeah. Debate is one way to really describe this, but Tapper just connecting that very much of a pixel shot really in there. Not able to confirm the frag, but could find here if he swings really quickly. Does see one. That's a down on Ysera. No. 2 people down, but neither confirmed. Tapper, you need to confirm those if you want your team to win out, because this is just keeps on falling apart. It's all down to Spider-Child and Tapper, and well, if the team is able to recover them, that could be huge. But no, Ysera left the game. What is happening?
Attackers have recovered.
I don't know. It doesn't look like Singapore has a great time with internet right now. It is very unfortunate by the look of it, but Spider will take a little bit of damage, rotate out of there, and Tapper will now eliminate Nopi as well. Envy's all that is left, and the man has returned and will be sent away as Tapper himself cleans up that last kill. So Spider actually picks up that kill. So Tapper actually doing a lot of work, actually, if you think about it. They don't know if these guys are being killed or not. They do know that there's no, but also just unfortunate, really. So yeah, look, once again we are being sent to a technical pause as there's no words really. Yeah, not dropping players left, right, etc. I'm not too sure what is happening. Not too sure what's the go with not maybe the internet, maybe the PC bad, maybe something else, and timeout. Yep, couldn't connect at all, unfortunately, and that's your. Both of the technical pauses used up. Now the timeout as well used up. Nut will be forced to play in a 4v5 straight off the bat, and that is going to be a huge upset for them, given that they were just looking to pretty much lock out this map. And
attackers need to locate and defuse.
Yeah. Look, I'm just speechless here, Ian.
I think we all are, really. It is a very strange night for the lower bracket finals. It would be pointless if we really just kept apologizing to the public. But what else can we do? This is just simply the way it is. Unfortunately, it is simply just the way it is. Singapore is not having a great time with internet today. Players are DCing one by one. It is they're not near each other either, and it's just unfortunate. So here we do have a 2-0 GAUR, and if they win this, they'll be going to a best of 3, full best of 3 series all the way to Villa. Now Villa's a map that I don't know if No Use Talking really have any. Surely they have experience on it, but I don't know what they do or how they perform or play on that map, as we don't have any collection of it. So it is really a gamble of what we might actually see or come to expect from No Use Talking moving into our third map. But GAUR still have to be able to win it 5v4 in order to make that happen.
Yeah, with the ways how things been going, GAUR could actually take this all the way to Villa and then completely decimate their opponents, especially on a defense. Just all of these things, just I would imagine for not as well. This is very tilting, given all of the issues. But No Snow is able to get better off YDF, and that is a big actually play. That's a bandit out of the equation, making this a 4-4 scoreline with still 2 minutes to go. Their attack could still be overturned into a dub, but again, playing intrinsically and from the get-go in a 4v5 situation, not particularly the kind of situation that you want to be in.
Throwing magnet. Ready for grenade.
Oh,
Nos Noel now peeking this angle.
Mm-hmm.
Holding this tight position here. Not actually able to push on through. Sees a little bit of resistance from the enemy team, but they're a little bit too passive in order to make something happen. They need a little bit more information, but those drones are nowhere near or just not an ideal position. I'm not sure what Envy is trying to gain from that drone here, but as frags go through to burn the ADS, they will be yeeted out of there with the magnets. And maybe this one here might just connect or deal with anyone defending the angle. Giving the well, no, he will not take that, but Nopi will. Charles goes down, and there goes your Wamai. YD is also off the board by Ndu, and now somehow No Use Talking have a numbers advantage. Spider still has all 3 of his Toxic Babes, though. He still has that advantage. Cool. But Envy definitely saw defeat there, and he knows exactly where this member is. Will he be able to make a move on it? He has an Overwatch over the staircase now and should be coming into his line of sight. Surely no! My gosh! Okay, he finally collects that. But, yep, unfortunately, loses one more member there. But there we go. A flawless round going in for No Use Talking. That was close, actually. He almost lost that. But hey, it's happening.
This area is finally back again. We're finally gonna have a 5v5. Can you imagine this?
I can now.
Do you reckon we
seeing is believing.
Do you reckon we actually? Do you reckon we'll be able to get through the whole chalet? Yeah, so, I'm thinking at least another like 2 or 3 times, honestly. But look, bit of a heated banter maybe. Hopefully it's a banter and not just both teams just being annoyed at each other. But No Use Talking still being able to pick up in a 4v5 fashion a round is a very good sign for them, given that it still shows that they are able to perform under the pressure, they are able to perform with a player deficit, and able to just keep up that pressure that's been, as of recently, building up even more on them.
10 seconds
2-1 right now for GAUR. Setups are so far okay. They have some decent positions here. They've got okay use over the sites, but I think they're limiting themselves in how they play the map. They didn't have many roamers or many external positions, and the ones that were out there got eliminated way too quickly. Losing YD and Charles off the bat like that was not great for them. Charles has to focus on prioritizing that survivability in order to make this work for the rest of his team.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, shutting down Charles has been one of the biggest things that so far we've seen not do, because Charles was an absolute fiend going into map number 1, and having him out of the equation is great, really. This shuts down any form of aggression, forcing GAUR to be very much more defensive, very careful about how they swing. Apart from that round where Tapper went absolutely ballistic, really, they've been acting very quiet.
A bit too quiet. I hope to hear the roar beast itself as we frantically spray through all the cameras, by the way. Just all the cameras, every drone on site. We need all the information possible right here, right now. You notice the one drone down, sorry, the one Wamai by the stairs. RCXD might get popped here, but Envy now rotating through. We'll see that shield get dropped. Nopi unable to just yet to be able to do too much about anything in that position. We'll wait for Habana to maybe help him create more sightline, or not yet.
Yeah, it's the concession for the mezzanines to try to cut off any of the rotations that Charles could have. If they can keep on shutting him down, that would be huge, but I'm curious actually about that play that Enlo is about to make. If he can make do of his position right by the window of the snowmobile garage, that could be actually a huge play, but again, could be caught in a crossfire. That's something that he would not want to do, very frantically flicking around. Envy's entry is the key here.
What a miss!
Oh god.
Barely surviving that. Envy finally gets taken down, and Enlo leaves with a double on top of that as well. So 2 members on GAUR, now that No Use Talking have their 5-man roster, they will see a great push for BG Will as he tries to rotate back onto site as well. 2-3 on that score line. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to make something happen, but now he's walked through the barbed wire. Surely no one heard him at that distance.
Ready with all the pre-fires, his position been revealed. It's all down to BG Will trying to do anything. No use talking. It seems like all the talk whilst waiting for all of those tech pauses finally gave them the fuel for this matchup, and GAUR, they can't really find a whole lot of response. Being on defense 2 rounds in a row, being allowed to slip through, that is, to put it mildly, a yikes, really. Especially in their position, just allowing those kinds of very wild swings from No Use Talking pretty much signals that not just are off the hook.
Not just that they're off the hook, but because they're off the his A too.
His A.
Yeah, man, that's what they say, you know, the his A.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, you gotta trust me on this one, man. It's off the hook, off the his A for shizzle my nizzle. Okay. But look, I like that they're bringing in the Capcan. I like it. I just want to see the double stack happen. Maybe not even a double stack.
Yeah.
Maybe the triple stack. Yeah, it has to. They gotta do it somehow. If they're gonna bring Capcan out, just do it, man. Make it happen. Work with that magic.
Yeah, look, we've seen a double stack actually yesterday with when I was casting with Infian. There was an introduction of the Captain that was able to just in that double stack be able to just absolutely obliterate the opposition the moment they were absolutely careless. So wouldn't put it past that. We might just be able to do so here as well. So look, the double stacked castle, not castle, pardon me, double stacked Capcan traps. Definitely looking pretty good, and could be the upset material here.
Pepper. Waiting for enemies to rotate in, and Ysera finds an opening kill onto Castle. Not horrible on that defense, but pretty early to lose a member. Regardless, you never really want to lose any members at all. But you'll get some work on this mezzanine here. Nos Noel now has a position, and they will get to get to deconstructing this wall. And
Yeah. Look, getting the opening there into the half wall could actually do quite the solid job here for the attack of No Use Talking. They need to find the opening, and with Envy sowing some chaos around the library hallway, he could actually find a few solid openings here. If they can get a foothold in around the piano and eliminate anyone who is holding around that area, that could be absolutely devastating really for the defense, but seems like Yusera already got the number there, eliminating that double stack and looking to swing at the Capcan, who is just in between the jacuzzi and the library hallway. And look, so far it's looking very good for Nut.
yeah, no reply from GAUR at all, falling like flies one by one and just allowing them to use all their utility. Double kill going down to Nos Noel does result in a one-man roster still surviving, and he picks up his triple kill and maybe his 4. No, it's Envy to pick that up, but a flawless round for No Use Talking. The second one actually, this map.
There we go. Third round in a row now for No Use Talking. We are nearing round 6, and at the very least now we are seeing why No Use Talking have a really good scorelines on Chalet. It's definitely the map that they certainly played to prepare, played to perfection, and being able to shut down GAUR in every shape and form already shining absolutely and positively through. Master Bedroom and Office is going to be a retry though from GAUR, and look, already Capcan being swapped off, seen as he didn't really net any kind of frag, any kind of damage, will be swapped on over. And now the current lineup that we are seeing does somewhat play into a good kind of hunker down position. You have those mutes, you have those Giga ADSs, you have the Rooney Syria gates that can serve quite well to slow down the initial push, and obviously then Spider Gel with the smoke to slow down and shut down the plant. So could work out here, but yeah.
10 seconds to insertion.
It is their map pick after all, and
5 seconds.
you can only expect an even better performance than what they put up on Clubhouse, considering that was GAUR's pick. But yet again, we're talking about No Use Talking here, a team with history that dates back to Battlefield. We are talking about a name in Singaporean gaming that has been around since the dark ages of the internet cafes and video games, CRT monitors, and PlayStation 1s. Okay, maybe not that old, but you know, it's got some history behind it, is what I'm trying to say.
Right. Well, history or not, really, it seems like No Use Talking want to make their own history here, just now in Siege, and see what kind of move they can now bust out, given that so far they've been playing their game with quite the finesse. And the attack, ever since all of those technical issues, now that it seems the connection issue has stabilized, they can actually keep on pushing through. Tapper already out of the equation. That's the person that's been scoring quite a fair few solid shots. Now, going to the second half of the round, it's not looking particularly too pretty.
And there we go. Charles gets eliminated. 2 members of GAUR taken away for free. Not a single bullet traded for an inch or even a drop of blood. While they are bleeding buckets and leaders here, YD caught in a corner, not able to move, is surely to get caught out, especially leading in that direction. Not favorable. He does manage a rotation now, but BG will slowly trying to level the playing field as they take out Nopi. A good trade for their position at this point, but Spider as well on point is trying to play as patient as possible, holding all 3 of his toxic babes.
Nopi out of the equation. That's one of your Mavericks now gone. Well, sorry, not one of your Mavericks. What am I even saying? That's your Maverick gone. That's the frag grenades out of the equation. That's the ability to peek through some of those breaches now gone. Enlo might just be able to score a frag here, and the C4 from YDF is just absolutely devastating, dislodging the whole push that No Use Talking was able to acquire.
attackers recovered the
Now
bomb.
Nopi as well hears the enemy through the breach in the wall. Not sure if he should make a move on it. Does wait for Isera to pick up one more member and then pull in a rotation to bring in a little bit more support as they try to move in and take territory on this point. But there we go, the last member on that attack. It's going to be eliminating any defenders rotating onto site, and clearly No Use Talking are done making jokes. So yeah.
Oh man. Barn Gaming is now going to be the choice. We did finish just up. No Use Talking winning out 4-2 on their own attack. The side on Chalet that is usually considered one of those less performing, but it seems that's the whole kind of jig, the whole play of the game with SEA. Attack is definitely a much more favorite game, and the defense is the one that is being a little bit lackluster for quite a fair few teams. Going into this one, GAUR, look, they haven't shown a whole lot of signs of life on the fence back in Clubhouse. I'll be absolutely frank and absolutely honest here. I'm not seeing any promise here either.
30 seconds left on that clock. You see that obviously everyone's going to be rotating in and out and controlling, doing their best to bring in a little bit more control on this defense for No Use Talking. But given the position they have and that they're going to bar and games, they're getting the hard yards done first, and we want to just get the ugly out of the way. They have to bring in a little bit of setup upstairs though, Cthulhu. They can't just give up library too easily.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, we could see GAUR if they manage to recover their mental. That will probably be the biggest thing, because so far No Use Talking been really pressuring their mental 4 rounds in a row. I mean, imagine how tilting would that be, really, when for a team that already being pressured quite heavily, and it is the lower bracket as well. So the moment you lose, that's it. No more retries, no more drop downs into the lower brackets. That's it. You're eliminated from the tournament, and by this point, really, that's it. GG's, man. And so for GAUR, this is dire. They're 3 rounds away from having their whole run completely shut down. All the effort that they've put in, albeit not particularly successful halfway through the regular season, still effort nonetheless, all completely being nullified.
Magic going out. Perimeter defense is active.
Yeah, Whitey's gonna throw a grenade out there, might eliminate a little bit of utility, make it easier for him to push up. But Charles realizes, hey, you know what? No one's in office. Let's get to work on this wall, or even just make a swift push into sight. Get that work done. Call for the ping and try to get that wall breached so the sightlines can create more advantageous positions. But Tapper now throwing a couple of flashbangs in there to burn not only just the ADS but also the magnets. Will expend all of it in an attempt to clear any defenders pushing in and trying to take a stronger position.
Ooh. Nobi being down, that is a big uh-oh, really, going in here. Still being picked up, those. But that is good. Hello, I'm back. Look, yep. Frost could really do some work here. Still, that I would strongly believe in that. No C4s though from Nut. That is probably the biggest concern here, really, going into all this, because vertical game could be huge, but these kinds of turnouts, these kinds of crossfires, how does that TK work even?
Oh, and there we go. A kill from Charles gets traded back by Isera, Enlo onto PG Will. And it does look like No Use Talking have only Tapper to deal with as he's all alone on this push in. Doesn't have any
10 seconds left.
easy way onto site, and it does look like all members are just waiting for him to make a move. They don't have to do anything at all despite their health being low. He has a leg and a half, and there we go. The final kill going on to No Use Talking on this round. here for their first defense, and it's so clean.
Clean deal. Tactical timeout is being called. GAUR on the verge of losing this to pretty much have themselves dead to rights, cornered by No Use Talking. No chances whatsoever to really bring this back yet. 3-round differential, only 1 round till No Use Talking at least lock in the match point, and at the very least an overtime. But by this point, look, GAUR needs to, I don't know, they honestly need a miracle at this point, really, to get themselves back into the play, get themselves organized for any kind of momentum, because otherwise, look, we are looking at a very bleak picture here.
It's starting to get further and further away, but Nook coming in from BG World. Yet again, more bait. Or is it? Or is it? They stray further away from a win and stray further away from realization of what could possibly make this work for them. 2 seconds, 1 second, and they got a soft locked in for that Montagne. It might be the answer for them. But they now have to 6-pick one out, and it does look like they are electing to switch it for a Ying. So that's actually not bad. Could be a good pick there, but they're not sold on it just yet. It does look like it will be locked in, however, and they will be going for a very aggressive
Attackers need to locate and defend.
yeah, very aggressive round here.
Aggressive round indeed. Look, it's probably the main thing here that is needed for GAUR. They have been trying to approach this in a very kind of systematic way, very strategic. But it seems like No Use Talk can just keep on essentially pulling what GAUR have been doing back on Clubhouse and just trying to play for that chaos, trying to keep on destabilizing and being unpredictable, which worked out up until this point. Curious if GAUR's own aggression will be able to bring them anything, or whether will this be absolutely all shut down to all heck and pretty much wrapped up right here, right now.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
At the moment, a bit of
There
a
we go.
calm before the storm, really. Yeah. Gonna try to repel this whole push. They have both Jaeger and Womai to really deny those Candela charges. So, out. Theoretically, I could be dropping out once again, and my internet is just seemingly dying as well. Technical issues upon technical issues, and it seems like that's just the whole broadcast is cursed.
Yeah, well, the internet doesn't like Siege today. Name a better duo. But it seems that maybe it is time for us to look for greener pastures with this map here. The Spider now pushes on in with the co-rappel on that site. So PG will try to get a little bit more information on the one member. Notices that he's dropped off the piano and now might just be right at the windowsill itself. Waiting for the opportunity. Notices that his teammates are falling at the seams, and there goes your sledge. Maybe a refrag coming in from Charles, and there we go. Envy gets taken out, and a double kill going to him. So with 2 members being taken out for GAUR, YD tries to make any kind of semblance of a push, and he might just find one more kill, and a little bit of a late reaction there, but a kill nonetheless. Nos Noel being eliminated. That leaves No Use Talking on the shortest roster they've had all rounds. No Beef Trags one back. Sarah finds one until YD, and it does look like, oh, hey, you're back. Spider Gel.
Oh my god.
Oh, and well, nice run out. You know what? They don't even get a chance. They're still rapping outside. They're giving it all away, and this is a Rooney. Hello. I love that. I love that rotation. That is fantastic. So strong, so fast, and that's why you don't rappel out that window for too long without a claymore.
Well, that and as well, not really allowing, your team all to fall apart. Not really the best case scenario, really, here for GAUR. Tactical timeout didn't really do a whole lot of damage, albeit, like you pointed out, this was by far one of the closest rounds that we've seen for a while now, and No Use Talking now on a 6th round streak which is a huge play. And yeah, look at we might just be only one round away from wrapping up this whole series and pushing through. No use talking further into the lower bracket semifinals, I believe. Oh, sorry, pardon me, lower bracket finals.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Cursed this match is for sure, but hey, it is what it is. 34 seconds left on the clock. 2-6. GAUR are doing their doing what has to be done.
Assuming that rehost has been granted here.
Yep, it has
Yeah,
been granted.
there we go. Yeah, it's being kept in.
10 seconds left.
Oh man, GAUR, just not much is really helping them right now. We are going to be going back to us in a little bit to talk it out, to talk about what is maybe happening in the GAUR camp, because their whole look, I would say mentally chalked. Maybe this is their attempt at just slowing down the play. Who knows? But things are not
Southeast
looking too
Agent
pretty.
is not having a good time with internet right now. Cthulhu, it doesn't look like the internet gods want to doesn't want us to have a good time here for anyone. But and again, sorry for the technical difficulties. The players are obviously not having a good time as well, and we have to take into consideration that they are the real victims here. So we'll go to a short ad break while everyone just like recollects and recuperates a little bit. We'll be back as soon as possible. Thank you for being patient with us. See you soon.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar.
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa, wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kind of hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why do these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Soñé con los ojos bien cerrados, pude ver el misterio que me acerca. Para ti una luz se enciende un poco más. Para mí una cruz colgada tiempo atrás. Para ti una luz se enciende un poco más. Para mí una cruz. That seems to me can't get enough. Come live it up. Sabes qué pasa when I turn it up. Come give it to me rough. Won't fall in love. Es un pecado, boy, just turn it up. Te griten con los labios bien cerrados y busqué el momento que can't get enough. Come live it up. Sabes qué pasa when I turn it up. Come give it to me rough. Don't fall in love. Es un pecado, boy, just turn it up. Para ti una luz. Para mí una cruz. Para ti una luz se enciende un poco más. Para mí una cruz. That seems to me can't get enough. Come live it up. Sabes qué pasa when I turn it up. Come give it to me rough. Don't fall in love. Es un pecado, boy, just turn it up. Can't get enough. Can't get enough.
Match point. We're back after an abrupt break in the timeline
Protect your
here.
bombs from being defused by
2-6. Match point to No Use Talking. Surely the last round here, as we see No Use Talking clean it up. Cthulhu.
Yeah, look.
Bomb
Yes.
located by attackers.
Last
Yes, I agree.
Last chance for last chance for GAUR to make a play here. Last chance for them to pull at, or rather start their comeback, because they need 4 rounds flawlessly to win. And over No Use Talking, who so far been absolutely dominant,
10
unless
seconds to go.
they just decided to fall asleep during this break, I am very much doubtful that there's going to be a whole lot of changes.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
But you know, looking at this attacking roster, they are going to try to make something happen. GAUR are down on morale. They are down on the numbers. They're pulling up the Ash. BG Will playing a meta operator. Hey, that's something. He plays meta operators all the time, but he always baits the non-meta picks there. But you know what? It is what it is. Envied already dueling some of the members as they try to push it into some of the offices over here, and library in particular. But he pulls back, and they are not willing to contest these angles just yet. While Charles rappels in and tries to create an opening, try to find a free kill. But hey, it is
look,
all up in the air.
I think GAUR, with this kind of lineup, they could actually take quite swift control here, given the fact that they are bringing in the Ash, they are bringing in the buck that up until now was actually useful, but the Azeri shuts it all down. There was a chance for it all, but now it's been nullified, and essentially, well, GAUR are now back to square one, trying to figure out what the heck to even do. Following up, No Use Talking did not bring in a Rooney, which is borderline a meta pick here for the top side. So, seeing as they're able to make do even without her is actually quite a surprising thing there.
They got to get to work on this wall. They only have 1:30 seconds left on the clock. It is going to be imperative to get control over that spot there. But seeing Spider Child get absolutely pokeballed, not exactly the ideal timeline to be living in for GAUR. You now see the, hey, there's a couple of opportunities here, as we notice that the immediate vicinity on the other side of the wall is vacant. But Malusi doesn't want to poke in just yet. Ysera pulls back. A couple of drones go down for Envied. Nos Noel not exactly healthy, but has a C4. 2 C4s available for No Use Talking as they wait for the opportune time to send it over.
Yeah, they need to really pretty much just go for the plan, but with the flash in there, this is not looking well. Tapper has the crossfire, so theoretically, plan should be pretty much safe and sound.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Yeah,
I say that.
go.
Though.
YD.
Oh, no.
Yep. Getting eliminated one by one. It does look like this is the definitive and decisive round. No Use Talking are looking to clean it up, but GAUR takes one down with them. Charles is not done just yet, and Tapper needs to make it happen, but Ysera on a triple kill gets shut down for the quad, and there you go. No Use Talking after the longest level of after all adversity have won this match here. 2-0 over GAUR in the lower bracket game. They will be moving on and taking on Renatus for a chance to go to the grand finals. Take the longest route possible, but if anyone can take on Renatus, it is No Use Talking. And same goes for Renatus against No Use Talking as well. One of them will be taking on that 3rd or 4th place spot, of course. But in saying that, they are now all in the running for the money. Cthulhu, it's been a long night. We're going to end it here. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We'll call it here, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for the lower bracket final, along with the grand final live tomorrow as well. Keep an eye out on social media for the posts, and we'll see you guys soon.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kind of hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.